I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. St. Patty says, let's go. Good morning, Connor. How's everybody doing? I'm doing pretty stinking good, not going to lie. Had a little bit of a business meeting this morning with the boss man, and everything's still going to plan. So that means that we got at least another couple of months in order to get it going, which is exciting because we're already getting some good numbers. Christian Blair says, good morning. Connor's late. Listen, I had a meeting, and I don't know how to communicate with you guys when it's this channel. I know how to do a community post on Counterpoints. I don't know how to do a community post on this channel. Sacred Snow says, good morning, all. Good morning to you. Leonidas Vasurus, my favorite Greek friend, says, first time joining this early. Wow, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We do have some fun stuff for you today. We got, I figured we'd start with Destiny because Candace Owens is obviously going to cause quite a lot of psychic damage. And so as a result, I figured I would be nice to you guys, and we can start with the Pang Burn Destiny review tour, whatever it is, where Destiny just walks around debating random audience members. Last time we hit it, there was some really, there was some gems in the conversation mixed in with some trash, mixed in with some other stuff. So I'm hoping that they kind of hit a flow when it comes to the debates, but good times, whatever. We're hanging out as a little group and watching some content and passing the workday. So I hope that it's as fun for you as it is for me. Then just sharing some things on some cool things on my end. I have gotten with my editor. We're launching the Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Star Wars channel, hard launching both within the next week or so. And I have pre-shot. My editor asked me to give him enough content so he could sit down and edit multiple episodes instead of doing it one at a time. And also so we could be like a month ahead. And if he missed like a week or two, it wasn't that big of a deal. So I've shot 4 episodes of Star Wars and 4 episodes of effectively Predator content, but sci-fi content. And so we already have a month of Star Wars and a month of sci-fi pre-shot waiting to get edited. So realistically, that's going to be a good launch to both of those channels. Oh, man. St. Patty says, welcome to the early train. True. Chelsea Numbers says, any BBB talk? No. Chelsea, I'll give you the too long didn't read summary. It's a bad bill. They're gutting out the elements of it that need to be gutted in order for it to pass. They're going to pass it. It's going to be trash. It's going to add to the deficit. It's going to cut a bunch of social spending. That's going to hurt a lot of people. And then we just have to wait for the midterms. There's your BBB talk. Christian Blair says, Pisco being compared to Mike from PA was not on my bingo card. Yeah, well, I don't feel like that's fair to Pisco, man. So, you can obviously, Steven and I are friendly, right? But the points that Pisco has been talking about aren't that controversial. What has he said? He said he doesn't believe that Ethan Klein is true. Sorry for those of you who are unaware. Ethan Klein is selling other creators for copyright infringement, which is funny because he was the original YouTuber who won a fair use case a few years ago. So a lot of people view this as his villain arc. But all Pisco said, as far as I know, maybe he said some other crazy stuff, but as far as I know, what he said is he doesn't believe Ethan Klein is doing this for the good of the community. He's doing this as a vendetta against Hassan orbiters. I believe that. I think it can be both simultaneously, but I can agree that it's probably 60, 70% spite. And it's like 30%, trying to get some good copyright law in here so major corporations don't bully the YouTube scene. I think it can be both. And then what was the other controversial thing that he said? That the brief was unprofessional. I agree. Maybe there's lawyers out there who put words like obliterated in their briefs, but if I read that as a judge or as a cop, I would have been like, what the hell? Why are you putting in words like obliterated? Use professional words like intoxicated. But anyways, so I feel like, Pisco's Pisco. So for all I know, he said more edgy stuff, but for me, those two takes that he got in trouble for with DGG and other communities, I didn't think that those were that hot of takes. St. Patty says, got to spread the psychic damage around, otherwise you're going to open up a warp gate. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that earlier. I was thinking about how the fact that, like, what is it? Oh, I electrocuted myself the other day. Yeah. So let me share that story real quick. So I was putting in a new light fixture in the kitchen for the wife, because obviously she needs to upgrade the house every now and then. And as a husband, you just have to suck it up and change things that don't need to be changed. So I was swapping out the light fixture, and I had the breaker turned off originally. And then I was turning it on to make sure that I had a good connection. Well, the wife wanted me to move the fixture up higher than it currently was. So I moved the fixture up higher than it currently was, and I knocked out the bulb. Like I knocked one of the wires out, and so the bulb shut off. And so I wasn't even paying attention at all, which is stupid when you're messing with electricity. But I saw that the bulb wasn't on, and then I was like, oh, I need to reconnect that. And so I go to reconnect it, and I grab the live wire. I was like, oh my God. So I get a buzz straight through my arm. I jump off. I'm like, okay, did I just electrocute myself? And I'm about to have like an electrical, style heart attack, so I run around, I have a panic attack. Wife calms me down. I go sit down for a minute, text my dad. My dad says, lol, first time. And then I go down to the fire department, because I got a fire department that's pretty close. They run an EKG, and I'm fine. So what they said is that 110 volts is actually fairly common to not get injured. Like, you would have to be on there for a while, like holding the live wire for a while in order to hurt yourself with 110. The one that gets people allegedly is the 220s that are hooked up typically to the water heater and the dryer. They were saying that if you're screwing with that wiring, you can hurt yourself pretty good or kill yourself. So I learned to quintuple check the breaker and to not be so blasé about electrical work. So, lesson learned at 37 years old. Oh, good Lord. Beef Supreme says, good morning, Shelly and chat. Good morning to you. Sacred Snow says, sheesh. True. St. Patty says that's a lot of content. Not only is a lot of content, that's not even all of it. I have notes on my notepad. There was the Ross Toothat versus Peter Thiel conversation, which I'm going to do. FD Signifier went on Sitch and Adam. And then you guys gave me some content last week too, which was Andrew Wilson versus Apostate Prophet. We still haven't done. Vincent James versus Nick Fuentes versus Actual Jew or Awesome Jew versus Gavin McInnes. Nick Fuentes versus Dave Smith. Hypernormalism, the debate. Glenn debate on trigonometry. Don't know what that is. Max Durat, video game schizo analysis. Simone and Malcolm Collins. So we still have lots of other content. Blank H says, good morning, partner. Good morning to you. DD22E says, hey, Connor, did you hear the new ICE budget is bigger than the Ukrainian army? We live in the worst timeline. Yeah, well, you guys better get motivated, and you better get pissed off, and you better go out into the midterms and literally, like, some of you are conservatarians. There are Republicans who I would vote for 100%. However, they're not speaking up, and they're not fighting all of the nefarious crap that's going on. And so as a result, they could lose my vote. So I'm going to go into the midterms, and I'm effectively voting either non-MAGA Republican or Democrat down the line on whatever I think will do the least amount of damage to the country. So, MAGA, if other people feel like me, then you should do exactly what I was talking about. Benjamin Valmont says, you ever read the Expeditionary Force novels, starting with the Columbus Day? It's a military sci-fi that it's also very funny. I recommend the audiobooks. To be honest, man, I'm so swamped with content that it's hard for me to keep up with movies or TV shows, let alone books. But, I'll keep that in mind. And if I hear it a few more times, then I'll add it to the list. Sacred Snow says, it may not be fair to Pisco, but it is hilarious. True. Sen Patty says, Connor, casually, oh yeah, I took 500 volts for fun earlier. Well, It was 110 volts, and it probably did get me 5 times. So yeah, it was probably 550 volts. Or is it watts? I don't know the difference between volts and watts, which tells you that I shouldn't be messing with electrical stuff too much. DD22E says, I wish I could promote these streams on the DGG subreddit, but I got permabanned from Reddit. Lol. Happens to the best of us. Ryza says, it isn't so much the opinion that got Pisco in hot water. It's more the autistic rage he spews. Yeah, that happens. Oh, the other one. I know the other one. The other one was him saying that if Hassan Piker got detained for viewpoint discrimination, meaning that his own free speech that is constitutionally protected was used as a legal pretext in order to detain him, then the government is wrong and it should F itself. And then everybody was like, oh, you're a Hassan sweeper. Oh, you're a Hassan simp. It's like, no, like I disagree with him. I think simping for terrorist orgs should be enough in order to get you detained by law enforcement. However, especially like border entry and exit, but I do think that they should have a stronger case than you made edgy posts on the internet. Beef Supreme says, we'll definitely replace 120 volts will definitely replace a pot of coffee. Yeah, it woke me up. Yeah. 220 is serious, apparently. Note to self, do not mess with electrical stuff. Yeah. It woke me up. I'll tell you that. It woke me up. Oh, geez. Yeah, it looks like other people have had experiences. Sager Snow says 120 is relatively safe. Just got to watch the 240s on the on the other bigger stuff, especially the electric stove or tankless water heater. They got 240 paired with higher amperage. Yeah. Yep. Morning coffee. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning to you, Philip. Good to see you. All right, I'm gonna click a few more, then we're gonna get cracking. Razzle says, "Good morning, Connor. Good morning, chat. Are you gonna go over Destiny versus Dean?" Oh, that's actually you're right. I need to change it. I need to do the TikTok. Destiny versus TikTok. It was supposed to be TikTok, but I forgot that happened too. See, we're cooking. There's tons of content out there. Tons of content. It's a good week for content. Let me change it to TikTok, though, because I did want to review that, and I know there's a 5-minute Dean Withers debate in there, and I wanted to do it. Ohm's law is constant. Is that dumbass Marines shouldn't mess with electrical stuff? Did I see the Dean Withers clash out? Yeah, I did, but apparently the Oliver and the Twist, I think they were saying that it's my anxiety pen, that was a meme. So it was him, like, freaking out. Which was like, I was like, oh, there's something wrong with this guy. Like I was like worried. I was like, oh man, this is scary. And but Dean, he was just joking around apparently for the anxiety pen crash out. Corey Peltzman says watts equals amps times volts. So is amperage like electrical intensity, and then volts is how often it goes through? I don't know, because I've heard, hold on. Amperes is how often it goes through, and then volts is the power, and then watts is the total power. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Volts is either 120 or 240 in America. Okay, I keep saying 110, but I guess you're saying it's 120. Okay. Ampere is the number of that on the handle of the breaker. Watts is volts times amps. All right, still don't understand it conceptually, but that's okay. All right, a few more just because chat is popping off. Razzle says, Pisco's takes have been kind of dog shit lately. He did great in the debate with Tim Pool and his audience, but the Hassan and Ethan takes have been horrendous. I think Destiny blocked him too. Yeah, but the Hassan thing, it's not so much that there are parts that I disagree with Pisco on, but I feel like the core of his argumentation is that the fair use brief was written unprofessionally. I think I agree with that. And that Ethan is being a bully and he's hiding behind fair use in order to bully his critics. I think that's true. I just also think that he can establish good case law by doing it. And it's funny. So I don't care. And then with Hassan, I think that he's being a principled autist around constitutionally protected speech. But that's like a good thing. You should have people who are autistically protective of the First Amendment of the United States. My hatred for people who hate the United States of America is greater than my love of the First Amendment. And I love the First Amendment a lot. So you have to be a real spicy piece of shit for me to want you to take legal consequences. like Hassan Piker or like some of these Palestinian protesters. So, I'm being emotional. He's being more constitutionally loyalist than I am. So, anyways, Joe Vasquez says, "Hey Connor, do you and Brianna Wu still speak? What do you think of the Israeli simp arc?" Brianna and I don't really speak that much anymore. We're still friends. When it comes to the Israeli stuff, I think she goes way too far with it. I really do. It's not that like Israel, you shouldn't defend Israel, but there's these things that she and Drew Pavlou do, by the way, and I like Drew a lot too. But like death to the IDF, which I find fucked up, is not like a race war, a statement of race war. You know what I'm saying? It is fucked up, and I could articulate why it's fucked up, but I'm not going to bore you to death. But I think they mischaracterize and hyperbolize some of the rhetoric around Israel, and there's enough hyperbole and exaggeration and horrific statements out there that you don't need to hyperbolize it. Affect says, Destiny got Dean. There were some clear moments of cringe from Dean. Based. Blake H says, I got zapped by a high voltage line through a tree. One of the scariest moments of my life, but I made it through. 110 is like a gentle hug comparatively. Well, Blake H, I'm happy you're still with us. Jack Darko says, lol, my dad intentionally leaves the power on when doing electrical work in people's houses. That way, if they annoy him, he'll arc the wires on purpose to make them go away. Jack Darko, that's so based. That was one of the things that I read. I got a bunch of, I tweeted about it, and I got a bunch of replies under the tweet. And one of them was like, the guy that I work with who does electrical work leaves the lines on purpose. And the way that they conceptualize it is that normies shut off the breaker and still get shocked. Intermediate electricians shut off the breaker and don't get shocked. Linemen, professional electricians, leave the break, and like experts leave the power on and also don't get shocked. And I thought that was an interesting industry hierarchy of hardcoreness. 110 is 120. Okay, it is what it is. All right. Let's read a couple more and get cracking. I know I already said that, but when I wake up and I see a bunch of people like engaging in chat and having fun, like I want to have fun too. I don't just want to go right into the I don't want to go right into, can a Marine even understand electricity? That's an important question that would actually take some testing. Bakar Balidi says, Connor, finally catching you on the live with Valor Media Network. Good morning, brother. Thanks for coming. Yep. Connor, that's why I love you. You're capable of giving good faith. For me, the fact that Pisco is doing podcasts with Straighter Age shows me that he's not being good faith. Well, and with Straighter Aid too, I still talk to Straighter Aid. I have no idea what's going on in the Destiny DGG friend orbit, okay? I know Steven had his shenanigans. Pisco dipped out. Erin was involved with some of the Pixie stuff, but I don't know if she's friends with Pixie more than she is with Steven, or if she's more friends with Steven than she is with Pixie. And then Lycan's dating Erin. And I don't know. I have no idea who is friends with who. But Erin's funny some of the time, so I'll still retweet her shit. So, yeah. Yep. Aldo says it's fucked up because the IDF equals old Jews because of mandatory service. You're saying fuck everyone, even the people who have no fucking choice. Sure, I get that. But the way that people who say death to the IDF is fucked up. I already said that, and I could go on a 10-minute explainer, but I'm not going to. I could go on a 10-minute explainer, but I'm going to save you guys. Yeah, Lycan has frustrated me, and it's not because I don't like him. I think Lycan's probably like a genuinely good dude. However, yeah, he's too lefty. He went too far left. You never go full left. Yeah. All right. Anyways. All right. I parasocially love you guys, but let's get cracking. So let's pull up. You guys said it was the TikTok thing, right? Destiny streamer. Did he stream it or was it on somebody else? Did they do it? Oh, there it is. I think that's it. I'm not running from Destiny. Destiny views are deplorable. 1 hour ago. Perfect. August. What a king. It's still August, right? August is still editing for Steven? I hope so. But what a king. What a perfect sense of timing. All right. So let's go ahead and get it higher quality so we can see everybody's skin pores. And then let's do an intro. So, all right. I'm going to click here so I can still check in with chat, and I'm going to get cracking. So, hello, my name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I love breaking down the alternative media political scene every single day for you. The way that I explain it is I take psychic damage for your entertainment. Today, I have Destiny, Stephen Bennell, a liberal and progressive debater, taking on a bunch of Tik Tok folks, including Dean Withers, who is another liberal and progressive who kind of seems like somebody trying to fill Destiny's shoes as far as a liberal and progressive debate bro, but he also dislikes Stephen or thinks that he's unprofessional or something like that. And so they beef. They have beef. And so without further ado, I'm going to allow these people to fight it out for our entertainment. I'll pause intermittently whenever I think that there's an argument worth breaking down. I'm going to turn on the audio for you fine folks. And let's... Wait, where is it? There we go. Let's go.
Yeah, Destiny, do you feel like I'm running from you right now?
I do feel like you're running.
That you have like definitely some takes that I think are like pretty deplorable.
What do you think is like, I'm just curious, what's like my most deplorable take?
Parker
Based, I can't wait for the beef.
and Dean, they have an excuse because they're young. They have a prefrontal cortex that's not quite developed enough. You're in your mid-30s. Like, how the f*** are you still a liberal?
Like,
how
I don't know.
can you
I
not
use
support Trump?
I use my whole brain, and when you use all the parts of your brain all together and you think about things, it's pretty hard to be a Trump supporter.
No, it's really not. When you realize that under Trump, we became the net energy exporter for the first time in 50 years, where we had the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, where he brought the official poverty rate to the lowest it's ever been in history. Like, he brought over 4 million people out of poverty in 2019 alone. How the f*** can anybody be a liberal these days?
That's because so this is why I hate. This is why I hate the average voter. No offense. Everybody in my chat is not the average voter. They have 3,000 IQ and they're brilliant. If something happens under your term, that doesn't mean it's because of you. Okay? We became a net energy exporter, which, by the way, is a massive achievement for the United States of America. But we became a net energy exporter because of the technology of fracking. Okay? We got access to so much more oil in the United States of America because we figured out that there were oil pockets that we could get to if we shot like high pressure water down into the oil pockets in order to knock them into a position that we would have access to. That's my understanding of fracking. So the fact that these people it's like a 10 or 20 year technological development that has been added into the United States over time. The fact that this guy is like, oh, Trump did that because it peaked in his term just tells me that they're low information voters. And by the way, this is the reason why I like republicanism, representative democracy, instead of direct democracy, because I do not want this guy deciding what the policies of the United States are.
Well, I mean, when Donald Trump just does massive deficit spending and ruins our budget, which is the same thing that he accused Democrats of doing all the time, I don't really see anything very impressive about that. Yeah, you can bring a lot of people out of poverty and you can give a lot of money away for free if you cut and slash tax rates everywhere. You don't cut any government spending and you add a whole bunch to the debt and the deficit. So I don't think it's very impressive. I don't think it's very impressive under Trump 1. For Trump 2, everything has been an utter and complete disaster so far. We were a net energy exporter under Biden. Biden was able to bring unemployment even lower than Trump. So, I mean, I don't know why I would give Trump
7% inflation.
Yeah, for a part, there was this thing called COVID. It happened.
Yep. And if it wasn't for COVID, Trump would have had a 1984 Reagan-style map.
No.
Yes.
No, I think Trump. Well, it depends, I guess, on what you care about.
The economy
was booming because he did massive deficit spending. You acknowledge that Trump spent like crazy, right?
Yes.
Okay, then why are you bragging about his economy?
Because it was great. I mean, at the end of the
because
day,
he's deficit spending like crazy.
Wait,
if you give people a ton of money and you cut all the taxes and you keep giving the money, of course the economy's going to go crazy.
wages outpaced inflation for the first time in like 20 years.
Yeah, because he got to cut off any of the negative impacts of all of his deficit spending by having COVID show up and then blaming all of the next problems on COVID.
I don't know if I agree with all this stuff. So there's a certain degree to the fact that like you have to just let the emergency be the emergency. And this is part of the reason. This is kind of a criticism of Stephen. While I understand the political dynamics, not everything bad that happened under the Trump admin was Trump's specific fault. So for instance, we can blame him for the mismanagement of COVID, but you cannot blame him for COVID itself. And there's going to be economic factors as well. For instance, they were just bringing up like, oh, well, wages outpaced inflation for the first time in XYZ ABC amount of time. That's actually a good thing. That's awesome. Like if the economy was roaring under Trump, then you can still say that it was the previous admin that set up the grounds for the economy to be that good. But the truth is, when you cut taxes and when you have a pro-business sentiment in the economy, that's going to unleash the economy. So you can still say that that is something good that Trump did. However, on balance, once you add in the mismanagement of COVID, then you also get the inflation that happened under Biden. This is my understanding of inflation real quick. I'm going to try to keep it real simple for chat. Monetary inflation, it occurs when you have a decrease. You don't have to have a decrease in economic output, but that's very often when it happens. When you have a decrease in economic output and you have an increase in money supply, that is going to cause inflation because there's more cash that's available. There's less economic activity for the market to consume. And therefore, all the consumers are going to be taking all those extra dollars and then fighting for increasingly scarce resources. So COVID was the perfect storm of inflation where we had massive decrease in economic output because of lockdowns, and we had massive increase in monetary supply because of stimulus. So we needed the stimulus in order to survive, but it was also the perfect storm for inflation.
I mean, that's what Biden people are doing. They're blaming everything on COVID as well. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if the election would have been November 2019, it would have been a complete blowout.
Oh, if my grandma would have had wheels instead of legs, she would have been a bicycle.
Yeah, I hear you.
Lol.
I mean, it goes on and on and on. It's just like people say Trump lies. Like, yeah, every politician lies, but the left lies about Trump way more than Trump lies.
Right.
Yes, I'm serious. You guys lie so freaking much. You guys hate Trump so much. The left, all they want to do is tear down successful people who have worked their ass off in life because they suck at life.
Right. That's actually my goal. That's like my life mission, is to just tear down the working class.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the working class, the blue collar wages that increase under Trump under both terms? Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's my mission, to tear that down. My mission is to like promote elitism, college education,
based,
and to tear down the working class.
Cringe.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And my goal is to promote downward social mobility.
You guys it's just like.
Yeah, she's being sarcastic.
An hour.
We're over here arguing about pronouns in America while China's building Navy ships. Like, what the fuck? They're learning engineering in Navy ships. They're about to take over the fucking world because of all of you guys woke ass idiots, bro. You guys have no global intelligence whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah, I am right.
Social mobility.
And yeah.
For sure, man.
I mean, me and Steven, we grew up in the same town. We know the same people. So, yes. Well,
yeah.
I grew up with the Epperts.
Oh, wait, John and
Andy.
Wait, did we go to school together?
No, but
I
went to elementary school with them.
Well, nice school.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
I don't know how that. Well, wait. There's no way. Are those guys conservative?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Jesuit school couldn't fix all of us, I guess. You know.
Yeah. If you listen to the media, yeah, you're going to hate Trump because all they do is lie about him. But when you actually look at the data doesn't lie.
Okay, I looked at the data. How am I supposed to feel about Donald Trump writing executive orders to target law firms of people that he doesn't like?
Okay, well, we'd have to go into it. That's your claim. I haven't really.
Yeah, don't you just love it whenever you do something specific like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, or I'm trying to think of like another one, but Kilmar Abrego Garcia or Andre Hernandez Romero, or what targeting people via lawfare. You know, they're like, well, turnaround is fair play. That's normally what they say, but this guy wasn't armed with that talking point. But doesn't it suck when you bring up something specific and then like, oh, well, I'm not really familiar with that. It's like, yeah, no shit. All right. Engaging with chat just because I want to. Bakar Barigi. Oh, and by the way, quick shell. Like the stream. Engage in chat. Watch the VODs for that sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Bakar Baridi says, Connor, I wanted to ask you what's genuinely a right-wing take you have other than guns or foreign policy. Like, would you, for example, be in favor of cutting spending on entitlements? Yeah, so Bakar Baridi, what's interesting is I don't have a problem with social spending, and a lot of people think that's left. However, my social spending is aimed at a pro-natal, pro-family society, and not just that. I would have no problems whatsoever with like limitations on like drug stuff. So for instance, I just think that hard drugs is an antisocial, antinatal behavior that should effectively be purged from society. So while I don't want homeless people on the street, I would effectively create, if I could, I would create barracks in the downtown area. And barracks, I just mean like military housing. It's cinder block. It's very utilitarian. And like let's say the first level could just be for random people. You can come in there, you can sleep. We're not going to drug test you, whatever. But then I would make the levels like 2nd through 5th, like you have to be sober in order to stay there. And there's nurses on site who are there to watch your general health. And there's a cop there to make sure that you don't damage your own room or fight with your neighbors or whatever. And effectively, it's like a live-in sobriety place with social support services. But in order to get access, you have to be clean. And you do get drug tested. And I don't care if the state comes into your life and effectively treats you like a child, because that's what you are when you're a drug addict. Is you're basically you're a useless child. So I have a lot of paternalism that comes with my social spending. I'm not like my problem with liberals is oftentimes they'll enjoy social spending, but they won't have any strings attached to it. And my problem with progressives is they absolutely enjoy having social spending with no strings attached. So, yeah.
Which law firms are you talking about?
Eli, was it Eli or Owen Coin or whatever? I can't pronounce his name. Was it Eli Coin? I don't know. We can look up you can just look up executive order Trump law firm and look up any of the law firms that he's targeted because of people that work there, that have lawyers that represented people he didn't like in the past. Like, you've never heard about any of this before?
I know he's going after some things and some people, but I'm more worried about the global politics of everything. And like,
okay, on the global politics.
I can't wait to hear this because I want his geopolitics analysis. But Afro Jew says, Connor, Trump was deficit spending before COVID, right? Yeah, but deficit spending, Trump was one of the worst deficit spenders within the past decade. Absolutely. But then we start arguing about degrees because effectively the United States has been running a federal deficit for the past 20 years.
Politics. Every single person on the planet looks at America as a joke right now. Nobody respects Donald Trump. Everybody makes fun of him.
That's why Putin came out to say and says he respects Donald Trump so much.
Oh, kill me now. I'll explain why in a moment.
And he respects everything he's been through. He came out and said today.
Why do you think he says that? Why do you think he says that and then
Trump
turns
is
around
the
and then
boss of all these dudes?
If Trump is the boss, then why is Trump truthing out how mad he is that Putin is bombing Ukraine at record pace more than he ever has before? And why was he tweeting out or truthing out that he was upset that it feels like
Putin was just jerking his chain, that he wasn't able to get any peace deal signed. We're nowhere on Russia Ukraine. Like
because he's trying the diplomacy route first.
he said that the problem was going to be solved on day one. So did he lie about that, or did he just fail? Which one was it? Was it a lie or a failure?
He lied.
Okay.
I mean,
so if he's trying the diplomacy route first, where's the progress on that? Where's the diplomacy at?
it didn't work. I mean, that's why he's taking it to stronger measures. Like you can't just go to.
He's not taking stronger measures, though. We've just abandoned Ukraine. What are the stronger measures we've taken?
Okay, Trump was the one that gave Ukraine Javelin missiles in the first place when Obama wouldn't do it. So everyone acts like he hasn't been trying.
What does that
to
have
help
to do with 5 years ago? Welcome to the 2020s, man.
I'm
talking about right now. What has Trump done to alleviate any of the issues in Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I mean, I don't know. He's more worried. Yeah, well, I'm not worried about.
What's he done for Israel Palestine?
Why are we so worried about Ukraine?
You're the one who brought up foreign policy. Has he done anything for?
Yeah. He just took out the nuclear facilities of the country that wants to put a nuke on Israel and us.
Wow, good job.
Guys, this is your average voter. Okay. And by the way, it's not like he's not talking about, I'm just happy he's aware of these events. But Trump is really good because everybody respects us. Putin respects us so much more. Okay, well, Trump said that he was going to resolve Ukraine and Russian conflict on day one. So what's up with that? And he's like, well, he's just like a genius of diplomacy, even though nothing's happened. Awesome. Awesome take, bro. And then, but also bombing Iran was good. Listen, if you go on social media right now, I understand it's an 80-20 issue where 80% of the Republican Party actually does support Trump attacking Iran. But you have to understand that the rest, the 20%, 30% that's on social media, they view it as an absolute betrayal of every reason why they voted for Trump. So it's actually bananas to see this like cognitive dissonance forming in the right wing where they can't get the story straight. Oh, yes. Wowman542 says, Destiny bullying the use on TikTok. Yep. Sacred Snow says, F the Javelin talking point. Jesus Christ. That was the thing he got impeached for the first time because he did quid pro quo to extort them for javelins. Congress had to go around him to get the javelins there. Yep. Afro Jew says, Trump's deficit spending was on par with Obama without the excuse of any national crisis. Yep. Yeah, that's right, dude. The Republican Party uses fiscal conservative rhetoric in order to appeal to folks like me who want to make sure that we don't implode the debt so bad that we destroy our society. But then they spend worse than Democrats. Actually bananas.
And they were pursuing those nukes because Trump tore up the nuclear deal that we had with them 5 years ago and didn't negotiate anything in his place.
Did he get kicked out? Is this an error on my end?
That he likes.
I mean, the USMCA was an upgrade from NAFTA, and he's the
USMCA is literally the thing that he's trashing right now with Canada and Mexico. He literally just said today that he's done negotiating any trade with Canada. That was the USMCA.
Yeah, because it comes up. There's a review on it. It was a 9-year review that was automatically reviewed in 2025. So, of course, as a negotiator that he is, he's going to say that he's not happy. It's just like when you go into a car deal, you're going to say that, like, you're not happy with that price because you're trying to negotiate. Like, everyone expects him just to tell the truth, but you can't tell the truth. People.
Okay, so then he hasn't negotiated. He's still negotiating. Has he negotiated anything? Because it sounds like he hasn't negotiated that yet. He's in the process of doing it. Why am I keep being told that he's this great negotiator and he's negotiating all those things? What has he negotiated? We haven't got anything yet.
Didn't they just say they had a deal with China traded or signed? Lutnick just came out and said it.
They said that. They didn't prove that. What? I don't know why the audio is randomly paused.
Well.
They can still hear, but we can't for some reason.
Well, he said we're done negotiating with Canada, didn't he?
Should I fast forward?
He said
we're done negotiating with Canada, didn't he?
Canada, is who he said. Which, of course, we're not done negotiating. That's his way of negotiating.
How can it be your way of negotiating if you constantly lie about everything and nobody knows what to believe? How is that a good negotiation strategy? Can you think of a single other place in life where anybody negotiates this way and gets anything done?
Oh, yeah. Like most salesmen.
How? When you go in as a salesman, you just say, I'm done negotiating. Give me 5 times my price or I'm leaving. You think people negotiate in the real world that way? Nobody negotiates that way.
Negotiate a car deal. I do that. When I negotiate car deals, I walk out all the time. And then they call me a few days later and they're like, okay, we'll take $4,000 off like you said.
If a car is MSRPing at $35,000 and it's a hot in-demand car and you go in and you say, I want this for $10K or bust, they're not calling you back. They're just going to laugh at you and you're going to leave. And that's every single negotiation that Trump has done so far. That's why we have no trade deals. We've still tariffed the whole world. We're months away from Liberation Day. Nothing's gotten done. That's why he said he solved Israel-Palestine before he came into office, and the Hamas ceasefire fell apart immediately. That's why nothing's happened in Ukraine, Russia. That's fallen apart immediately. That's why nothing happened with Iran, and we had to fly ships over there and bomb them after saying no new wars and we're going to bomb anybody. Like, we haven't done anything. There's no deals anywhere with anybody.
I'm sorry, but this is simultaneously frustrating and cathartic because the guy arguing is hitting you with the same like dinner table talking points that you get from your own family, but then see Steven kind of like freak out and like name like the half dozen things that are still ongoing that are pissing everyone off. It's simultaneously frustrating and cathartic. This is Steven's strong suit. He should be bullying people on TikTok as often as possible.
It's not a war. It was a precision strike. And it was great.
Fine. This is the guy who said he wasn't going to bomb anybody, though. He wasn't elected to do precision strikes.
When did he say he wasn't going to bomb anybody?
Without congressional authorization, by the way.
When he said no new wars.
It's not a war. He prevented the war.
Okay, so then there were no new wars then for when Biden was president that the U.S. is involved in, right?
I mean, the war started under Biden, did it not?
Where the U.S. isn't in them. We don't have boots on the ground in Ukraine or Israel.
Oh, yeah. We were sending them lots of support, though. Which one?
Yeah, there's no consistency here. I'm going to read chat just because I love you guys. Be sure to like the stream, engage in chat, watch the VODs, super chats. Wow Man says, the more interesting question is, can we get these betrayed former MAGAs to move from Trump into the higher IQ grill hottest movement? I don't know, but we'll try. Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, what do you mean we can't blame Trump for COVID? I thought COVID was invented by Fauci and the CDC. Since it was Trump's CDC, Trump created COVID, QED. Ooh! I don't know what QED means, by the way, except for the fact that Mike from PA said it. However, you just own me in the marketplace of ideas. So, First Wave says, it's such a weird thing to be the big reason to vote for someone. Why would your main issue be not opposing Iran? Laugh my ass off. Yep, well, Baka Baridi says, all right, gotcha. By the way, did you see that they added $160 billion for immigration enforcement on the new bill? Yep. That's why I'm excited about the midterms, because I'm hoping everybody else is as pissed off as I am. DD22E says, hey, how about taxing billionaires and using the money exclusively to pay the debt? Well, no, that's not going to happen. Herga Berg says, the audio drops on this video a lot. It's not you, it's a TikTok recording. Okay, no problem. Jack Darko says, TikTok crashes a bunch during this, so you'll randomly lose audio. Okay, no problem. Afro Jew says the same thing, so I'll keep it going. Hug Medsil says, oh, God, guys, I get it. All right, thank you.
Iran and Israel right now.
Oh, yeah.
Short Stack Goblin says, did you just compare me to Mike from PA? What have I done to you? Number one, I didn't. Number two, Short Stack Goblin, are you admitting that you're a Pisco alt? What is happening right now? Is Short Stack Goblin a Pisco alt? And isn't it weird that you would pick the name of Vosh's sexual interest as an alt name? That's kind of crazy. Short Stack Goblin, explain yourself.
No new wars.
Aren't they? Well, that, you know, it's a good thing to strive for, but you can't always guarantee it. He didn't have any.
Yes. So Biden couldn't always guarantee that, you know, Israel wasn't going to bomb the shit out of Gaza. Like, okay. It's all of a sudden like anytime Biden's involved, it's Biden's fault. But if Trump is involved, well, you can't really, like, he doesn't really have power over the Middle East.
I don't know how anything could be Biden's fault when he wasn't even there.
Oh my
Like,
God.
obviously, it wasn't Biden's fault. It was the people behind him.
Oh my
Can
God.
you explain how Biden wasn't there, but they were able to pass more legislation than Trump did in his first term and will pass in his second term?
Because they auto-penned everything. We're ready for the talking point.
Because he's not writing the bills.
Who was writing them?
I don't know. The secret people that controlled his handlers. Like, come on.
Okay. Do you think that does it bother you that Trump is handed an executive order and somebody explains what it is to him? Like it's the first time he's ever heard it read before and then he signs it? Isn't that kind of weird? Who's writing Trump's executive orders? Do you think he's writing those?
He's probably not, but he's probably the one that's like.
If he's not writing the executive orders, then how are you mad at Biden?
Do you guys care if I fast forward? Like, I understand part of the entertainment factor is watching Steven, tear these people apart. But I also feel like this guy is a talking points machine. So let me know in chat if you want to keep watching this or if you're okay if I fast forward to the next caller.
You're accusing Biden of not writing this, but we can see that Trump doesn't write his for sure. So you had a conspiracy about Biden. You just acknowledge a fact about Trump, but you're more mad about Biden than you are about Trump doing it?
Because they're actually Trump's ideas. He's actually the one that has the brains behind this. He's been having other people write stuff down for him, just like his tweets. You think he actually types his tweets out? No, he
unfortunately,
says
yes. But when you say Trump has the brains behind it, you realize that.
Yeah, what's crazy is Trump actually dictates his tweets. Nsort says, what's your thoughts on the HPA Hearing Protection Act / Short Act drama going on in gun Twitter? So, Nsort, for those of you who don't know, the gun community has been aflame for the past 2-3 weeks because they thought that they were going to be able to get silencers deregulated off of the National Firearms Act, which would be based, by the way, because silencers don't really do what you think they do. They just reduce muzzle blast sound. You can still hear them. You can still hear the crack of gunfire. You can still identify it as gunfire. The only thing that's movie quiet is 22s. And if you were a mass shooter or a terrorist, you wouldn't be using 22s because they're not the most lethal round, right? So I think that deregulating silencers would actually be dope because where is it written in the Constitution or in the Bill of Laws that in order to operate a firearm, you have to explode your eardrums? Nowhere is it written that is a prerequisite to operate a firearm. We don't regulate crossbows or swords or knives and say they have to create a certain sound. There's no regulation there. So for me, silencer deregulation actually makes a lot of sense. Also, with the Short Act, I am concerned that what's going to go on is we're going to get a bunch of short-barreled stuff and bank robberies are going to come back. But the truth is bank robberies, terrorism is still going to happen, mass shootings are still going to happen, and short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns might make that a little bit easier. But that's not really the problem. And you can still do a terrorist action or a mass shooting with a pistol. So again, is that having a short-barreled rifle or a short-barreled shotgun really that big of an advantage, disadvantage? I don't think so. I think it's symbolic. So it would be dope to have those things be deregulated. But if that's the biggest problem in your life, is that your rifle can't be a certain length and also you don't want to pay $200 in order to buy a silencer. If that's your biggest problem, you're doing fine. And effectively my sympathy for you plummets because there's so many more real problems in the world besides buying range toys. Sorry if that pisses off my libertarians, but I love you. I just think that if that's the number one problem in your life, then your life is actually probably pretty good and you should shut the fuck up. Silver Jacket Man for $10. Thank you for the dono, King. Says, can we talk about the Mexican puppet offering us beer under the recommended live streams? That's offensive to me, but why? The beer meant to be a gift, food for the puppet? It's quite a discovery. I didn't know that there was a puppet offering you beer under live streams, but he sounds like a good friend. You should appreciate him more. Sager's Snow says, bro thinks the president writes legislation, kill myself. Yeah, this is why I hate democracy. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. Dank Brandon says, I'm going to say ChatGPT is writing the executive orders. Well, unironically with Trump, I think they've proven that a couple of times. Wowman542 says, fast forward, hopefully the next person has something beyond MAGA NPC talking points. Yeah. Rick we will in a moment. So Rick Montana says, plus Steven said legislation. There was a whole thing that precedes that, Congress passing bills, not taking EOs. Yep. Eric Solomon says, the boring talking points are the ones we need to hear the rebuttals to, even if it's over and over. Yeah, why not? Why not? We'll just suffer. We'll just suffer for the content. Hergov says, it's Dean stuff after this, and that's not nearly as interesting as it seems. Dean acts like a teenage girl. It's really cringe, and I hate that I need to be on the same team as that loser. All right.
Trump sounds like an idiot when he talks about basically everything, right? What does Trump talk about where it sounds like he has any idea or any understanding of what's going on?
Because he has a more of a macro understanding of things. He doesn't do
Name
this
one thing that Trump has a macro understanding of besides the hair system he uses.
how to get people to do things that you want.
He hasn't gotten anybody to do anything, though. Everything has failed under him. What do you mean? He hasn't gotten any trade deals. He hasn't gotten any foreign policy wins.
Bro, trade deals take months to hash out all the
months.
details. Okay.
What else? Okay, what has Trump gotten somebody to do? He couldn't get
China.
Iran to do anything that's ready to bomb them. What has Trump gotten anybody to do for
Yeah,
him?
because he can't negotiate with Iran.
So who can he negotiate with? He can't negotiate with Putin. He can't negotiate with Iran. He can't negotiate with Hamas. Who is he negotiating with?
He is negotiating. They just got a deal done with China. Putin just came out.
We don't have a deal done with China. We have nothing with China yet.
What?
We have nothing with China yet. There is no deal yet.
That's not what Howard Lutnick said.
Okay. Well, we'll see it when it gets unveiled.
Yeah, well, all right. That's been fun.
I love you, buddy. Be careful.
You too.
All right. Well, since that's like a mini segment within the segment, I'm going to address it because I obviously pissed off Kingslayer Damocles. Send Patty says, but in John Wick, they shot with silencers in public and it was super quiet. Hollywood wouldn't lie to us, right? Yeah. Like Common and Keanu Reeves walking through a metro station, shooting silenced pistols at each other and nobody notices. That was like the most R-slurred scene in movie history, but it was funny. So I guess I'll give it a pass for being funny. Bakar Buriti says, I thought silencers also increase accuracy according to Call of Duty. True. Val says, suppressors were originally banned in the first place because people were worried about people poaching on their land, if I remember right. Well, I don't think that's anywhere near as big of a problem. Then Short Stack Goblin says, I thought Dan Saltman just got a silencer. Yeah, you can get silencers. You can get fully automatic weapons, but you have to pay a $200 tax stamp in order to do it. And you also have to get ATF approval. So it's like a harder background check and you have to pay $200. Wowman542 says, did you guys get remonetized to receive donations? We did. So if anybody wants to do a super chat or a membership, that would be cool. Then Kingslayer says, if your biggest problem is you don't want your rights violated and you don't want us to have to pay to use our rights, that's not a problem, then should shut up. So I think, no, Kingslayer Damocles. What I'm saying is, you can get, as an American citizen, you can get a belt fed, you can get a full auto, you can get a forced reset trigger, which pretty much re-implements a full auto. Those just got approved. You can get the whatever, like the pistol braces that you can use as a stock. There's so many workarounds, and they're all cringe. Like I'll admit they're all cringe. Having to put a pistol brace on your pistol, which actually is effectively a short-barreled rifle, is cringe. Having to pay $200 in order to get a silencer from the government is cringe. I think that full autos should be regulated, but we could argue that a different time. And then force reset triggers get around full autos, and they're way better than bump stocks. So what I'm saying is, if you can pay your bills, which like 60% of the country can't do, if you can pay your taxes, which some of the country can't do because they're so poor they can't afford to, if you can engage in your hobbies and spend thousands of dollars on your hobbies, and you can argue about that, where you can spend money on your hobbies, you are materially and socially better off than 70% of the population. And while we should deal with these things on a principled basis, I think that you should prioritize what you give a shit about. That's what I'm saying. So if that personally offends you, I kind of knew that it would, but it is what it is. And I feel the way I feel, and you can feel the way that you feel. Dr. Zaya says, we're making hundreds of deals. No one has seen anything like it. Yeah, true. Fung Dark says, 90 deals in 90 days, 80 days in, and just concepts of ideals. Yeah, we have concepts of a plan right now. Kingslayer Damocles says, if someone had to pay $400 to invoke their fifth, would you say just get over it? Yeah. Kingslayer, obviously not. But at the same time, we don't have the same definition. You and I do not have the same perception of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says, A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But what the Constitution, or excuse me, what court precedent has said since that time is that since the Second Amendment does not specify the types of arms that can be borne and the right of the people to keep and bear arms and kept, then the states absolutely, before the Supremacy Clause, had the right to regulate what kind of weapons can be kept and borne. And then the federal government does have some ability to regulate. And then there's all these like theories of like what's in practice and a militia that's able to stand up against the federal government. What kind of equipment do they need in order to be able to effectively stand up against it? What's common in asymmetric warfare versus what's common in self-defense? What areas of like, public-private balance do we have where you can keep certain weapons in a private context, but carrying them in a public context doesn't make sense for the public safety, but you can have them in a range setting or a hunting setting. There's all these arguments back and forth, and Second Amendment absolutists just ignore 250 years of like legal argumentation. So it's not my fault that you're ignoring 250 years of legal argumentation because you think that your interpretation of the Second Amendment precludes the 250 years of, legal argumentation. That's not my fault. Razzle Smasher says, I like Dean when he did that Jubilee debate, but he's actually an okay debater. But I've liked him less and less ever since the microaggressions, et cetera. After the exchange, I think he's a weasel. I think his spine is made out of cartilage. It's very flexible. Don't you need an FFL for a suppressor? No, you can get you can either be a trust or you can sign up as an individual and you can get suppressors and full autos. I forget the exact details of it, but you can absolutely get it. I'll read a few more, and we do have another super chat. Thank you, Larry. I'll read yours momentarily. Silver Jacket Man says, I know in Finland they encourage silencers for most weapons. The Finns are big into hunting, but not a ton of space to do it, so they prefer to keep it quiet. Based. Larry, for $5, says, you should check out the Jermaine Thomas deportation case. It's the weirdest one yet. You've said that twice, so I'm going to write it down as something that I need to take a look at. Jermaine Thomas deportation case. And I'll try to do that at the end of this segment. Thank you for the donation, Larry. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll do one more, and I got to go.
Perfect.
Go for it.
Okay, so
I don't know why Dean is like Dean had the audacity to like call me a runner, and he's fine with debating Nick Fuentes, and apparently, you're worse
Here we go. Dean Withers segment. Let's go.
than Nick Fuentes. Apparently,
I am worse than Nick Fuentes,
I think
and I wear that badge with honor. Okay.
it's really unique. And someone in the comments was like, well, because Nick Fuentes makes him look good, but Destiny will make him look horrible. So
true.
no comment.
That sounds like a bully. Okay.
Sorry, what are these politics? Like, why is Dean not here?
Good question.
Because he bent the knee to the uber soy people.
Yeah, I'm sensing a bit of tension.
Right. I didn't know this was like therapy, like TikTok therapy session.
It can be. It can be whatever you like.
All right. Can it be like $1 million donation live, to fund my matcha purchases over the next few months?
Based.
That can be arranged.
Okay. Let's get that going.
That's no problem. Okay. Steven, how are you going?
I'm doing great. Hi, Court. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite fine, thank you. So what's the topic?
I don't know. I guess Trump stuff. I feel like Trump's kind of bungled things up pretty hardcore since he's been in office.
Here we go. I cede my
Dean. Get him, Dean.
time.
Yeah, just real quick. I don't know, Anne, I don't know why you're talking about me. I can't, debate right now because I got pizzas opened.
I got pizzas open. I can't eat 2 slices and then talk.
We're, getting ready to eat dinner. So I don't know, why you're, unprovoked bringing my name up and trying to create this,
I don't think it's
insane, mental image of, Dean running from Destiny. When I was, just getting pizza and sitting down.
You don't think? Okay, how do you think this works? When last time you and your maybe 1,000 followers came into my live, and then started complaining that I was running from you, because we were, the rest of my panel was uncomfortable having you up and just kind of wanted to move past everything. And I wanted to talk to you because you publicly aired some like grievance without actually being specific. But you had all of your followers in here telling me that I'm running.
Why?
So it's not okay if I say, hey, this is actually kind of strange. Like, you're okay with debating Nick Fuentes, but you're not okay with debating, Destiny, and you're calling me a runner. You haven't responded to my DMs. I know you get my DMs.
Do you think I just have like this, do you think I just have like this bot net of like mindless droids that follow whatever
Yes.
I say, and I just send out some command telling them to
unironically, yes. Unironically, yes.
Okay. That's like, it's kind of,
but you don't okay, look, Dean, I don't have any like personal, I don't have any personal shit with you, but I think it is kind of strange that you went out there and you said like, oh, well, I think you supporting Destiny or you supporting Z was kind of strange. And then I ask you, okay, like what was strange? What was weird about it? You don't respond to me in that chat. You don't respond to my DMs. You call me a runner in my own live and then won't come up and talk to me.
Wait, now you're trying to reframe why I called you strange?
I'm pretty sure I took a screenshot of it. You called me weird.
Yeah, wait, I called you weird specifically because you were just kind of like brushing off Z, making this baseless accusation against me, like using like the inward hard R as if that like isn't some type of thing that can be damaging to my name or reputation. That's why I called you weird.
We clarified that the time frame, like the truth of the claim was like the actual content of what you said was true, but it was further back than it actually was.
Wait, no, now you're even wrong now. The actual content of what I said was false.
You came, wait, it's not false.
Yes, it is. I've never used like the inward hard R in that.
Oh my God. All right. We're going full screen for this one. Okay. We're going full screen. All right. Chill, like the stream, super chats if you got it, engage in chat, and watch the VODs. Okay, so I know I'm on Valor Media Network. Okay, so I have to be valorous, but I'm gonna explain something to you real quick. I was born in the late '80s, and in the '90s and the thousands, effectively the culture was say whatever you want because sticks and stones might break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Whenever people got into fights, that's what the teacher would say. And in the thousands, we had characters like Eminem and holy crap, Sleepy Otaku. Thank you. I'm going to have to scroll up so I ignore your massive donation so I don't freak out. But the point is, God, you just screwed me up, bro. Thank you. You screwed me up. You screwed me up in an awesome way. Thank you. But the whole point is that we knew that words wouldn't hurt us. Now, of course, there was still fights between like friends of different racial groups where you say a slur, you say this crazy thing, that thing, or whatever, and we would fight. Sometimes it would be verbal, sometimes it would be physical, but it is what it is, and we would negotiate socially in order to see what it is. What it seems like now with the new age where social media has taken over, and you can 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you could get somebody fired for something they said on the internet, which I think is less of a thing now, because we've re-normalized saying whatever you want, is that the TikTok bros still feel like you can get canceled for saying bad words. And what I'm here to tell you is, in a time in which we're killing a lot of people internationally through incompetence, a time in which we are violating the Fourth Amendment of the United States, a time in which we're screwing with the First Amendment of the United States, this is not the time to care about whether or not somebody is edgy or said something cringe on the internet 5 years ago. Okay, it's not the time. So your prioritization is way off. That being said, I thought I was going to have this massive passionate rant, but I got a massive super chat and it totally screwed up my momentum. But thank you to the donor for giving me the massive super chat. I'm going to go read that, and then I'm going to scroll back up to Kingslayer Damocles. Sleepy Otaku with 100 euros. Good God, what a super chat. Hello, Mr. Rant. Do you have any tips for young teens or adults on how to navigate media consumption without falling into the extremes of either side? Since you did an awesome donation, I'm going to answer that first before I move into the next question. Vary your consumptive diet. It's very straightforward, but I'll explain it a little bit since your donation is so large. I feel like you should get a full answer. When I wake up, or when I used to consume news more frequently, I would read MSNBC, Fox, CNN, and Associated Press on the same story to see if there was like a variations in the way that it was presented. And what I found was Fox would always give you the right-wing bias. MSNBC would always give you left-wing bias. CNN and AP News were typically the least biased, and they would give you like a centerish, center-left vibe. And so what you'll find is you'll find the contradictions, and then you can resolve those factual contradictions. So you're not really able to, that's a lot of time to spend on one story, right? But sometimes there's a story that's important enough to do that level of research. My next recommendation is just vary your media diet through the people that you consume. So for instance, I want you to consume as much of my content as possible. I want you to watch all my VODs because I think I'm correct about a lot of things. However, I would recommend that if you're in the Twitch and YouTube political space, you should probably watch Steven as well. You should watch Pisco as well. You should watch I don't think you should watch Hassan or Vosh. I think they're too far gone. But the point is, you should also engage with dissident right-wing areas of the internet in order to understand what the steel man of your opposing ideologies are. That's my recommendation for your first question. For your second question, bonus meme. Why do you think, or who do you think could excel as an American president from the Warhammer 40K universe without their powers? Without their powers. Horus Lupercal pre-fall. He was an adept politician and a masterful warrior. He would not need to be a Primarch level in order to do it. Sanguinius would be an awesome president as well. I love Sanguinius. He's a mix of diplomat and military leader. I think that Gilliman would obviously be an excellent logistician. I think that he would make the international economy hum. He was in charge of 500 planets. He could easily be in charge of one planet. Yeah, I gotta say that's my top three, and then Perturabo would be funny. But Sleepy Ataco, seriously, we've had 3 donors so far: Silver Jacket Man, Larry Hutchinson, and Sleepy Ataco. Sleepy Ataco, thank you for your massive donation. It does mean a lot. Going back to Kingslayer Damocles before we get back into the chat, though, where's Kingslayer? He had a point about military weapons that I wanted to address before we get back. Where are you? There you are. So Kingslayer, nope, that's not the one. That's not the one. It's in here somewhere. Give me a second, chat. I'm sorry for delaying. It has, Miller said military arms are protected by the second. Okay, but Kingslayer, what military arms? So for instance, a Gatling gun, you can buy a Gatling gun from 1865 now without regulation because each twist of the knob is considered like a click of the trigger. So you can buy military hardware from 150 years ago. You can buy the M1 Garand, which is a semi-automatic 30-06 10-round rifle fed with a clip. You can buy an M1A, which is a military weapon. What you can't buy without regulation are tank shells and machine guns. And that's because they've said, well, in the interest of the public, we are going to heavily regulate these things. And you can still buy them, by the way, if you have enough coin and you can go through the right licensing, then you can buy it. And by the way, the Second Amendment alone is not sufficient for me to say a schizophrenic with $1 billion should have access to a nuclear device. I think that's it's a meme in the libertarian circles where they're like, well, I think if you have the money, you should be able to buy a nuke. Recreational nukes, lol. And then just imagine some suicidal schizophrenic who's having like overdosing on heroin is like, lol, I'm going to nuke the city I'm in as a shitpost before I die. And they wipe out a few 100,000 people. That's obviously dumb as hell. No one wants that. And libertarians who say that they want that, they're very, very, very dumb. So I'm sorry if that upsets you. I still love you as a chatter. I want you here. I'm not trying to piss you off, but that's the way I feel.
Oh my God, you use the N-word with an A. My bad.
I do all the time.
Based.
My bad. You said the N-word with an A. That makes it so much better, Dean.
It does.
That makes it, actually, I think like we should probably factory farm Z for that, for like mistakenly saying that you used it with an R without an A. Like, do you really think that that's important?
Well, obviously it was important enough for her to point out, like with excruciating detail, like 4 times. And I think that truth is important.
Look, and you
deny that truth is important.
I think there's a pointing out of hypocrisy, not necessarily like.
Like, look, you came up here, you addressed it.
Man, I'm not gonna like. I almost feel as if like
I was talking. Look. You're not gonna do this thing where you like don't let people interrupt you on your own.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! What's going on?
What's going on is that I was in the middle of a sentence, and you do this thing on your live where you mute people if they overtalk you. So I'm going to do the same thing. If you're overtalking me, I'm going to mute you. You came up here, you clarified the whole thing about saying. Actually, I don't even know if you fully clarified, but you said the whole thing about, oh, I didn't say it with an ER, I said it with an A, and then you dropped. But then you came into another comment.
Come on, TikTok.
Even though I invited you to talk about it publicly on another time, like this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, and he has to leave soon too.
Come on, let me know when I can talk.
Come on, TikTok.
As like pointed out, as if like it wasn't just simply the usage of the term, but like in so like derogatory, like in a derogatory manner, like against like a black individual, which is why the preface is like important to point out, right? Your reaction on live was to be like, oh well, maybe Z didn't know, like stop going so hard on Z, like Z doesn't have to, like bro, like of course.
I never said don't.
Wait. I thought that.
So this is why progressives and liberals, honestly, I think this is why most of y'all are here. Is because it's funny and cringe to watch this kind of stuff, but also we need to be realistically critical of this. Instead of talking, this is the Unfuck America tour, okay? This is liberals and progressives getting together in order to try to build enough momentum in alternative media to go out into the world and do real world things. Now, having drama is actually good because it's effectively marketing for the Unfuck America tour, right? Like having a little bit of drama between creators is actually good. However, this is why we know that we have to have drama in order to market politics, because what we should be talking about is, hey, we got 10,000 people in this thing. You know, we're going to Milwaukee for the midterms in order to canvass on August 8th in order to make sure people are signed up. That's like what we should be talking about. But instead, what we're talking about is Dean Withers' use of the N-word and whether or not it was with a hard ER and whether or not it was derogatory. Now, of course, we're watching that because it's funny, but is this going to help anyone win electoral power? Not unless it's just an outrage marketing strategy that's intentional. And I don't think this is an outrage marketing strategy that's intentional. There are some really important points in chat, though. So even though I'm interrupting the content flow, I want to address these chats. Val says, that's a very boring looking pizza. I agree. Cheese pizza as an adult? What's wrong with you? Okay. At minimum, pepperoni. Okay. And at maximum, veggie lovers, meat lovers, a supreme, which is a mix of veggie lovers or meat lovers. You know, I'm a pepperoni and pineapple guy. Not going to lie. I love pepperoni, pineapple, banana peppers. That's a huge deal for me. Love that. Dude, you know, this is a child's pizza. This is a boy's pizza. This is not a man's pizza.
Like, I thought we were doing interruptions.
Because you're fucking lying. I'm interrupting.
Oh, okay, so it's okay for you to interrupt me, but then when I interrupt you, you whine about it and say, this is what I do to everybody else.
Yeah, because you're lying.
Okay, well, go ahead.
You're lying. I never said don't go hard on Z. I just said, hey, here's what happened. Like, look, Z made a mistake. She corrected herself. You corrected her. I corrected her. Like, what is this?
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I told you that I disagree. Now, if you want to like continue to rehash events from weeks ago, I mean, feel free. We could like debate what we think is like true of like what you had said in relation to what Z had said. I'm sure that it will be like super productive back and forth that will like really unfuck America. But now,
you leaving the tour was actually unfucking.
Now there's like another interruption. Can we do this?
You leaving the tour was unfucking America.
Can we do this without any interruptions?
Yeah, we need a Ground News sponsorship. Ground News is a news aggregator that tells you political bias.
You're like, yeah. Well, I just want to know, do you think you're unfucking America right now? Like, you think you
fucking America right now? No, I'm fucking stuffing pizza in my mouth, and I'd love to stuff more down it, preferably where I don't hear people like you on live saying that I'm running from destiny when I'm just trying to eat dinner.
You are running from destiny. You went on live saying you wouldn't debate him.
Yeah.
Who is the right-wing honest commentator on YouTube? Me. If you need a MAGA person, I think that Rob Knorr actually believes his own bullshit. But he's been caught in a lot of shenanigans where, like, for instance, he was using like AI and lied about that. You know, there's just a few things there that I don't like. Andrew Wilson, believe it or not, he's honest. He's a total asshole, and he's a Christian nationalist and a Christian theocrat, but he is honest.
I said on live a while ago that I won't have a conversation with him. However, your comments that you made on the stream was in reference to the fact that I was in this stream and you're acting as if I was running from him right now today, when in all reality, I'm just trying to eat dinner with my girlfriend.
You are if you continuously refuse to talk to somebody who is open to talking to you, you are you are running. Okay. You would say that about anything.
Yeah, Destiny, do you feel like I'm running from you right now?
Real.
I do feel like you're running. We had disagreements on the stuff, and you ran from me.
I should wait. Ran or running, right? Because the preface of the question that I asked was like specifically in relation to this live and the fact that I don't feel as if I'm running from you because I'm trying to enjoy dinner with my girlfriend. And then people like Anne are sitting on the panel saying,
dude, he could have eaten 2 slices and come in 10 minutes, and then they could have like a full-on conversation. This is running.
Oh, Dean.
Oh, bro, I don't know if I can talk. I need to eat.
You better get up here. If you don't get up here, like
in the future, you said that on live. I won't debate him in the future. I'm not going to debate him now. Like that is running. Yes.
So once again, I've literally already reframed this conversation in a way that would hopefully make sense to you insofar as what you said. What you said on this live was that I'm actively running from Destiny because I was listening to the debates. Okay, yes, I was totally running from Destiny while I was in my car going to pick up some pizza. You know,
by refusing,
that is so
regardless of what you were doing, if you would have been sitting at home playing Fortnite on your fucking couch, you still would say, I will not debate Destiny even though I'm not busy right now.
Oh, okay. So you're basically saying that the reason that I was running wasn't because I was busy, but it's rather because if I wasn't busy, well, then I wouldn't have talked to him. And I'll just say the same thing that Destiny said a little bit ago. My grandma didn't have legs and had wheels instead. She would have been a bicycle. So, I mean, I don't know, but like I guess like the framing that I was like running from Destiny, like during this live, right, in the sense that what you had said right the moment before I joined, after I didn't type in the comment section for over 10 minutes, and I was just seriously listening.
I didn't say anything about you before the comments started saying that you were here and that you should.
So you're saying that you were provoked by the comments?
Yes, I saw the comments and I said, hey, if Dean's in here, then we should have him up.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, you were not like, hey, if Dean's in here, we should have him up. You're like, no, I find it funny that Dean is
No. I didn't fucking say any of that. The thing that I said was funny is that
why are you lying?
Like Nick fucking Fuentes. Why
are we like trying to change
the live
what
clip? You want to pull? Okay, let's just pull the live clip.
All right, I'm going to give you guys a free rhetorical tip. If you say the word you're about to have a bad conversation. All right. And the reason why, this is a classic debate rule that literally like 5 years ago, I was on a debate and they prohibited the use of the word you, which was excellent. And the reason why is because you can reframe someone else's arguments and say, well, you said this, and then they can say, well, you said that. And instead of talking about what you actually want to talk about, like, here's what I believe, tell me where I'm wrong. And then they say, this is what, well, I'm about to use the word you. This is what I believe, and this is contradictory to your perspective here. That's where you can have a productive conversation because you're just articulating what you believe and where you think that your perspectives come into conflict. Whereas if you're constantly trying to recharacterize what the other person said, you're effectively having a terrible conversation.
Yeah, for sure. Like the takeaway from what you'd said was not like, oh, Dean's in here, I wonder if he'll come up. No, the takeaway from what you said was, oh, like Dean debating.
Effectively, I want you to cringe as somebody said that they hate it when people say unironically. I do say unironically because the entire internet is irony poisoned. So I want you to know when I'm being sincere. However, I want you to cringe as hard when you hear the word unironically. I want you to cringe as hard when there's a debate that sounds like it could be good, and then somebody starts using the word you, and they recharacterize or mischaracterize their opponent's arguments.
Nick Fuentes, why won't he debate Destiny?
That's weird.
Like preluding to the idea that Dean's...
And the point that was made earlier is that a debate with Nick Fuentes would make Dean Withers look good, which it kind of did, and I admitted to that being true. Whereas a debate with Destiny... Number one, he would probably get stomped. Number two, he would probably be revealed to be like a gelatinous squid creature with no spine.
Running from Destiny, etc.
You'll debate a neo-Nazi,
now my fucking pizza's getting cold.
Liberal. Like, come on.
Now my pizza's getting cold.
Yeah, you'll debate a neo-Nazi, but you won't debate a liberal. I found that weird.
Okay. Once again,
look, since you're here, look, you've spent how much time on this panel now, and you won't talk to us.
Wait, I'm curious. Can I ask a question? What happened at dinner that made me such a horrible person?
Well, I wouldn't say it was necessarily like the sit-down conversation that we had. I mean, for the most part of it, I actually enjoyed the conversation that we had.
And by the way, this is a contradiction to something that he said on a different stream.
I would say it's like more that I learned about you from like in proximity to like your streams, and maybe some of the things that had happened before in the streams, a better understanding of like your idea, like of your like what beliefs you hold to be the case, like what you think is like best for the country, for the world. I don't know if like horrible person is what I'd say. I mean, I just think that you have like definitely some takes that I think are like pretty deplorable.
What do you think is like? I'm just curious. What's like my most deplorable take? We don't have to dive in everything. I'm just curious. What is my most deplorable take?
Like off the top of my head, like a couple things that like you find to be the case that like.
Or just the number one thing. It's the number one, the most deplorable thing.
I don't know if I've been able to like rank one on the spot. I mean, I'd probably say like some comments, beliefs as it relates to Israel, and then maybe like the usage of like particular words.
What's like the most deplorable comment I made about Israel? Or like the most deplorable opinion I have about Israel?
It's that the state of Israel should exist. I'll tell you the most deplorable thing that Steven said about Israel was he was hanging out with a bunch of IDF soldiers and he was like, hey, when you're vandalizing Palestinian homes, maybe don't video record it and post it to the internet. And then all the IDF soldiers laughed. Now, of course, like those are just like kids. They're like 18 to 22-year-old kids who are, you know, whatever. They might not even be infantry. They might not even be going on raids into Gaza or the West Bank. And even if they do, they're not necessarily the people who are vandalizing people's homes. But I would say publicly encouraging people to commit crimes, but not videotape those crimes because it's bad optics. It could be a joke, but it's also like that's not a great take, right?
I'm sure, like if I
like the more appropriate take would be, hey, when you guys go into Gaza, can you not like raid people's underwear drawers and smash their furniture and blow their shit up inside their house? Could you just stop like fucking with civilians so bad?
I would like go like pull up like various.
I'm not asking for like a clip. It's not like a make a syllogism of all the things. I'm just curious. Like, what is your impression? Like, I'm not going to sit here and ask you to pull a quote from me. I'm genuinely, I'm just curious.
That would be the quote that I wouldn't even soy out about it. I would just go, bad optics.
What is the horrible, deplorable opinion?
I mean, I feel like I've kind of gone into takeaway from your comments on your comments, etc., content, etc. That I'm pretty pro-Israel. You know, Israel's in the right, Palestine's in the wrong. We need to continue to be allies with Israel. You know, what the fuck? Like, what the hell is a conditional allyship? We should continue to send them money, guns, bombs, etc. Continue to kill the Palestinians, provoke Iran, create more global conflict. You know, drop more bombs and like violations of like the UN's principles and international law. ICJ sucks, etc. Like, I think that there's like kind of like a group of beliefs that I disagree with that I think would have like some negative implications, ethically speaking.
Okay,
but
that's close enough to an argument. I'll give Dean that. Like I would actually love it if Dean and Steven had a long, drawn-out debate on Israel-Palestine. That would be fantastic. He could be the Zio shill. He could be the Palestinian shill. And I'm pretty sure it would get quite spicy.
Have you heard me say any of these things, or have you heard other people say I say these things?
Probably a culmination of both. But if you're going to ask me for like a specific scenario where like you said one of these things, I want to be able to give it to you.
No, I'm not. I'm not here to pull quotes. That's like they do this here. Okay, I'm just curious. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, so, I mean, like, I don't know, like beliefs as it relates to Israel, and maybe like a couple other things, like you should just
like the rioting needs to fucking stop. If that means that white dipshit militias are mowing down protesters who are setting fire to buildings at 10 p.m. at night, then they have, at this point, they have my effing blessing. Maybe that quote. I mean, I agree with that quote, but I'm just saying maybe Dean Withers would have a problem with that quote.
Terms like I haven't heard you say this specifically, but I've heard like friends say this about you. Like, you know, I don't know if like you necessarily seem like much of a big deal with like the usage of slurs, and like maybe there's some like derogatory language that you don't really care too much about,
like the N-word.
There's like another one, I guess, and I feel like
or the R slur or the F slur.
That's a big section where we disagree with, but I mean that just is as it relates to like the beliefs that you talk about on live. Maybe like there's like a couple things that you've done like in your personal life that like would like make you have a bad character. I'm sure there's like a long list of those. So it's like a culmination of like the beliefs in which you hold to be the case.
The vibes are off.
Whether it's like politically speaking or socially speaking, and then like a culmination of facts of your character and prior actions.
That was the most boring way to say what he just said. That sucks. Thanks, Dean.
Okay, all right, just curious.
But like not Nick Fuentes though, not Nick Fuentes.
No, he has all those objections with Nick Fuentes, but he knows that he can look better in a debate with those characters. I'm going to check in with chat real quick, just because I parasocially love you. We are breaking 100 today, so love each and every single one of you. Please like the stream, engage in chat. We have lots of fun, cool, interesting people in chat. We did get remonetized, so super chats if you got them. We already got several donations, which is fantastic. Gray Jedi says, I know Jon Stewart isn't perfect, but he is amazing. He has called out his own side for decades. Also, his work with 9/11 first responders in Congress was breathtaking. Yeah, Jon Stewart seems like a good guy. Good guy. So, there's lots of schizos who don't like Jews in general, and they think that Jews think that goy, non-Jews are effectively like cattle and slaves. I don't think that Jon Stewart thinks that way at all. I honestly, even as like a Jewish identified person, I genuinely think that he cares about every single human being that exists. So I would cite Jon Stewart as a human being who is a Jew who doesn't have a Jewish supremacist worldview. Bakar Buriti says, hearing you talk about responsible spending reminds me of the article on r/Destiny that is pure rage bait. The family's revenue was $250K, yet they said they're poor. Yeah, the only way that $250K makes you poor is if you're living in like downtown. You're living in like Manhattan, downtown LA, or downtown Chicago, any major metro. That's the only way that $250K doesn't go far enough. And that also means that instead of getting a Nissan, you got a Mercedes, and your kids are going to private school instead of public school. So yeah, you could be broke bringing in $250K a year, but you're spending every dime that comes in on things that suck. Actually, I think the Garand has an 8-round magazine says conserve liberalism. I would not be surprised if I was wrong on that. Kingslayer says, the reason Miller decided the way what it was Miller died before the case and Miller's attorney didn't show. As a result, FDR's attorney lied to SCOTUS and said NFA items weren't military arms. Well, I mean, technically some NFA items aren't military arms. Like there's explosive devices that are used in a military context, but they're shaped a certain way, and they're not used in a military context. So there are NFA items that are prohibited that are not used by the military. Also, very oftentimes, the only thing that's used in full auto is machine guns, and then rifles in a, how do I say this? In an emergency context. Most of the time, rifles are fired in semi-automatic, even in a military context. Herger Berg says, a schizophrenic with $1 billion has access to our nukes right now, though. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Stan Franklin says, we need to guard individual rights with the doctrine of mutually assured nuclear destruction as God and James Madison intended. True. Kingslayer says, I'm sorry, but when half the country votes for a dementia patient to have access to nukes, so I'm not even sure the general public cares if mentally ill people have access to nukes. Kingslayer, what's funny is you're saying that probably about Biden, but that's how every anti-Trump person feels about Trump. Oh, man, you guys are crazy. Wow Man says, when the Un-F America tour only F's the U.S. further by wasting time litigating a single N-word use, this initiative sucks. No, they'll get it. They'll get it together. They'll get it together. What'll happen is they're going to use the drama of personalities as marketing to get people onto their live shows, and then they're going to motivate their live shows to go out and do volunteer work for the midterms. It'll work. PV. So I know a lot of people talk smack on PV, Progressive Victory, but the truth is that PV did have a good idea. I think they deployed their capital incorrectly. That's the only thing that's wrong with PV is they deployed their capital incorrectly. I think they spent too much on the creator program without enough guaranteed returns on investment. Whereas if they got the creators, they mentioned that they might do this, work on a per contract basis where they're basically paid in order to do certain events. I think that would have worked better than the way that they ended up doing the creator program where it was like a monthly stipend. And then also, I think there was some failures with them getting the content that was created into a system of editing and production that then allowed them to get social media influence as an independent entity. So that would be my criticism. But the actual idea of getting alternative media political influencers to get together for debates and meetups in order to build momentum around a political movement and then translating that momentum into real world action, that itself is a good idea. Pepperoni and green peppers. Yeah, that's not bad. R. Hickernell. True. Sen Patty says, what kind of pizza is it? Yeah, it just looks like cheese. Val says jalapeno, banana, pepper, sausage, grilled chicken, and mushrooms. Yeah, I could fuck with that. Afax says whining is such intense psychic damage. Holy chaos worshippers. Indeed. All right. Scrolling. Kuro uses lurk in chat. Is that a move, Kuro? Because I see you do that every single day. Is that like a mode? What does that do? All right. Old School says Rob using AI was a nothing burger. Destiny used to run like a little B word since he was losing. Interesting. The Ghost of President Sunday is possessing Dean right now. I didn't run, says Wowman542. True. Last couple, and then we'll get back into the content. Harmonic Fox says, I don't think Andrew Wilson is an honest person. Also, he tries imposing his Christian nationalist ethics on everyone else without living up to them himself. Lame. No, I think he's serious about everything he says. West Coast Girl says, you might be a chill conservative, Connor, but nothing says I make poor life choices like warm fruit on melted cheese. Based. All right. Back to the content. Called out.
Yeah, no, I definitely say that Nick Fuentes is worse than Destiny. I mean, anybody that would disagree with that is kind of crazy.
Right. But like you're willing to debate Nick Fuentes, but not Destiny.
You know, in retrospect, I probably wouldn't have debated Nick Fuentes. Like, if I could do it all again, I would probably like save myself like the time and the energy and the effort. Dude, those gripers, they fucking suck. Let me tell you, they're definitely a very hostile fan base.
Yeah. Interesting.
Wow, cool. Well,
I'm going to go ahead and drop it. Then once again, I mean, the reason why I came up here, and I don't really feel like you're too responsive, and was just.
Well, you called me weird. You publicly called me weird while all of your followers were in the comments.
Yeah, I did.
And then you wouldn't let me address it.
I did think that.
Wait, I'm curious. I'm curious. Just a quick, random, final question. Do you acknowledge that I've never said that we should call people like racial slurs, but there are other large leftist content creators? I won't say their names, but it rhymes with Asan.
Ooh, cracker discourse. Let's go.
Say that it's okay to call people certain racial slurs like Gusano or cracker.
I mean, maybe we could have a conversation about what a slur is. I don't know if like as it relates like against like white people in general, like cracker is going to be a slur. Isn't like that specifically a slur against like Irish immigrants?
I mean, even if it was a slur against Irish immigrants, is that still not a slur? Are Irish people not human?
Well, I mean, I'm like based upon like the historical connotation of this of the term. Like, I do think it was actually used as like a very derogatory term against Irish immigrants. But I mean, so like maybe like there's an arguable case there. But as it relates to like the usage in like broader society, I don't know if it like meet my criteria for what I consider to be a slur.
There are no slurs against white people at all. That's not possible.
I think that like the broader takeaway from you know, like what your question was as it relates to Hassan. I mean, I don't think that like Hassan's like a good dude either by any means. You know, I think that maybe that's misinterpreted about me a lot, is because like I'm not a fan of Destiny. This must mean that I'm a fan of Hassan. Now, like I think I've had like some civil discourse with him, but there's definitely also like some facts about him that I disagree with as well. I mean, I made that pretty public, like reacting to his content and whatnot. And as it relates to your question, same as like not.
So hold on. The definition that I'm pulling up, you know me, I love definitions. Is an insulting or disparaging remark or innuendo, shaming or degrading effect. Those are the ones that I'm finding most often. But I think we typically, in a modern context, we combine this with the term racial slur. And so it's just something that's insulting or disparaging remark or innuendo. Now, I'm not going to freak out about Gusano. I'm not going to like soy out about it. But obviously, like Gusano with worm has a Hispanic context that was used in a Cuban context in order to call Stephen effectively like a rich escapee of Cuba that what was capitalist because they were worms. They were inhuman monsters who profited off the misery and exploitation of people in Cuba. And so while you can say, well, Stephen deserves it because he's a capitalist and he's Cuban and he's this and he's that, you're not really denying that you're using a slur. You're just saying that the slur is accurate. And so if I used a racial slur in a different context, which I won't on this stream, but if I used a racial slur against a Hispanic person or against a black person, then I could still describe to you the way in which I felt like my slur was accurate when it came to referencing a certain person, but that wouldn't make it not a slur. That's the crux of the argument. And it feels like Dean and other progressives, they do this like power oppressed oppressor analysis in order to see who you can call racial slurs, which I think is totally cringe and counterproductive. Like the obvious answer here is, I think, from a progressive lens, this isn't my opinion, but it's close enough, I guess. Slurs can be worse used against different people in different contexts, but ideally, we just wouldn't call each other racial slurs in a sincere manner, right? We could use them as jokes. We could screw around with our friends, but we would never use racial slurs as a direct insult in a serious manner.
Not possible, like slur white people. Well, I mean, I'd say that like the term cracker probably doesn't meet my criteria for what a slur is, but I'm gonna go.
What about like pasty white boy or redneck or white trash or?
I mean, definitely.
These are all racial slurs. You can say they're deserved, but they're race-based or ethnic-based slurs. 100%.
Are there any slurs against white people or what?
A racial slur? I mean, sure. We could probably consider there to be like some slurs under like a particular usage of the term.
I
guess the reason why I'd be maybe against that idea is because when I think of like slur, I think it's something that's like enormously wrong, like invoking some like greater sense of oppression against an individual or a group of individuals. And I mean, like you could probably assume that I would like hold to a different depiction of like what racism is compared to what you do. And maybe like a reason why I'd be like less willing to use like the term slur in relation to like derogatory terms against white individuals is because I don't think that they'd like fit like a particular depiction of like being like incredibly racist or anything and like the harm that it would generate. But I mean, like I could definitely
would it be okay to use slurs against like
this line of thinking needs to be excised from the left. Okay, this line of thinking that you can engage in bad behavior as long as your bad behavior doesn't have that big of a consequence, it fractures any kind of political coalition building you want to do. If you want to tell me, like, hey, black people have been oppressed for 400 years, therefore, we can go ahead and riot and destroy downtown businesses because those people have insurance. Fuck you. I'm not a part of your political coalition. If you say, hey, in meetings, you can't even be microaggressive to black people by calling out that particular black people are being loud or boisterous or interrupting or they're late. So you can't point out any bad behavior because it has microaggressive connotations. However, they can use racial slurs against you because white people are not an oppressed class in the United States of America. Fuck you, I'm not part of your coalition. This entire line of thinking that Dean is representative of, where I don't know if he's like a social democrat or a leftist. I have no idea what his actual politics are as far as like economics go, but he's obviously a progressive. If that is your line of thinking, if you're a part of this chat, change your fucking thinking. Number one, because that thinking is dog shit. Number two, Democrats, liberals, and progressives who are not sub 80 IQ need to cut this out like cancer. It will kill you. If you are competing with Republicans who, let's face it, are saying all the craziest shit without consequence, but then they look at you and you say, within our coalition, you can treat certain people poorly based off of an oppression hierarchy that's going to be arbitrary, you're fucked. Your political coalition is going to implode, and it's not going to be politically efficacious.
Jewish people in the United States, since they're generally wealthier, more educated, don't experience like massive societal oppression or anything. And in the US, there are like no slurs against Jewish people.
Well, I mean, I think that there definitely is slurs that exist against Jewish people. I mean, I can think of a couple off the top of my head.
Why would they be?
Right, but they don't matter because they're not as socially oppressed as black people or Hispanic people. So if a black person or a Hispanic person or a Muslim person, by the way, is being anti-Semitic, it's not a big deal because Jews face less social. They experience more hate crimes, but as far as economics, social mobility, all that kind of stuff, they have it way better than blacks and Hispanics. So by your logic, can you not just be anti-Semitic and it doesn't really matter? And even if you won't say this explicitly in a TikTok live because you know it's bad aesthetics, you know it's bad optics, do you not see that carried out in progressive pop culture? Where they will be disgustingly anti-Semitic, but they will imply that it's okay because their targets deserve it. I remember when Hassan Piker unironically argued that random Jewish students being harassed in college campuses in America was okay because there was a genocide going on in Gaza. So you can walk up to a random Jewish person with the small hat on, and you can just start calling them all sorts of vile things because they are less oppressed than Palestinians and Middle Eastern and North African Muslims. You know, you can say, you can defend that to, I feel like if you defend that, you're just coping. You're coping that this isn't a thing.
Slurs, if they have like majority power status in the US, they're not currently being oppressed by any systems or laws or people.
Sure, I'll answer this question. However, after I answer this question, I'll probably go and eat my pizza before it gets cold. But I mean, I'll like give you.
My pizza! We just started talking about something interesting, but my cheese pizza without any toppings is getting cold. Oh God, I hate this guy.
Credit of answering a question before I head off. The reason I'd be like more willing to classify maybe like the K word as a slur against like Jewish individuals, but not like cracker as a slur against white individuals, is because like, you know, like the origins of the term was definitely like used as like an incredibly oppressive term to like further the dehumanization of like Jewish individuals, and like aided and abetted in like their systemic like slaughter. But I mean, as it relates to like the term cracker, you know, like what's like the historical usage of the term as it related to some like greater system of oppression to like systemically slaughter white people?
Okay. It hasn't been used in order to systemically slaughter white people. There's two origins of cracker that I know of. Actually, there's three. So the most woke one is that it's referencing white slave drivers who were using whips in order to whip black people. I've heard that it's been used in reference because Florida Cracker, we have a beer here created by a local distillery that's called Florida Cracker. So I don't think they would, and they're kind of like a progressive company. So I don't think they would be making a beer named after slave drivers. Cracker is in reference to cattlemen, people who run cows. So it's kind of like another word for cowboy. So it's like white associated, kind of country associated, whatever. But the way that it's used in a modern context is gross and racist, where they say like, oh, your skin is like that of a saltine, you white ass, albino cracker. And then also, I'm just going to remind you of this, even if you're like, oh, Connor, that's not fair. I don't care if you think this is fair. December 31st of 2016, an 18-year-old mentally disabled male was dropped off by his parents at a McDonald's in suburban Streamwood, Illinois, where the victim wanted to meet Jordan Hill, one of the perpetrators. So he goes to meet his friend downtown. 4 people kidnap him, and they beat the shit out of him, and they're screaming, fuck Trump, fuck white people, and they're calling him like a fucking cracker while they beat the shit out of some autistic kid. If there was a reverse raced incident like this, the entire country would have burned for 6 fucking months. Okay? If there was an incidence of 4 white people kidnapping a random black, there would be nationwide fucking riots. So the fact that this happened, and we have fucking Dean Withers over here being like, well, my systems. I'm just going to say it. This might not be very progressive for Valor Media Network. Fuck your systems. Okay. If your systems allow you to excuse this behavior and be like, oh, well, you know, they're just kids. They were just playing around, which is something that one of the cops said, then I don't give two fucks about your system. And I think it needs to be ripped apart. And so this, whatever allows people to minimize this behavior, I'm going to rip apart. And fuck you for believing it even for 30 seconds. Checking in with chat before Dean Withers leaves for his cold cheese pizza. Eric Dom says, just came in. Is it true that Dean Withers is only 20? Just Googled and the website says so, because I cannot honestly look down on him in that case, certainly not nearly as much as I want to. That's okay that Dean's young, right? Even if he's not 20, he's probably a fairly young guy. And he can learn and mature as he gets on. 5 years from now, if he has like a more mature political perspective, then I'm not going to hold his young, cringe, progressive bullshit against him. However, that doesn't mean that you just let him say whatever he wants to say. Like, this is cringe and has terrible implications. Conservative liberalism says, I love that a bunch of Zoomers think they have to have what it takes to un-F America if only an abundance of hubris could move the ball forward. True. Honestly, politics would be a lot easier if like ego drove politics in a positive way. Sacred Snow says, this dude is so worried about optics that he needs to cut off Harry and the other guy, but can't recognize how spineless the un-F America makes him look or how he seems when he cries about his pizza. Yep. But Connor, what if they are civilosexual? I don't know what that means, but it sounds like what I am. If it means being sexually attracted to civilization, that's what I am. Eric Dom says, I might be underestimating Withers, but I doubt he knows much about Israeli-Palestine. No, I think he probably knows. Jack Darko says, as opposed to 10 p.m. in the morning, Connor. Hey, it was almost a direct quote from Stephen Bennell II himself. Okay, Jack Darko, I was doing my best to remember it. Conservative liberalism says, bro went from you have some bad takes to sometimes you say naughty words. Yeah, which is so cringe. And he can say, like, Stephen has bad takes sometimes, but you should be able to say what they are. Sycamore says, check out Vosh Medi cop video I sent you on Discord if you have time. Yeah. We're not going to have time today, but let me add that because that does sound like fire content. The, what is it? Vosh Medi Hassan CCP, not cop. I'm just blind. Justin says, good morning to you. Candace was cooking with natural theology. Well, we'll see that later, won't we? All right, back to it.
Is systemic slaughter the baseline for when you consider a thing a slur or not?
I don't know if it's going to be necessary, but in this sense, it would be sufficient. And like, I just don't know.
Should I be able to call? What about like African immigrants? Should I be able to call African? Should I be able to call African immigrants the N-word as long as I don't use the N-word against like African Americans? Like if somebody goes from Nigeria or Kenya, like these aren't like African American slaves in the United States. Is it okay against them since they have a different background and that word wasn't used to like systematically oppress and enslave those specific nationalities? Or
I did tell you that I was going to head off after the last question that you asked me.
All right, that's fair.
Well, I feel like you're running.
Okay.
However, I don't mind like answering one more.
Yeah, go for it. You can have the last word on it. Go for it. I won't ask you another one.
If that makes any sense. So, I mean, yeah, as it like relates to usage of like the N-word. So like, yes, this is going to like be sufficiently defined as a slur because of like the oppression of African Americans inside of America. However, like I'm sure that there's like various other reasons why we'd say that is still considered a slur to use that against like African individuals that didn't experience the oppression of like an African American in American history. And I wouldn't mind like going through those reasons with you. In fact, you know, like what I will say is it might even be useful to like have more critical dialogue on like why words are slurs or derogatory in general, like why it's wrong to use these words, and why like large groups of people shouldn't use these words regardless of the context or intent. And the reason why I'd say that would be beneficial is because I do feel like for the most part, a lot of individuals.
I'll delegate that to other people, and I'm just sitting here.
Destiny, you're no longer running or whatever. As long as you're going to stop this thing about like calling my defense of Z weird and then, you know, not letting me respond to it, and then having your fan base like call me a runner for that. I think that's a little bit hypocritical.
I mean, what's hypocrisy?
Look, when you're saying, when you're holding one standard that you're also not going to apply to yourself.
So what's the standard?
The standard was making a claim about me and not letting me address it, and then calling me a runner when I said, hey, we can't talk right this second, but we could talk in a future time.
Wait, even the two things that you just said contradicted themselves, because you said on one hand that I made a claim against you and I didn't let you address it, but on the second claim as
Right.
me, like calling you a fucking runner, that's because you told me that you wanted to talk to me. I was like, okay, I'm going to let you address these things. Let's have a conversation. And then you backed out. So
I gave
Even
you,
those two
okay,
claims
hold on. That's not me backing out. I gave you the exact reason. Do you remember the reason that I told you that I couldn't talk to you right that very second? Just like you say, okay, well, I scroll in live and I see these fucking rando, like F-tier debaters on TikTok, and
Oh, my pizza's getting cold.
they always think that I'm running from them because I'm not coming up to debate them. Well, that's exactly what you did to me. Was I said, okay, like, look, we can talk about this now. I talked with the rest of the people on the panel. They said, hey, no, we don't want to talk to Dean right now. And, I had further discussion with them, and they said, actually, you know what? It's fine. Maybe have Dean on. 10, 15 minutes later, and you said, no, I can't debate now.
Oh, okay. Well, given the additional context, you didn't run.
Okay, look, so that's fine. Look, I won't call you a runner. Don't call me a runner, and don't call me a weirdo publicly without talking.
I definitely don't take back the weird comments, but I will take back the runner comment given the additional context you just provided.
Wait, I gave you I gave you that context initially, but that's neither here nor there.
Hey, Dean.
He really does feel like he changes what he says based off of what I think will be accepted within the room, which is like a weakness. It's a rhetorical weakness.
I'm just wondering, do you think it's weird that you're not trying to build electoral power when we have Trump in office right now?
So based.
I think it's weird that I'm not trying to build electoral power.
Wait, you don't think that that's weird?
No, I just repeated the question that you asked me.
Okay. I'm glad that you know.
Oh God, I got myself trapped in a conversation. Jesus. My pizza
My pizza's getting cold.
is officially cold, and I didn't even get around to the sim invites.
So I guess you can stay longer then, since your pizza's already cold. Dude, I don't give a shit about this guy's pizza. I really don't. He could have eaten 2 slices and come onto the stream. All right, I'm gonna check in with chat because Dean Withers is pusillanimous in my opinion. DD22E says hundreds of thousands of people left Cuba. If they were all rich, then Cuba must have been richer than Japan. I think the accusations are not that Stephen's family was rich, or I don't know whether or not they were rich, but I think their grandfather did have a sugar plantation. So whether or not he had slaves work it, I think slavery was banned in Cuba in the 19th century. I have no idea about like Cuban race relations and social hierarchy and what like post-slavery Cuban agriculture was like. I have no idea. No idea. Lawson Harrison for $5. Thank you kindly for the super chat, King. Says, I would say these are all racial slurs, but that not all slurs are created equal. Indeed. DD22E says, real slurs, by the way, was like prejudice against Irish people was real. Sure. And that's the thing, man. It's like whatever behavior allows you to just be bigoted as shit is wrong and evil. As an example, we brought this up because we had Slur's discourse. I feel like TikTok progressivism is 2 years behind Twitch and YouTube politics as far as discourse goes. Because I remember it might have been as long ago as 2023, maybe even 2022. It was back when Rose Wrist was making content. Okay. Rose Wrist for the real OG heads. For me, that was yesterday, but realistically, that was several years ago. I think Rose Wrist or somebody in Rose Wrist's orbit came up with the argument of, okay, well, in the United States, according to progressives, we have this racial hierarchical system where whites are privileged above other races. Northern European whites are privileged above Mediterraneans, above Hispanics, above blacks, et cetera, et cetera. Well, in China, that system doesn't exist. If anything, it's a Han Chinese supremacist system. So if you're flying to China, at what point in the flight can you start calling Chinese people Asian slurs? And there has never been a single good response to that line of argumentation. No one has come up with a good line of argumentation for that. They've tried to be like, oh, well, the international system is still that of white supremacy. But like, then it's like, okay, but you're not in the international system anymore. You're in the Chinese system, and it's a local system, and it's a regional system. And in that system, being white is not supreme. Being Han Chinese is supreme, or being Japanese is supreme. But being Han, being white, being Caucasian is not held in high regard. So yeah, like that's where this entire line of like racial supremacy falls apart. Sacred Snow says, bro, just eat your effing pizza and debate. Destiny eats all the time. Yeah, there was this thing with Ben Burgess where he was reviewing one of Destiny's debates and Steven was eating pizza while he was debating. And Ben Burgess was like, oh, this is the pizza stratagem. It's a debate tactic. It's a sneaky debate tactic so you can dismiss your opponent. It was awesome. All right, just a couple more and then we'll get back into it. Jonah Boy says he's just making an excuse to dip out before Destiny can own him. Lol. Yep. DD22E says, yeah, but you shouldn't use them. I mean, I think you can use racial slurs in a comedic context. You shouldn't use them in an insulting context. Sarah says, I don't believe in white people in my mind. There are pale humans, like, for instance, Russians are Asian and are pale. Europeans are pale. Call an African black and they will correct you. Okay. Wait, Jack Darko says, wait, but what was the autistic kid wearing? Yeah. Groovy McCrout says, hot take, kidnapping and racially motivated violence is bad. Yep. Leonidas Vazura says, leave it to Connor to give the lore on any given slur. True. Doesn't this motherfucker have a microwave? Right. Or even an oven, dude. You can reheat pizza in an oven and you don't lose all the moisture. John says, as a progressive, I'm annoyed by the Dean Withers of our wing. Yep. All right, just a couple more. Justin says, if this is a discussion liberals are having, they deserve to lose. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, and Justin's a groiper. He gets it. Seraph says, Destiny, watch Trevor Noah. If you call an African an American slur, they use it against you. Yeah. I love slur panels. Justin, you should go watch the N-word panel with Cormentine and Destiny from like 5 years ago. It's some of the funniest content on the planet. Because effectively, two really woke progressive guys grill Destiny about using the N-word for like 2 hours. And it causes Destiny to lose his friendship with a creator called Trihax and to also have like an implosion with Hassan Piker. Classic content. So amazing. All right, then I'm going to read this one and then we're going to get back to it. Hug Michelle for 50 sec. Thank you, King. Bless thy personal transportation vehicles, machine spirit, and the will of the Omnissiah. Thank you, Hug Michelle. It's weird that you say it. I actually went for an oil change yesterday, and there's something more complex going on that I had to sit there for 2 hours in order to fix. So thank you for blessing me with the 50 sec, and therefore I will turn around and subsidize my blessings of my vehicle with your 50 sec. Void Parrot says, that civilio-sexual joke was in reference to what you said about the IDF soldiers. Gotcha. All right, last two. Sacred Snow says, Dean is cozying up to the far left. I'm pretty sure he's worried about being his chicken and waffles with a Nazi moment. Maybe, and I would not be surprised if he does not become a Hassan Piker orbiter, but still tries to absorb Hassan Piker's audience in the TikTok scene. I would not be surprised if that was his play. Lawson Harrison says, Cotter, as a white guy and a lover of slurs, I feel very underrepresented in self-applicable slurs to my whiteness. Should we not try to fix this? Well, boy, do I have a solution for you. There's something that I found via the website Bing. So if you go to Bing, racial slur, I typed in racial slurs on Bing, and I love Bing, by the way. You should Bing it. Now, they fixed it. But here it is. The rsdb.org racial slur database, Lawson Harrison. I am taking time out of my day just so I can educate you. The racial slur database lists every ethnicity and race that you can insult. Afghans, Antarcticans, Asians, Balkans, Black Russians, Bulgarians, Central Americans, Danish, Eskimos, French, Guatemalans, Hispanics, Indonesians, Jamaicans, Koreans. Look at all this. Look at all this. Ukrainians, Spaniards, Scots, Serbs. Dude, the world is your oyster. So I recommend that you go to rsdb.org and you look up your favorite racial slurs and have a blast. That is my recommendation to you. Back to the content.
No, I wouldn't say that's weird. No.
You don't think that that's weird, and you don't think that that's like a little bit of a privileged take.
So I wouldn't say that it's weird that I'm not like delegating a lot of my focus to like a very specific task to build electoral power. On one hand, I'd say like doing so ground up into investment in like electoral power. Like I'd say just because like I have like particular interests that maybe other people like in like the political ecosystem don't have. That doesn't make me weird. Like I'm pretty sure that like a functioning political ecosystem on the left would like include like a diversity of interests and actions, such as like a group of people over here like focusing on building an electoral power, and then a group of people over here maybe like focusing on trying to convince people on the other side of the aisle that they're wrong, and then maybe like a third group of people focused on like educational content, and maybe like a fifth group of people focused on like building the left up by, seeking
I get
out
what you're saying, but I think it's weird to focus on taking down people that are trying to build electoral power when we're meant to all be on the same side. That's what I think is weird. I don't think it's weird that you have different interests. That's fine. But when you're in the comment section of every single live trying to tear us down, that's the part that I think is weird.
Wait, when you say like tear you down, you mean like critique you?
Yes, you idiot. Get on board or shut up.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What do you mean by tear you down?
Well, in the way that, do we have to go over the entire events of the last month, or?
You're like talking about like all my critiques of you. No, I don't think that like that's weird. I mean, I think it's like totally fine for me to say that I worked with somebody. I really didn't enjoy working with them. Here's like a handful of things, X, Y, and Z, which they did when I was working with them, that I didn't enjoy, that I thought were wrong. And like when addressed, like accountability was not seen. So now I'm gonna divest my
Yeah, so you're sapping energy away from the movement that's focusing on electoral bullshit. Dude, fuck Dean. Okay? I'm gonna say it. Fuck Dean Withers for this. All right? Listen, I get it. He's a kid. He's trying to virtue signal to the girlies. That's what somebody was saying, is he's trying to get young progressive girlies to think he's cute, and he's trying to get famous, and he's just using politics as an avenue to get there, and he's an okay debater and blah, blah, blah. But dude, if there's half a dozen to a dozen creators who are trying to capitalize on alternative media energy in order to get volunteers to participate in the midterm elections, meanwhile, I could list Trump's sins, but I feel like I'm going to bore you to death. The point is, your priorities are incorrect if the way that you spend your time is by going into their chats in order to criticize them over 2-month-old drama. What a loser. What a nerd. What happened to Trihex, says Ensort? Well, as far as I know, he kept creating, but Trihex and Destiny were friends, and they actually had a collaborative podcast together for a while. And what happened was Trihex said like, oh, well, if you joke about the N-word, I don't really care. Well, Steven had that perspective in public that like, if I joke about the N-word in private, nobody else should care. And then a bunch of progressives, including Hassan Piker, Cormentine, and some other schizo, I forget his name, but he said he was from the streets. He was from the street left. I hated that guy so much. But those three guys, James Cash Cole, something like that. But anyways, they rhetorically jumped Destiny on a panel and just called him like a piece of shit for using the N-word in private. And Destiny actually did a pretty good job competently defending himself rhetorically through the ambush. And then that imploded Steven and Trihex's relationships, because Trihex wanted Steven to come out and apologize for saying the N-word and being a racist and this, that, the other. And Steven was like, no, fuck you and fuck your feelings. Vince Wilson says, I moved from Twitch panel debates to TikTok debates a while ago, and I find them actually more enjoyable because there are far more normies and it feels less debate bro than Twitch poll panels. Based. Eric Dom says, the funny thing about the Cormentine debate was also how the other guys suddenly started talking about Yakubian energy. Yeah. In Destiny, revealing himself as way more racist than Tiny. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it could have been just a joke, but Yakub is like a black Israelite thing who says that, what is it? It's like some like super, he's basically Xenu for white people, for Scientology. Yakub is like an evil mad scientist who invented white people to torment the planet. So pretty funny. For research purposes, what's that URL again? I think it's rsdb.org, the racial slur database.org. rsdb.org. Conservative liberalism says, click Antarcticans. I want some slurs to use against penguins. Nope. You got it. Yep. Yep. May I suggest Yakubian ape? Yes, exactly. Bog brother. Yeah. You guys are having fun with RSDB. Excellent. My work here is done.
Interests. And, you know, like, I hope that they're able to have success, but at the same time, I really hope that they could, like, kind of realize like, the wrong decision they've made, and maybe, like, take accountability and just recognize that they can make better decisions in the future. Like, I don't think it's, like, weird for me to like, do any of those things.
Yeah, I think it's weird 2 months later that you're still like obsessed with being in the comment section and giving your opinion on something that you claim that you moved on from.
You think it's weird that 2 months later I'm obsessed with being in the comment section? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because essentially, if we're all on the same side and we're all trying to build electoral power in whatever way that we're trying to do that, whether you're doing it through debates or there are people.
In like seemingly like, you know, the Unfuck America tour has now become like marginally less efficient. These like Anne's takeaways saying, well, let's no longer focus on like Stephen debating Trump supporters or maybe what the Unfuck America tour is about, and let's rather focus on the fact that Dean Withers is in the comment section running from destiny.
You think you think us hosting like 3 lives a week is me focusing purely on you? Girl, I do not think about you. I want you to know that. I genuinely, unless you comment in a live, I don't think about you.
Anne couldn't have said it better myself. Z, go ahead and take what Anne said, but instead of it being Anne directed towards Dean, make it Dean directed towards Z.
I don't understand what you're saying. All I'm asking, Dean, is honestly...
That one was easy.
Honestly, Dean, though, I don't understand this like need to be in such opposition to what we're doing. Like, if you don't like it, that's fine. Just say, wait, who cares, right? Like, just move on.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, such strong opposition? Dude, I voiced my concerns. I made it very clear where I...
Oh, your concerns are so cringe. Vince Wilson says, the biggest downfall of the online left is the drama farming. The online right does far less drama farming and rally around each other and make conferences and stuff. The left needs to do way more. Vince Wilson, I don't think that we're going to get around that. As a matter of fact, I think so much of online politics, Twitch and YouTube politics, is effectively drama, that you just need to use drama as marketing. Okay? So the problem is that the left actually does, when they burn a bridge, they burn it permanently. Like Pisco and Steven, I don't think they're getting back together. And the reason why they're not getting back together is because Pisco was so strong in the early parts of the Destiny drama and was like, I can't associate with him anymore personally or professionally, blah, 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 blah. And it sucks, but da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And so Steven's going to be like, okay, wow, fuck you. You know, like, you know, you couldn't even wait for details in order to say you totally disavowed me. Even if I fucked up, you know, that's kind of fucked up that you were so ready to backstab, which is funny because it goes to, I think it's height. What does he talk about? Like the temperament or the morality, the moral foundations of politics. I forget what he talks about, but basically he says that like lefties don't have a lot of loyalty. And so the truth is that like, you don't need to have maximal loyalty. You don't need to be loyal to people who are bad. But what you need to do is you need to come together around electoral shit. Because what's worse, Stephen allegedly leaking homemade pornography without consent, or 250,000 people allegedly already dying as the result of the cuts to mosquito programs and HIV? I'm going to go ahead and say that like I could work with Stephen towards an electoral result because I think what the Trump admin is doing in these 4 years is so destructive to the world that it's worth associating with potentially nefarious characters in order to achieve a result. And by the way, right-wingers, they'll be the first ones to jump in a chat and be like, oh, you're associating with these pieces of shit. Fuck you. You're such a hypocrite, et cetera, et cetera. But who do they simp for, right? They simp for Andrew Tate, known sex trafficker. They simp for Candace Owens, who is a massive piece of shit, race realist, anti-Semite fucking piece of shit. And she sweeps for Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes sweeps for Andrew Tate. And Nick Fuentes attacks everybody else on the right. What else is it? Like Charlie Kirk hasn't had anything personal come out about him, but the dude's an idiot. So, and then I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, Steven Crowder. He like, we all saw that video of him like badgering his wife because she wouldn't handle dog feces, and she wouldn't go to the store in order to pick him up some steaks and some chicken nuggies on his day off. Meanwhile, he's a multimillionaire. Why don't they have 2 cars? Like seriously, like if I was sitting on $3 million cash in my checking account and my wife and I are fighting because I can't go get my cigars and my steaks, I'm not arguing with my wife about she needs to go do my chores for me. I'm going to buy a car and go to the store and get my own cigars and steaks. What the fuck was that, by the way? That was legitimately some like weird schizo bullshit. But anyways, my response to your comment is the left can keep drama farming, but they need to use it as marketing. That's it.
I made it very clear where I think
you did. You made it very, very
and
clear.
Ever since then, I mean, you haven't seen me like with like fucking like pitchforks and like a 7-hour live every day, like saying, "Oh, the Unfuck America tour needs to go." Like, no, I voiced my concerns, I gave my critiques, and like honestly, at this point, I've kind of disengaged. However, like I haven't like thereby like fallen from the positions that I've hold, and I don't know, like you just kind of sound butthurt.
Disengaged.
Dude, and this is another TikTok thing where they're like, "I'm not mad, you're mad." Be mad. It's okay to be mad. Just be mad. Say, "Oh, you sound mad." Yeah, you made me mad. You said something incredibly stupid. I'm mad now. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I guess it's very clarifying to me that you said that you're not really here to build electoral power. So that's actually answered a lot of what my questions were, because I thought that you were. So the fact that you're not, okay, that's fine.
Okay, now you're just equivocating. So what I specifically said is I'm not relegating like most of my focus into building like a ground up foundation dedicated to like holding
up other woke freaks. Yeah.
Electoral power via like hiring like canvassers to get out there and get individuals registered to vote. And then I went on to like give an explanation of like the political ecosphere and how like my interests more so align with like A, educational content, and B, debate content, insofar as informing individuals on the left and trying to get individuals to go from the right to the left. And like your takeaway from that is that, oh, I'm just not focused on electoral power at all. Like, what do you ultimately think that what I do amounts to? It amounts to more electoral power by convincing more people of progressivism, right?
Yeah, to convince more people to have gelatinous spines and cartilage that collapse the moment you receive criticism. Yep. Yeah, you're building power for sure.
Now, what I was just simply stating was that the method in which I am using to build more electoral power on the left is not going to be identical to the method in which you're asking me if I think it's weird that I'm not doing, which is building up a ground up foundation to like get people to get out there and vote, maybe like a PAC.
That's not all of what building electoral power means, Dan.
Okay, well, that's not all of what building electoral power means. Like referring to
it also just means building out an infrastructure of people that want to support each other, like what the right does so well. We've had this conversation in private before. You did agree with me when we did have this conversation.
I've agreed with you.
Yep, that the left is far too cannibalistic. Absolutely. Brandon Zero says, you know that video Destiny tour you wanted to watch last week? The video is up and is on Pangburn's channel. That event was 10 times better than the one you watched where the new one wasn't available. We'll keep it on the docket and we'll add it for sure. You
in private that we shouldn't tear down anybody on the left. I don't think so.
You agreed with, no, not that. You agreed with me that the right does that very well, that they help each other to build electorally throughout their right media infrastructure.
Oh, that the right does that well? Oh,
yes.
Fuck yeah, the right does that well.
And the left doesn't, right?
I would say that the right does it better than the left. However, I don't think that opens the door into essentially saying that the left just needs to, accept any action from any person at any point in time, regardless of what that action is. And I think that is a massive jump that you make that I don't support. And in fact, I'd even argue they don't truly make that jump. Because if you truly made that jump...
Swift Return says Destiny's a pedo. Google it if you don't know. The only pedo stuff that I know is that he has a chatter. I forget what her name is. And she was like, oh, I have pics of me when I was 10. And then he was like, send him to me. And then he said something gross afterwards, which is like totally inadvisable and cringe. And by the way, here's the thing. I love Steven. I want to be his friend. I want to go shooting again. I want to hang out. I want to go to the Warhammer store. Want to play video games, all that kind of stuff. So this has nothing to do with that. But I think Steven has maintained a position that he can say crazy shit on the internet as long as he's making money and entertaining people and pushing his politics and having a good community and all that kind of stuff. I think he's maintained that for a really long time. I think it is unsurprising. This is recent drama, and I'm going to try to be as sanitized in my description as possible. I think it's unsurprising that Steven's teenage son is doing very edgy stuff on the internet. I think that's unsurprising. So, I wish him luck. I hope he's able to reel Nathan back in and Nate stops being so crazy on the internet. But I think it's unsurprising that Steven has been using outrage marketing for a long time, and his son seems to be following in his footsteps. Mr. Hater says, Destiny is a scumbag. He, along with feminist Lauren Southern, try to frame Rollo Tomasi. Well, that's because Rollo Tomasi is a dumbass. So what they did, as far as I know, it was part of their misinformation campaign in order to make their critics look stupid, is they pretended to have like pregnancy or paternity papers that they sent to Rollo Tomasi proving that they had a kid together. And it was part of, I think, I could get the details wrong, but I think it was effectively like kind of a gay op to show that the red pillars who were insinuating that they were having a relationship would buy anything bad about them. Now, of course, there ended up being an element of truth that we all found out later, but that's part of the reason why I don't do gay ops, is because they're lame. Rick Montana says, white knighting gossipy grandma Rollo unironically, lol. Yeah, that's the way that I felt about that comment. Thung Dark says, people that watch Dean are the type to vote third party over Israel-Palestine. True. They're Hassan Sims. Jonah Boy says, see, there it is. Dean's not here to do politics. He's just building up an audience so he can laugh his way to the bank. Yup. He might, at the end of the day, be like, vote blue no matter who, just because Trump is so bad. But if your vote doesn't count in a blue state, then I'll understand because Israel-Palestine is so bad. Like, yeah, I bet he would be that kind of guy. Marco Tolo says he shared swimsuit pics of a 15-year-old in chat to brag about. Oh, okay. Well, so sorry that Steven's a pedo now. We have to disavow him. We have to disavow him because 15 years ago he did that. Gross. All right, gross. Gross. Connor and Destiny playing 40K would be gold content. True. Shaved Dog Butt says, I watched the entire interview. I feel super bad Nathan is falling into the same trap I did in middle high school. Yeah, seems like he's saying edgy things for attention. So, which is like, listen, we all did that, but you're going to look back at it and you're going to cringe. I look back at my MySpace profile and I cringe at my MySpace profile. I look back at some of the things that I said to my friends in high school and college, and I'm like, ugh, that sucked. Why did I say that? Ugh, gross. So, I mean, we all go through it, but the truth is that let's just say he's staking out a really hardcore position that he's probably going to cringe at later. So, Yep. So I wish Steven the best with his boy, and I hope his boy realizes that getting negative attention on the internet is not all it's cracked up to be. Oh, that's cool. Deus Halcyon says that you bumped into Lauren on Friday. That's cool. Tell her I wish her well. We don't talk as much as we used to, but that's just because I'm a married man. I should only talk to people. Talk to women when it's a professional capacity. And so, yeah, I hope she's doing good. Red Cordy U says, Rollo is dumbass grifter, so it's not surprising people thought he was lying, plus it's possible he just made it up. I thought it was a gay op that they confirmed. But anyways, Brandon Zero says, Connor, you only look back at MySpace, dog. I look back at Morse code. Based. All right, sorry, back to the content.
Of saying that the left is so like poor in the sense of building out electoral power and pulling people together, and the right is so good at it. Therefore, the left just needs to concede any and all, forms of like criticism, red lines, etc. I
love how they always say it's just criticism too. It's like, oh, we're just criticizing. We're just trying to make you better.
Are you criticizing me right now?
Well, there's a way to do that behind closed doors, which is what I'm sure they do on the right all the time.
Yeah. Wait, Z, we're not behind closed doors right now. You should stop criticizing me so we don't hurt the electoral power of the left.
I'm not criticizing you.
Oh, you're not criticizing me?
Yes, you are.
I mean, we're pointing.
Like me saying my opinion.
Okay, so the more followers you have, the less you should criticize.
Well, also, Dean, I tried to have this conversation with you in private before you went on a live in front of 10,000 people, saying that I should not. On a live in front of 10,000 people, saying that I should.
Conversation with me in private, and then I went on the live. That sounds like a criticism to me.
That's the truth.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's okay to criticize individuals insofar it's the truth. Well, I mean, that's what I'd say to you, Z.
I don't know what you're saying at this point. I think you're lost in the sauce.
That was incredibly easy to track. You just said that it's okay to criticize people.
Dean, I never openly criticized. Hold on, I never openly criticized you until you openly criticized me.
Hold on. I think it's completely dishonest because we went 5 months, thousands of videos from a bunch of like left-wing creators openly going, bonkers on us. Well, those of us didn't actually do much for criticizing you guys at all, or make counter videos, or do any of that stuff. Didn't leak a bunch of text, did nothing. So to sit here and be like, oh, you can't criticize me on this one live, I think it's dishonest in comparison to the past 5 months. We're not saying necessarily that we can't criticize you on this live. We're I guess highlighting the hypocrisy of, oh, you can't say that we can't criticize you on this live when the whole entire past 5 months has been extreme criticism.
Okay, so yeah, Mercedes, you're saying that it's hypocritical for me to say that you guys can't criticize me on this live when I've been.
Oh my God, this is so cringe. This is the kind of lefty stuff that wastes so much time, but at the same time, it's good drama marketing. Holy crap. All right, Eric Dom says, did you ever get to know Lauren Chen or Brittany Venti? No, I think I pre-burned those bridges because I actually told Lauren Southern how much I thought Lauren Chen was grifting to boomers. And I think as a result of that, it wasn't... it wasn't in the cards for me to ever work with Lauren Chen because I basically pre-said that all she does is get on social media and appeal to boomer conservatives all day. So I wouldn't be surprised if that got back to Lauren Chen and she was like, I don't want to talk to that guy. AF Racing says, hi, Connor. Hi, chat. Connor, I hope the only talk to women in a professional sense was a joke. Not really. So obviously I talk to my mom. I talk to friends. I have girl space friends. But the girl space friends are married, and they're married to my friends. So I'm trying to think of like girl space friends that are in my life, and I can only think of a few. And the reason why is because they're in my friend group, and I'll talk to them on social occasions. But in my opinion, there is no reason. I'm trying to be serious here. There's no reason for me to privately message the wives of my friends. No reason. If you want to hang out, you want to get beers, hang out, we'll do it in a group setting. But I'm not individually getting DMs with random people unless it's a professional setting. Why would I pursue that relationship? That's like it's time, money, and energy that I should be spending on my wife. So I'm already a busy guy. So I shouldn't be pursuing random friendships with women. That would be a red flag for me. Like Tipster, as an example. You guys might not know him, but he's a guy in the commentary community. Tipster, and there's another person in commentary. I forget who it is. But effectively, they're just like quote unquote nice guys, And even though Tipster's married, he still pursues friendships with other women that then get like weirdly flirty and sexual. That's a red flag to me. All day, that's a red flag. To me, that kind of tells me that there's something missing in your relationship that you feel like that's appropriate. Dr. Zaya says, Destiny's year guesses on Time Guesser are batshit insane. Oh, does he do good or bad? Jonah Boy says, you can critique without being a dick. That's such a cowardly thing they hide behind. I've heard that line many times, and it's always a bitch-ass snake, I swear to God. Yeah, Dean... I'll just be mean. I feel like Dean's kind of snaky. I feel like he says what he needs to say in order to remain popular with an audience that's progressive and rabid. Mr. Hater, I don't know if I should read. I'll read this thing quietly first. Yeah, so Destiny Southern and Brittany Venti did gay ops. Got it. Turns out you were right about Lauren Eastern. Yeah. Hearshot says Nick achieved the ultimate victory, converting the progeny of his enemies. Well, that's actually unironically because Nate said in the interview clip that I saw was that he's not a groiper himself, but he thinks that they make a lot of good points and he socializes with groipers online or whatever. So I would view that I would view that as like borderline hostile, like to the point of like, I would take away my kids' social media. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do with their kids. It's their kids. But, you know, if my kid was becoming a groiper, I would straight up take away his social media. I would take away his social media. I would take away his phone. I would force him to be in extracurriculars, and I would make sure that his friends weren't total antisocial freaks. That's what I would do. Mr. Hater says, oh my God, shut up. Vrencan says, Cotter, you're doing the right thing. True. Tipster is a shameful person. True. Big Tip mentioned. Yep. AF says, I guess I separate maintaining friendships from pursuing friendships. Yeah, I mean, I maintain my friendships. There were people that I was friends with before I met with my wife that I maintained those friendships, but I don't pursue friendships. Yeah. Yeah, see, Brandon Zero gets it. Remember the hierarchy. First are the dogs, then the kids, then the wife. Remember the dog first. Trying to get me in trouble. Yeah, Jack Darko, exactly. Massive red flag. Dr. Zaya says, counterpoints, the year guesses are horrible. He routinely thinks images from the 1970s or from the 1930s. Oh, that's awesome. All right, cool. All right, back to the content. Let's suffer together. Quick shill time, like the stream. You know, we're bouncing between 100 and 120, and we broke 120 a few times, which is excellent. What an excellent day to be alive. People have already super chatted, so I'm going to thank them again real quick. Thank you to Silver Jacket Man, Larry Hutchinson, Sleepy Otaku, Lawson Harrison, and Hug Medcell. Thank you for your donations. If you have super chats, go ahead and super chat. If you have memberships, go ahead and gift memberships or become a member yourself. Not worst case scenario, but also watch the VODs if you got to dip out. Anyways, let's go.
Been criticizing you guys before this live. Well, like Mercedes, that's kind of my point. Like the point of me saying that like Z can't criticize me, that's not going to be from my perspective. That's going to be from like y'all's perspective.
Yeah, but
I think that you just implicitly agreed to this because you're saying that all the like criticism over the last 5
Dude, his pizza is so cold right now.
months has been terrible because we shouldn't be criticizing people on the left because we should be building more electoral power. But then here you are criticizing somebody on the left today, and seemingly you can't even deny my argument here because you called it hypocritical.
Yes,
you tried to take down an entire organization, and even after you did that, none of us made any negative videos about you.
Whoa, what, dude? Okay, I'm so sorry. I just saw something crazy in my text messages. I just got a text apparently saying that you, Z, were defending Ray Ray.
I was not defending Ray Ray. We can go over this whole thing.
No, I don't. I mean, listen.
And here we like, and this is what I mean, Dean, is like, you know, you're always looking for something to come at me about, and I'm not sure why. Because honestly, even after all of this, I still invite you to the tour. You are still more than welcome to come and debate. You are still more than welcome to join us because ultimately, what I want to do is work together to build electoral power. But I don't think that is your purpose here.
Yeah, he's clout farming. My wife just handed me some breakfast, so I'm going to mute myself and eat that while we wrap up this segment.
Oh, wait. Apparently you compared Ray Ray to me debating Nick Fuentes? I don't...
What? First of all, I think
it's like text about from
the info room. It's coming.
Yeah, this is the anonymous texter.
The anonymous texter. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's Parker, tell him I say hey. Miss him. Hope he's doing well.
Listen. Anyways, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna heat up my pizza and eat it. So the pizza's cold. I personally blame every single person on this panel.
What a tragedy. Right, for you consensually coming up here.
Yeah, Trump is still in office, and we're still trying to defeat MAGA locally, but go heat up your pizza.
People are dying, Kim.
I'll leave you guys with this. So as it relates to kind of what you just said, like I will say this, like if you guys go out, continue the tour, I hope it's successful. And when I say successful, what I mean is like, I hope you're able to go out there and to convince as many individuals as possible that they shouldn't support Donald Trump. I hope that you're able to convince as many individuals as possible to register and vote for Democrats in the midterms in the next general election. The fact of the matter is, this is something that you're doing, and I hope that you're as successful as possible as it relates to it. And I'd hope that anybody and everybody listening can agree. However, right, I feel like you failed to recognize that, you know, like there's critiques that are true. There's like really good reasons why maybe like it shouldn't be you that's doing this, and where there's other people that might.
Dean, what are the good reasons? Because still to this day, you still have not explained what the good reasons are, especially the day after that live. You literally told me that that person that started it is just a chronic online agitator that does this to everybody, including yourself. So,
Snake called out. That's what I was going to say. It's him saying like, listen, guys, I really hope that you're successful in your mission, but when you're unwilling to take feedback from the community, I just think that's kind of cringe. Holy shit. F off. Like you're actually counterproductive to, like, I'm happy there's drama. You know, drama is good for marketing, right? But what a cringe way to communicate. And then not just that. What was the problem again? Z was microaggressive because she said like a bunch of black female creators who were critical of the tour were being unproductive and overly critical of some of the tour volunteers. That was her microaggression. And now here we are 60 days, 90 days later, and Dean is still acting like this is a real problem. I hate this stuff. Like I think Steven pointed this out. The whole point of microaggressions is that it's micro. It's small. Microaggressions are clearly preferable to macroaggressions. And I don't know if you recognize this or not, but we're dealing with macroaggressions right now. Okay? We're dealing with real world problems. So maybe, you know, Z or whatever saying, hey, you're kind of being an unproductive asshole. Maybe that's not a real problem, right? She said they were being loud. Oh no. I have a joke that I can show you on Counterpoints, but I can't show you. I can't show you here. Yeah. Anyways, Hearshot says, I love it. The less organized y'all are, the better. Yep. See, you're making Hearshot happy. And Hearshot, who did you say your favorite person was? Was it Endernax? I love Endernax. Endernax and I we messaged a couple of days ago. I miss Endernax, but he kind of went like full right-wing schizo. So you're making a Nick Fuentes clone, which I love Endernax. I think he's better than Nick Fuentes. But you're making a Nick Fuentes clones fan happy. You see what you did? You see what you did, progressives?
What exactly is such a big problem with me running the tour? I don't understand.
Okay, what you just said was like completely fucking false, by the way.
Dean, I have a text message. Don't make me show it.
No, you've already showed it. You've already posted it everywhere.
Next time, do it over. I mean, you told me most of this over the phone. But
I don't even know why like you're fucking lying right now. So you have
Dean,
a text message.
Yes,
you are.
I have the message.
Yeah, and what's the date of the message?
I can show you. Like I can actually.
It's like fucking 3 weeks. It's like fucking 3 weeks before you went up on Geeks Live. Don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. It's like fucking 3 weeks before you went up on Geeks Live and did what you did, and then everything else transpired. And
Dean, I never was on any other live. What are you talking about?
Great.
I was never on any other live, so I don't know.
Okay, just let me know when I can finish. Yes, you specifically were on the live where Tashika had joined, and then she said that she had no issue calling for my death. And then went on a fucking rant about how I'm like the worst person ever. That's the individual that I was calling like this chronically agitator.
Agreed.
Because she literally wants to agitate individuals into thinking that it's okay for me to die.
Yes, agreed.
And you're trying to misrepresent that text that was sent 3 weeks before you went on Geeks Live as me calling like Geek and everybody else involved in like the original critique of the tour.
Dean, we didn't even meet.
Online agitators.
Dean, we didn't even meet 3 weeks before the tour. So that's not
what
true.
Was it, like
I was only on one live. It was that live. Tashika was on that live, and you were referring to Tashika. So if you know that she's an online agitator, and you sent that to me warning me that she's an online agitator, why is that grounds for me not running the tour?
Wait, I'm confused. Wait. I'm confused of what you're saying. Are you saying that like I think that you shouldn't run the tour because of Tashika?
Yeah, you said that I shouldn't run the tour because of microaggressions, because of that live. But you also said in the same breath in that live that she's an online agitator.
Okay, wait. So first and foremost,
Hold on. He's going to try to debate bro it, but Starhawks gave us a donation, so I'm going to acknowledge that. Starhawks says, hey, Connor, I'm visiting family, so I won't be able to watch much this week, but happy 4th. Thank you, King. Very much appreciate it, and thank you for the $5 donation. King Slime says, Destiny needs to Nebraska Steve this. Agreed. Master of Darkness says that Tashika woman is extremely unhinged. She doesn't seem like a good person to work with. Right. So why are we fighting about this 60 days after the fact.
There's about a billion other reasons why I don't think that you're a good fit leader.
Dean, what are you
That's
talking
just
about?
one.
I talked to you. Hold
Okay.
on. I talked to you on the tour like
I don't
3
like
times,
you.
and every
you,
single time we had a conversation was all good times. We hugged before you left. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
I did not
I'm so
fucking-
confused.
I did not hug you before I left. I don't even know why
Yes,
you
you did. You literally
Bro,
did.
you were lying about
Parker.
this,
I dropped
just
both
like
of you guys off at the airport.
you were lying about this, just like you lied about the prior thing that you said in relation
Dean.
to
We are currently arguing whether or not Dean Withers gave a woman a hug while she was engaged in microaggressions against black people. That's where online left-wing politics is at right now.
text message I sent you.
What are you talking about?
I don't know
talked
like
to
what
you
is like
3 or
driving
4
you to simply
times.
lie about these things.
How we lied about
Dean, I talked to you 3 or 4 times on the tour, and none of those times was ever a bad conversation.
Right.
I have to act this out real quick. I did not hug her. I did not. Oh, hi, Destiny.
Now, okay, so now we're getting into something that is true. So appreciate you for hopping off the hill that you were trying to die on, lying about me. I don't even know why you lied about
I
that.
literally
Anyways.
hugged you guys before you left, and everything was fine. There was no issue at all.
I have
in
no
fact, I was in
clue.
communication with you guys when we came back from the tour, and there was no issue at all.
Literally, like, no clue why you lie about that. But
Yeah,
anyways,
I
as
was
it
talking to
relates
Parker about him going to California to follow Charlie on the next
as it
stop.
relates as it relates to like good conversation on the tour. You know what? Honestly, man, I've already addressed that. I'm gonna go eat my pizza. You guys have a good
Then go, you nerd.
rest of your night. I'll say this like
I did not run. I did not run. I did not run.
one last time. I'll repeat it.
It's just so
One last thing.
funny, Dean, because you have nothing to say. I was great working with you. I have no problem with you. I think you're good at.
All right, yeah. Oh, yeah. 30 minutes ago to eat dinner, and now his girlfriend
Dean, nobody's
voluntarily
racist.
took the pizza, heated up, and put it on a plate in front of him just because I want to eat dinner with my girlfriend.
Nobody cares, Dean. Nobody cares. You could have eaten 2 slices and come onto the stream and fought and then left. Oh my God, nobody gives a shit about your pizza.
Okay.
You have free will.
All right,
Come
fine.
on.
All right, fine. Okay, I have nothing to say. Okay, here's what I have to say. I'll go ahead and open my mouth and respond, so then it's not like, oh, Dean's a runner and whatnot.
Oh
So
my
you said
God.
that, on the tour, I was able to like speak to you professionally and have good conversation. Of course, I'm going to uphold some standard of professionalism in these events. This is already something that I've talked about online. This is already something that I've addressed on my live. And you're now acting as if I have no valid critiques of you or why you should be a leader of an organization like this.
What's the critiques? We've been sitting here for 10 minutes, Dean. You could have said, hey, you said this really messed up thing to a black person, and then you refused to apologize, and I thought it was messed up. But we're not even identifying. The only thing that happened, that, as far as I can tell, is she said, hey, that's like an instigator person who's been actually rude the entire time. And you told me that they were an instigator and they were rude several weeks before the incident. I haven't heard yet what Z said that was so offensive that she needs to be kicked off of the tour. I still haven't heard it. I probably watched like an hour worth of content around this. A black woman was offended. Okay. And problem?
There's plenty valid critiques of you, apart from the ones of which are popular.
Like what? List them, you loser. You freaking nerd.
The ones in which are less popular is a fact, but you try to fucking send an NDA out to everybody on the tour, preventing them with
Dan,
working
you
with other
and
people on the tour
Parker-
3 years later. And then when I told everybody to not sign that NDA, you then called me and you blew up on me, screaming at me just because
I did
told
not
people
scream at
not
you,
to-
Dean. That is
Yes, you
horrible.
absolutely did.
You're
Just because I
lying.
told people to not sign an NDA that would sign away their rights to work with other creators for 3 years. Like
That's
that's like
actually
a
not-
perfect other
First of
reason
all,
why
Dean, you signed an NDA. You signed the same NDA that we sent to everybody else.
Oh, that's not true. No.
Yeah, no, it's literally it's the exact.
Wait a second. Wait. That was wait. Just real quick. That was a big claim. There's an NDA that was being signed that would restrict people from working with other people for 3 years.
Yeah, no, that's not true. Why would we do that?
That was
Like
the-
these
that
are
was the
all people
fourth
that are
section of the
independent
NDA.
contractors. They're creators. Like
Wait,
why?
make the NDA
like-
public then. Make it public.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
It was section 4 of the NDA. I mean, like that's like, come on, like anybody on the trip could make it public as well.
No, what it did say was that other creators couldn't talk badly about other creators on the tour. That's true.
There's particularly a section that prevented creators from working until one another, and it wasn't even 3 years; it was 7.
No, That's just
what you're talking about would be unenforceable, probably in every state of the U.S., but definitely at least in California, where a lot of people are. That would be first of all, that's not even an NDA at that point. That's like an employment contract. Non-disparagement clauses, I think, are fairly common when it comes to signing things with companies. They usually don't want you disparaging them afterwards. But something that would restrict employment for 3 or 7 years after, that would be insane.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah, and also, it's
that's why I told people not to sign it, because it is insane.
Well, it's insane such that like I could, without having seen any of this. And no offense to anybody else, I'm not saying my reputation and these people here, like knowing these people well, I just don't think anybody would send an NDA like that out. That's not even an NDA. That's like an employment clause. Even without knowing anybody here or vouching for them, there's no shot that there was an NDA sent out that would have restricted employment for 7 years. I don't believe that. There's no way.
And also, like,
we should. So there are power hungry people within organizations that write up like crazy employment contracts and then send that stuff out without consulting a lawyer. So I still think it's entirely possible that there is some crazy NDA or some crazy employment contract-esque thing that got sent out that was generated by ChatGPT, because we live in the dumbest timeline possible. However, I think it's more likely that Dean is mischaracterizing what was actually sent out.
There were people that messaged us saying, "Hey, can you change this clause or that clause?" And we just changed it, and they signed it, and it was fine. Like, I don't even know how this started. So all this started from, and
we're going to finish the last 2 minutes, but I'm obviously ready to move on. So let's just try to get through it together.
Saying, "Oh, Dean is running from Destiny." So then I come up here, I turn on my camera, I show you my pizza, and I was like, "No, I'm not."
Show you my pizza.
Running, I'm just eating my pizza. Then I was gonna drop after that. Next thing I know, the pizza's gone. All the bags are packed. Even though I just spent a decent.
I think you should just kill us on the spot for that.
Dude, why is Steve not freaking out? Did they do some kind of thing where they were like, "Hey, Steve, we're trying to make it chill. Like, don't freak out." But why is Steve not like, "Nobody gives a fuck about your pizza, man"? Like, we're here to talk about like serious issues. We're trying to build up. How come Steven isn't freaking out? Why isn't he angry? Why isn't he chewing this guy's ass? What is going on? Did he not get his hot chalky today? What happened here? Where's Nebraska Steve?
I think we should just all align on the spot for that.
And the next thing I know, I'm already on this live for like another fucking like 30, 40 minutes. Even though like I tried to set like 3 red lines saying, "I'll answer this one last question, then I'm going to go."
So Dean, let's just make a truce and you can move on. You can enjoy your pizza. We all shake hands and we agree that we're here to stop Trump and we're good.
Wait, my position's not going to shift. Like I already said, like I hope you guys are successful.
I'm putting it up to 1.25 because I'm honestly sick of hearing this worm squirm.
Because you're already doing it, go out there, get people registered. But like I don't think that you're like qualified to
I'm not qualified. Dean, I've been working in electoral politics since 2010. What makes me not qualified?
Yeah, and Donald Trump's been working in real estate since the 70s. What the fuck?
But what makes me not?
Dude, fuck this guy.
Qualified for the job.
Sure. I mean, all the critiques, the long list of critiques that I have to you. If you'd like, I could send them an email, but I'm gonna go eat my pizza now.
Oh, okay, enjoy.
All right, fuck you, Dean. Bye.
Wild.
You guys have a lot of meta conversations on here. Is that normal?
Not really.
I feel like when I listen to all you guys, not just maybe separate platforms, I feel like on TikTok, I feel like 80% of the talking I hear is like talking about the talking. I feel like there's a lot of meta conversations. Holy.
It's got a great.
The funniest thing is him calling you unqualified, but then like when the tour originally blew up, they also said they were going to continue the tour and find another organizer, and it's like 5 months later, and that just hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Bro.
That was wild. Well, at least we made a truce.
Did you?
He wants us to be successful. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's the best we're gonna get out of Dean.
All right. Well, hey, listen, I have to sleep. Okay, not sleep, but I have work I have to do. It's late, and I'm already past my time. So I love you guys. I'll do the debate with that one person at a future time. Okay.
Yeah, you're
Steven.
Oh, he was tired. He wanted to go to sleep. Gotcha. All right. Well, let's go ahead and full screen and summarize that. So, in my opinion, this is the exact problem with the progressives and the lefties and the liberals. No offense. This is part of the reason why I've read Burke. Okay, I read a biography about Burke. I agree with Burke's the father of conservatism. I agree with almost everything he has to say about politics. I think that fiscal conservatism has a point. But I think Republicans are terrible about executing fiscal conservatism. However, I think fiscal conservatism has a point where you have to balance your fiscal policy and your debt so you don't collapse the entire economy. I agree with the neoconservatives about forwarding republicanism and liberal democracy across the world through soft and hard power. I agree with social conservatives like Jordan Peterson that effectively mythology and religion of our forebears have a lot of value to bring to life. So you guys can just call me a liberal if you want. And I do think that liberalism is the best governing philosophy. So liberal, conservative, if you want to smash those two terms together, you can. But this is what I associate with liberalism. This is what I associate with progressivism. With liberals, they don't have the stones to stand up and say, hey, progressive, you're being cringe. Shut up, sit down and listen. And then the progressives are being loud and annoying about stupid shit. That's seriously, this is what I think of when I think of liberalism and progressivism. It's the perfect encapsulation of what I think about when I think about left-wing politics. Check it in with chat, though, because I parasocially love you guys. I'm going to thank all the donors again. Silver Jacket Man, thank you. Larry Hutchinson, thank you. Sleepy Otaku, thank you. Lawson Harrison, thank you. Hug Michelle, thank you. And Starhawks, thank you all for your super chats and donations. Very much appreciated. And thank you to you, the viewers. Thank you for liking the stream, which is free. Thank you for engaging in chat because there's tons of really cool people in there. Thank you for watching the VODs because that gives me sweet, sweet AdSense revenue. And thank you for your super chats or memberships if you got them. John says, Connor, this combo is giving me real life damage. I as well, but it's my job to take on psychic damage for your entertainment, and I hope I've done that okay today. Brandon Zero says, Connor, by the way, did you know that when Destiny earlier asked Dean about the interaction, Dean lied to his face? Yeah, so I think he was telling another person that like, oh, I went to dinner with Destiny and the vibes were off, and that's part of the reason why I dislike Destiny now. Whereas Destiny saying like, well, what vibes were off? What was wrong about the dinner? And him being like, it wasn't about the dinner. It was about other stuff. Yeah, that's him contradicting himself. I won't say lie, although I do think that this guy probably does lie. I'm going to catch up with chat, and then we'll move into the next segment with Candace or whatever. Where's my chat bar? There it is. Slater says, Destiny's confused about why leftists don't like him when he is engaged in both genocide promotion and genocide denial. Laugh my ass off. Genocide promotion. I don't think so, man. I think you can take a couple of clips of him being like, well, what was the thing where he's like, I think you just got to genocide people. I don't take that as a serious position. I also think that was before the research arc, according to him. And then genocide denial. We quibble about genocide in this chat. Biggin says, so why didn't Dean put that NDA out saying, what the hell is this? Yeah, he could have, and he should. Conservative liberalism says, if people are having clauses changed prior to signing, and she's claiming everyone signed the same thing, she's insanely stupid or dishonest. Yeah, I don't know what it is. We should just take a look at the documentation when it comes out, because that should resolve all of the bickering. Conservative liberalism says, Stephen recognizes the clout game. He's using honey instead of vinegar. I get it, but at the same time, there's something to be said where you got to check people like this. You got to check people like this, or it's going to become the new norm. Fung Dark says he's being sweet to not scare him off. Yeah, he's not trying to scare the hose. That's a good point. Slater says Dean has a lot of clout. That's simple. True. Well, hold on. No. If you're saying Slater, if you're saying that Steven is not being rude because Dean has a lot of clout, I think you're unfamiliar with this content. Turner Hoffman says, this guy keeps complaining about the pizza, that he didn't hop on the live stream and choose to stay. He could have left at any time. Not only that, he could have eaten 2 slices before jumping on the live stream, jumped on the live stream, and then actually had a real conversation instead of every 5 minutes bitching about his food. Brandon Zero says, Destiny says that he didn't want to come off as he was ambushing him because he see how slippery he was. That's fair. Ray Sunlight says, this one was rough. Parker ex-Trump supporters won fun, but the fighting is sick. Sure. Steve understands getting hangry during anything else. What? You guys need to write full sentences, okay? Stop feeding ChatGPT. Write nouns, adverbs, and adjectives, verbs, and then other nouns, and then put a period at the end of it. And use proper nouns whenever possible. Sometimes your chats are half English, and they drive me crazy. Max Thrax says, Steve is letting them fight because he doesn't want to mix his beef with Dean into this weird petty stuff they're doing. Sure. I get it. But again, use marketing use drama as a marketing tool. He's running. I did not run. Did he just punch the pizza? DD22E says, yeah, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't invest in your people and have social democratic politics. Social democracy is too far left for me, but it's fine. Connor is a Burke bro trapped in the label of liberal. It's fine. Rye Izzle says you're a pluralist, which helps ruin liberalism. Oh, yeah? Was the Roman Empire at its peak ruined, Raizel? Was the Hellenic Empire at its peak ruined? No. They were the most powerful, dynamic, culturally interesting, economically vibrant military powers of their time, and the United States is. This obsession with monoculture will be the death of the United States of America. The obsession with having Northern European Christians incapable of culturally integrating people who are non-Christian and non-white will kill the Republic faster than what I'm doing. Jack Darko says, can you define what republicanism means to you? Yeah, it's just representative democracy and the rule of law. Like that's actually all it is. Republic definition. A state in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives, and which has an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. Yeah, that's all it is. Republicanism. It's representative democracy. And the whole reason why is because it's a synergy. Because if you look at populists, they believe in the power of the people. If you look at collectivists, they oftentimes will defer their power to a bureaucracy or a dictator or a monarch. And so the whole point of republicanism is to be a synergy between the will of the people and the elites of society. That's actually why republicanism is one of the most powerful political forces in history, is because it's a synergy of the individualism of great man line of thinking and the will of the people. And so I actually view republicanism as kind of like a centrist. That's why I don't like the word democracy. That's why I don't like direct democracy. That's why I don't like demos. That's why I don't like these terms, is because republicanism is the synergy between the individual and the collective. It's like perfect, and people are too stupid to appreciate it. Jack Darko said, oh yeah, I just did that. Here's says, it's obvious that Destiny is viewed as a huge liability, so lefties are trying their hardest to disassociate. Yeah, except for now he's the momentum behind the tour, similar to how he was the momentum under PV. All he has to do is not be a serial killer and not do crazy sex shit, and he'll be back in the horse. The question is whether or not he can not be a serial killer or not do crazy sex shit. DD22E says, Connor, everyone agrees with you. The problem with fiscal conservatives is that they're not actually really, and they're chills for big corpos. You're obviously not, but they are. Yeah. Fiscal conservatism is 100% rhetoric used for tax cuts. That's all it is. That's all it is. There are people who genuinely believe in fiscal conservatism, but the reason why it's popularized in politics is for tax cuts. DD22E says, like a part of balancing the budget is increasing tax rates. Yep. On wannabe oligarchs. Yep. And big corpos. Yep. To pay the debt instead of cutting taxes for them. Yep. That's a thing that somebody asked me. They were like, oh, you think that there's some good things about fiscal conservatism? Then are you okay with maintaining taxes as they are instead of giving them tax cuts? And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. Balance the budget, fools. Balancing the budget does not just mean reducing taxes. It also means making sure that your revenue, it means making your ingoings and outgoings match, okay? So you can have really high revenue through really high taxation, or you can incentivize the private market by having low taxation. But regardless of whether or not you pick high taxation or low taxation based off of your individual whims or country's whims, you need to have that match what you're putting out as far as social services. So if you want to just have a military and nothing else, we can reduce taxes. That's minarchism, by the way. So we can have a $1 trillion a year federal budget, but you're not going to have Medicare. You're not going to have Medicaid. You're not going to have Social Security. You're not going to have FEMA. You're not going to have, you will have the IRS, but you won't have anything else. You won't have the ATF. You won't have the DEA. And we'll just live in a libertarian monarchist society where we spend $1 trillion a year on the military, and then everything else is up to individuals. And if there's starving people in the street or drug addicts or orphans or people with AIDS, we just let them die. That's a minarchist society, and we could do that. The reason why we don't do that is because it's not popular. Sycamore says, Donut Operator did the same thing to Destiny after the firefighter. Yep. Steven got spicy and people disassociated. Shocking. A tale as old as time. DD22E says, I'm not a Marxist, but I'm not an anarcho-capitalist either. The government should regulate and do wealth redistribution. Yep, you're just a statist. Brandon Zero says, oh, by the way, I think the last stream we got confirmation that you won that anything else debate about Men in Black. Destiny was forced tricked to ask ChatGPT, and I think your point won. Excellent. On God, for real. True. DD22E says, Groypers are going to crash out when they find out some Roman emperors were from Africa. Lol. Yeah, or the Balkans. That's the other thing that pisses me off. I get that we're losing a few people because we're not watching Destiny content, but I would rather chat with the true grill hotists who are here for the content. Yeah. Not only were there African emperors, North African to be clear, but they were African. There were Baltic emperors. And during the fall of the empire, there were competent Baltic emperors who were ready and willing to defend Rome as it was falling to barbarians. And it was the snobby Italian dickheads who didn't support their emperors. And as a result, the empire fell faster. That would be like us. That would be like if we had a competent Mexican president and then he was Mexican ethnically, right? He was like second or third generation Mexican. And then we didn't support him as a country because he was Mexican, even though he was competent in doing the right things for the country. That's what that would be akin to. And it's fucked up and it shouldn't happen. Anti-Hispanic bigotry should not prevent you from promoting or supporting a competent leader. Conservative liberalism says, I think most Democrats and Republicans, by that definition, there aren't too many people trying to upend representative democracy. I get that, but a lot of Democrats argue for things like banning the Electoral College or one person, one vote, and that's not viewed as contradictory within the Democratic Party, whereas for me, that's like a huge contradiction. Grassroots says, nah, I'm a true believer, lol, the last neocon standing, based. Sycamore says, would you rather live under communism or anarchism? No contest, anarchism for me. Yeah, same, anarchism. There hasn't been a single authoritarian communist society that I think hasn't become a dystopian shithole. Buckar Baridi says, Connor, just wanted to ask you, it's kind of confusing. You switching streams between Valor and Counterpoints channels. Can your Twitter have the schedule? The schedule is 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. And on Tuesdays, I'm live on Counterpoints. All the other days, I'm live on Valor Media Network. I'm trying to catch you guys, but chat's still popping up. Okay, I caught you. Mario Wall says, plenty of stupid people to go around these days. True. Sacred Snow says, Grassroots, your streamer social safety net is too large to be a true neocon. You guys are based. Zach Farm says, wait till they find out Christianity comes from the Middle East. Yeah. Wait till they find out that Jesus was a Jew. So Grassroots, I just want to share with you, okay, because this is the first time I'm seeing you in chat. Sleepy Otaku gave us 100 euros earlier. So we're already having an excellent stream. So your donations are always appreciated, but I just wanted to show that Silver Jacket Man, Larry, Sleepy Otaku, Lawson, Hug Medshell, Starhawks, and Larry again have been very supportive of the channel today. And so therefore, you don't need to oil. Okay, we're good. We had a great day. Now, if you want to oil, that's one thing, but you don't need to. We've had a great day. I love you. Anyways, let's go ahead and introduce the next segment. Let's get it cracking. But I thought Mr. Otaku, Sleepy Otaku, was very generous today. So thank you. All right, let's go ahead and pull up the next thing. Now, this might happen, okay? If I remember correctly, during Jubilee streams, we run for 10 or 20 minutes, and then we get taken out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it until we get taken out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to screen, like, let's say that we're watching Jasmine Jafar and Candace Owens talking. I can run the audio without getting copyright struck. So what I'll do is I'll screenshot the debate participants and I'll leave them up so you can see their faces. And I'll try to get as cringe of a screenshot as possible. So whenever you look at the screen, it's funny to look at. But then I'm going to let the audio run and we'll do our normal react. So just giving you a heads up that there might be a copyright strike, not strike, but a copyright interruption where it goes down for 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll still, I'll come back in 2 minutes and we'll continue the content with the screenshots. So let me address the Talmud comment before. Big in Gaming says that crack about Candace being shocked to find out Jesus being Jewish really made her mad. Lol. Based. DD22E says, I mean, they're both going to become autocracies. The commies are just going to become autocrats faster. Yeah, but within an anarchic society, you could hope that some level of like individual freedom or liberalism comes in. Zach Farms actually says something that I think isn't cringe. The Talmud is just dialogue between rabbis over the years. Most Jewish people don't even know what that is. True. There's like I know that Jews don't like it when I compare the Talmud to the Hadith, but the Hadith are effectively like statements by Islamic holy leaders. And so in that way, I feel like they're analogous. The Talmud is viewed as like, not Socratic, but it's viewed as like a dialogue. Like you can have a Talmudic passage from 1500 years ago, 2000 years ago, and somebody can write a Talmudic response to a Talmudic entry. They can write an original piece, but they can also write a Talmudic response. Sacred Snow says heresy, just Jesus didn't even exist during the time of space lasers. How could he be Jewish? Based. Grassroots says, I can't super chat, but it's not your fault. It's because my bank cucked me because I spent a bunch at once. Good. I hope it was on a good thing. Baka Buriti says, you do the same trick as August did on Jordan Peterson versus Atheist. The entire video was just Destiny, and like the top far right corner was the Jubilee video. Interesting. Maybe I can make it small. Let's see if I can make it small enough that it doesn't even trigger. That would be interesting. Let me make it small. And let me go ahead. Let me do the intro. What would Candace be in 40K? Gene Stealer cult. 100% she's Gene Stealer cult. She's absolutely populist, R-slurred, infectious psycho. She's either a chaos priestess or or Gene Stealer cult for sure. All right. I would love Endless Space too. Well, let's take a look in a minute. All right. I'm going to write that. Matter of fact, that just sounds like something I would like. So I'm going to write that down and then we'll do an intro. Hi. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I love breaking down online politics, alt media debates, and drama. And today I have something special for you. I have Candace Owens, who I loathe. I think she's terrible. I think her politics are terrible. I think her logic is terrible. I think her critical thinking is terrible. I actually despise her as a human being. But
women, they don't want to.
Which is a debate show, and she debated 20 feminists. So there is a character here named Jasmine Jafar, who is wildly intelligent. I viciously disagree with Jasmine Jafar on a ton of things, but I have found her to be a competent rhetorician and a decent debater. So I'm excited to bring these characters onto screen. We'll be watching it. If there is an interruption due to copyright, don't worry. I'll go ahead and change the screen and we'll keep the content moving. However, it should be a fun time. So without further ado, let's get them on our screen and take a look.
Women, they don't want to stay at home when you pull them. They just want flexible working hours and flexible working conditions like you have. And I think we should all advocate for that. It's not one or the other. But when you sit here and you go, you'll be more fulfilled doing this and spend all your time doing that. We would love for you to leave the public eye and go focus on what makes you fulfilled. Okay.
What a B word. I saw this before I watched it. But I do think, and it's like, it's a cringe talking point where like conservative women can't be conservative commentators because if they were truly conservative, they would be back in the kitchen, taking care of the kids and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like it's a messed up talking point, but Candace is so mean and so rude and abrasive and ugly that I actually don't care that Jasmine Jafar did what I view as a pretty ugly, mean, and rude talking point.
Hi, my name is Candace Owens. I am a podcaster, a mother, a wife, and also the author of the upcoming book, Make Him a Sandwich. And today I am surrounded by 20 feminists. My first claim is that the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy. Hello.
I always think that's such a strange way to format the debate, but I do think it's pretty funny. Fashion 40 for $5 says, late, but here's my daily due for the girl hottest in Cogger's Long Live CGG. Thank you, Fashion 40. Thank you for your support. It means a lot.
Hi, I'm Samaya.
Samaya, nice to meet you. I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you too. So my question for you is, statistics show that 60% of women who are murdered by their intimate partners, murdered by someone that they are in close relations with. That's according to the UN from 2023.
Yeah.
So how is it that, women are so valued, quote unquote, in the home, and yet that's the place where they're at the most danger?
Okay, so I'm not sure what that has to do with the sexual revolution.
Right, the sexual revolution.
The first claim.
Uh-oh. I think Candace is probably going to win this one because that is weird framing. I feel like she came in with a weird talking point that she wanted to shoehorn into this.
The sexual revolution gave...
I'm happy to answer it. I'm just saying that, if you brought in that statistic, you are more likely in general just to be murdered by somebody you know.
Grassroots says the way that he had a large recent purchase and he bought Nick Fuentes' house and gave it to a Jewish family.
So of course,
but men are much less likely to be murdered by their
that's not
partners.
True.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm sure, because men are less likely to be murdered by women. Full stop. Exactly. So that statistic makes sense to me. I'm still not sure how this correlates to whether or not the sexual revolution
increased women's ability to leave the house, women's ability to control their own reproductive capabilities, women's ability to control their own capacity within the workforce in regards to their own sexual capacity. So it is the very fact that the sexual revolution happened that made our access to the workplace much more, or just the public sphere in general, much more easy. So without the sexual revolution, women would be much more confined to the place where they're at the most danger. Isn't that true?
So you think that, just so I'm trying to understand your argument here, you think that if we didn't have the sexual revolution, less women or more women would be murdered? Are you saying that women are
women would be murdered for sure?
Okay. I disagree with that. I'd still...
I don't even know if that's true. It would stand to reason, a lot of women would be more involved in domestic responsibilities, but I don't think that you use that 60% stat. The 60% stat is of all homicides related to women, it's their intimate partner who kills them. But if you force those people into the workforce or to staying at home, I don't think that stat is going to change. Kind of feels like an irrelevant stat. To be honest. Jack Darko says, to be fair, I feel like saying women pushing tradcon gender roles while single is like an incel giving dating advice. Jack Darko, that was a very frequent talking point with Lauren Southern when she first came on the scene and she wasn't married and didn't have kids. Now, of course, she's a single mom, so, she's going to catch even more flack for being a single mom. What was I going to say, though? Yeah, I'm okay with it, but Lauren Chen, even though I was talking smack about her earlier, she actually made a really interesting point. She was arguing with Nick Fuentes or someone like Nick Fuentes, and they were debating gender roles. And she said, but you don't have kids, and then that's your entire life. Let's say that you have 3 kids, right? 3 kids and they're 2 years staggered. So over the course of 6 years, you have 3 kids staggered at 2-year intervals. Then you have to wait for all those kids to be 18 and leave the house. So realistically, even if you were a stay-at-home mom, that is 24 years that you are going to be involved in childcare. And so if you had started having your kids at 20, which is young, but let's say that you had your kids at 20, you would be 44 by the time your last kid left the house. Well, then at that point, you're 44, you're going to die at 74 to 94. So you have between another 30 to 50 years in order to be a part of the world. Why should you be prohibited from participating in the economy? That's a crazy way to view women, where they just need to be chained to the oven and having babies.
Don't think it has anything to do with the claim that women are infinitely less happy because of the sexual revolution, which has devalued women.
I think you'd probably be less happy if you're being murdered.
Oh,
Anyone disagree?
Okay, yeah, I don't, okay. Okay. There is definitely a correlation between personal relationships and domestic violence. And just to be clear,
Right.
if we're talking about just like a monogamous relationships, the most violent relationships that are on the books are between lesbian partners. Yes, when people are intimate,
That's not a true
that is actually true.
No, that's just
Fact check. A survey from 2013 shows 61% of bisexual women and 44% of lesbian women reported intimate partner violence compared to 35% of straight women, according to Stand for Families Free for Violence. This is where, everybody hits me with the 40% memes, because I used to be a cop. And so they say that like, 40% of cops are like domestic abusers. If you look at the stat, the stat is like from 30 years ago. It's like 1992 in one police precinct. And they include like verbal and emotional issues as part of the domestic violence. So it's kind of an inflated stat. Now, does it surprise me that 40% of law enforcement has at least verbal and emotional issues when it comes to, basically, let's just say abusive language? No, that doesn't surprise me. And it's because the job is incredibly stressful. So if we were to accept that as fact, my arguments would be, well, let's make law enforcement as good as it can be for those relationships so it doesn't destroy their relationships. But what's so funny, because I can never do it because I don't want to be rude to my lesbian sisters, is they technically have worse stats than cops. And so whenever a wokey hits me with a domestic abuse stat, I have this in the back of my mind, but I can't say anything because I want to be nice to my lesbian sisters.
statistic you're talking about is people who have faced domestic violence. Lesbians, yes, are more likely to have faced domestic violence, but that's because they typically came from relationships with men in which they were mistreated.
Lesbian relationships are the most violent relationships that we have on the books.
But we can move on.
They can fact check that claim. The point being is that it's not exactly a stunning statistic to say that when people are in relationships, period, whether those relationships are
homosexual. Candace is commanding the ground she's on.
Sexual, whether they're
but
married,
you're saying that the sexual revolution.
Let me finish. I've let you try to explain how this is correlated to happiness, and I don't think it does. I actually think you're having a different debate right now. But yes, absolutely, it makes perfect sense that you are more likely in general when you are in a relationship because people are driven by anger by people that they know, whether or not we're talking about boyfriend and girlfriend, girlfriend and girlfriend, a husband and a wife, a husband and a husband, or a wife and a wife. Yes, of course, the instances of domestic violence are going to take place when you're inside of a home. But the sexual...
Oh, hey, it's whatever that girl's name is who debated Andrew Wilson and made him open a pickle jar unsuccessfully.
Revolution, encouraging women to give up their goods for free, which is what I'm speaking about, and encouraging men not to marry these women or to have long-term relationships. What I am saying is a direct contributor to their unhappiness because women are giving up their goods for free and women are now entering the workplace and that does not actually make them happy.
Okay, pause.
True.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
They're so pissed. Rob says, Cotter, what are your thoughts on Tim Dillon, if any? He's been funny, and I've seen funny clips of him. However, I feel like he has the most obvious conservatarian bro takes where he's like, intervention is bad. The Jews run the world. Why are we going to war? I'd have to actually watch his content in order to engage with it and engage with whatever his level of irony is. So I've been entertained by some Tim Dillon clips. I also felt like some of them were really low-hanging fruit. Old School says, can I despise Candace Owens and not be considered racist? Yeah, duh. I hate Candace Owens, and I'm only like a little racist.
Hello.
Hi there.
How are you? I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you. Julie.
Oh, she's a lesbian. I wonder if she's going to get pissed off at the lesbian comment, but ignore the statistics.
And my pronouns are they, them. It's very interesting to think of it when we just think about the gender binary. It's, how do we...
Hold on, are we still dealing with the previous debate topic? Because if we're talking about the debate topic, then this might be totally unrelated.
Value on human beings in general. And so when we think about, placing value, that comes from a place of power, right? So I think let's select like the Victorian era. You have this dominant group of people coming from white supremacy, deciding who gets...
Kill me now.
To have a proper status in the world. And so that is already like taking human beings and devaluing them. And so what the sexual revolution did was to help people seek out empowerment, which increased value no matter the gender. So when it comes to sexual revolution, let's look at one contribution is sex education. I'm actually an educator. I teach sociology and LGBTQ studies. And I have...
I need to pay attention to the actual debate, but void a parrot, that's objectively not true. The value of women has increased as they've increased entering the workforce during the sexual revolution. Less women were a part of the workforce that are now, and therefore less valuable as a whole. We're not talking about material wealth, void a parrot. I'm just going to say this. I think you might have autism. What is obvious, at least from a conservative standpoint, sorry for the autism quip, that was undeserved, but the obvious implication of that is that women from a patriarchal conservative lens are supposed to be the matriarchs of the household. They're supposed to run the household. They're supposed to help the husband perform his tasks as needed. They're supposed to split domestic responsibilities, and they're supposed to take care of children. And so if a man goes out into a coal mine in order to pick at coal with a pickaxe, I know I'm talking about 100 years ago, and he dies, society doesn't really give a shit. You know, it's just like, oh, okay, well, that's what men do. They work and they die. You know, that's their role. Whereas with women, if a woman is taking care of children and she dies young while taking care of children, that's viewed as like an endless tragedy because the children will not have the influence of their mother in their life. And so, yeah, there's something to be said, like within the past 50 years, 100 years or whatever, we've recognized that men should be an important part of the household. But there's still that residue of male and female roles, which I think still play in some level to our nature. But the truth is that women being valued monetarily is not the same as them being valued societally. Excuse me.
Absolutely seen the positive outcome with the sexual revolution and sex education.
Sorry, Kay brings up a good point, which is lesbian violence doesn't reach high levels of violence, though. Right. I think more lesbians are likely to slap each other in the face, but if a man commits violence against a woman, he's more likely to beat her within an inch of her life or kill her. So Kay, I think, correctly observes that lesbian violence might be more common, but it's less violent than male violence.
And seeing people empower themselves. And with that comes safety when it comes to decreasing STIs, abuse, sexual assault. Again, people get to empower themselves of all genders. And
yeah, but we're talking about like freedom versus happiness. Freedom does not guarantee happiness. As a matter of fact, I almost guarantee you that's Candace's exact argument, is that women are more free, but they're more miserable.
know earlier you mentioned about violence amongst lesbians and sapphic community, which I do identify within.
Sorry, old school says something funny. As a statistician, I cringe 90% of the time people use statistics in debates because 90% of the time people misuse or misunderstand them.
Genders can be subjected to violence.
That was the point I was making. So I wasn't sure of how her claim was relating to what we were talking about, whether or not it makes people happy or unhappy. Relationships are obviously a ground where there can be violence.
I guess I could just wrap it up by saying, like, if we all have access to like sex education through the incredible work of feminists through the sexual revolution, we are able to gain access to information and gain skills to create an equitable society, egalitarian within our relationships, whether it be platonic or romantic. I'm so grateful for those feminists who have fought for us so we can gain those spaces and create a healthier society.
Okay, are you a believer in the
Can I have water, please? I do not.
Government doing everything that it can to make people happy?
So when it comes, as someone that teaches in the public sector, I understand the concern when it comes to like, what is a teacher, what kind of information they're providing to the students. I do believe that we, as a teacher, I should be able to give that sort of information. Again, I teach college students. One of my claims is I believe that we should mandate sex education amongst college students. So yes, I do want the state, I would like the government to give us those resources so we can implement that curriculum.
Okay. You consider yourself a feminist, I'm assuming?
Queer feminist. There's variations, right?
What is a queer feminist as opposed to a feminist, just so I understand?
Well, so I heavily believe in queer theory. So, the gender binary that we understand, it comes from colonization. So someone who is mixed race, family from...
I hate this. Oh my God, I hate this.
Mexico, we have the Moches in Mexico, which is an indigenous tribe. They believed in gender fluidity. And then you have European colonizers coming who
Okay. Did we also have the Aztecs and child sacrifice and all that kind of shit? So we're just going to pretend that the Moches were like the universal indigenous understanding of gender. I hate this shit. I hate it when some Amazonian tribe has like a third gender that is like feminine men that can transition into women. And they're like, oh, everybody, pre-European societies all agree that men and women is just a social construct. And it's like, no, that's not what that means at all. It means that you found some random tribe that believes that shit.
dismantle that. And now everything that we understand when it comes to gender is a Western lens. So from a queer...
So you don't even think women exist, I'm guessing.
I think everyone should be empowered to figure out their identity and explore the language that best describes themselves. So freedom, America, right? America, freedom. And I want to believe in that when it comes to identity. Right. Everyone should have the freedom to decide how they want to identify, as long as they're not causing harm. But that's where we get into the debate, what is harm?
So just, again, to be clear, to go back to this claim, we are debating female happiness.
Mm-hmm.
You are saying you do not identify as a female.
I identify with all gender expressions.
This is where I want to disassociate female from woman, gender versus sex. I think that gender should be social expression and sex should be biological. It would be so much easier for conversations if we could make that differentiation.
So from masculinity to femininity. So
I'm just saying, are you just saying that as a part of queer theory, you're debating whether or not women are happier after the sexual revolution? I'm just trying to understand, because it seems like you're debating queer theory as opposed to female.
I believe all genders benefit from the sexual revolution.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Oh my God, Ryezel. You're like a talking points machine. This is who men are losing their jobs to. What job did you lose to Miss Gender Theory? Were you applying to be the gender theory teacher at some community college? Is that the job that you lost? Well, next time, be more gay.
Hello.
I'm Zena.
Zena, very much like your name.
I've seen Zena. I think Zena debated Jordan Peterson, and I think she did a good job. So I'm interested to see where this goes.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Can we start with the beginning? Do you identify as a female?
I identify as a woman, yeah.
Okay.
Right. So I do want to get back to your premise. You're saying that women have been devalued, right, by the sexual revolution. This kind of presumes two things. One, that there has been a loss of worth, right, for women. So you're saying that women have, as human beings, lost worth. Women who, prior to their sexual revolution, were worth more than women today.
I would say that, yes, women have
by society
devalued themselves by becoming overtly sexual. That's my claim. So, I mean, also according to and let's not remove this from the other part of the claim, which it has made women infinitely less happy.
Right. So are you saying, but you're saying that according to you, women have been devalued?
Not according to me. According to the time in which people are getting married, how difficult it is for people to find a partner that's willing to commit to them. And I think that's in large part due to the fact that women are offering sex for free, because it was a major component of the sexual revolution was this idea.
So a woman's worth is tied to her sexuality.
Yes.
It's not tied to, well, absolutely. If you're going to be having multiple partners, you are going to be devaluing yourself.
You're worth less.
Yeah,
as a human being.
Not as a human being, just...
Probably as a woman, though.
In terms of trying to have a partnership and a productive relationship, certainly men are not going to be clamoring to have a relationship with somebody when there's the market is throwing them.
A man's response to your actions is what defines your worth, right?
Yeah. Well, I would say that I would argue that what makes women actually happy is family. So if you're interrupting,
what actually makes people happy is oftentimes family.
So just to connect the dots for you, when women are having sex with multiple partners, it devalues them for men, right?
For men. So yes. So men define a woman's worth.
Well, I would say both of them kind of define one another's worth, because I think
it's all of society.
I think the ultimate goal for people to be happy is actually family.
Okay, so you're saying in all cases, a woman is going to be more fulfilled in regards to family. Like
that's exactly what I'm saying.
And this is going to work in all cases. You're saying there's no individual case in which a woman can feel, fulfilled without being tied to other people in the case of family.
I think there could be an exceptional case for everything. I think there are exceptional cases, but I think that if we all start trying to be the exception as opposed to recognizing the rule, which is that people in life are more fulfilled when they achieve a family unit and when they have children, women in particular, especially aspiring to children, then you are going to end up with a bunch of people who are unhappy because your job cannot replace the feeling of having a family.
So what you're
I'm going to rewind this just to get this fact check. There's conflicting research on this topic. Pew Research found that a higher percentage of adults want a career or close friends to be fulfilled compared to kids or marriage, while the Institute of Family Studies found married men and women are happier than their unmarried counterparts, largely because they have a family support system. Here's what I would say to you, though. There's a conflicting research on this topic found that a higher percentage of adults want a career or close friends to be fulfilled compared to kids or marriage. But here's what I'm going to tell you. Wanting and having are two different states, okay? Number one, I don't like self-report statistics. And oftentimes I think people are delusional or they say what they think they should say, right? So I don't like self-report stats, number one. Number two, what I would say is if we're reliant on self-report stats, then if you talk to me, I'm not going to say, oh, my goal is to be married. I am married. But also, even when I was single, I would say like, yeah, I kind of want to get married. It wouldn't be a high priority to me because the fantasy of being successful or the fantasy of hanging out with my friends at all times and going on crazy adventures and drinking and all that kind of stuff, the fantasy of that high status, high money, all that kind of stuff is going to be more alluring than marriage and kids because marriage and kids comes with a lot of responsibility. And it's inherent in those social structures that there's going to be a lot of responsibility. But when you pursue those fantasies of high achievement and close friendships, what you often find is that work is hard, ambitions is hard, workplace politics is hard, getting ahead is hard. And so the fantasy kind of erodes into something that's infinitely more difficult to achieve. And then same thing with having close adult friendships. Well, all your adult friends are working. They don't all have the same schedule. They don't all have the same money to be able to travel. They don't all have the same capacity to just do whatever at the drop of a hat. And so you're pursuing or your fantasy of intimate friendships is also like a veneer, a facade, a mirage, right? So the mirages of those two things versus actually having family, I'll tell you right now, having a family is kind of a pain in the butt, okay? My wife and I, we both wake up earlier than we want to. Our kids need food, so we get them food. Our dogs need to be let out, so we let them out. We get organized for the day really quick. Then I go to work. And then as soon as I'm done with work, I have to help take care of the kids because the wife typically has errands she needs to run or dinner she needs to cook or this, that, the other. Or conversely, she needs to run out the door to do something and I have to take care of the kids, make dinner, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's a lot of responsibility, obviously. But while it's a pain in the ass, I'm very happy. I'm like incredibly happy. Whenever I get a hug from my kid and they wrap their tiny little baby arm around my neck, my heart melts. So like, you have to understand the fantasy comes with pains in the ass you don't calculate. Family has pains in the ass that are predictable, but I will ultimately be happier with a family than I will be pursuing the pain in the ass of the fantasy.
Because your job cannot replace the feeling of having a family.
So what you're saying is we need to...
Sorry, real quick. Brandon Zero says, did you notice about the drop off in views? I think not GGG is jumping off. I see a lot of familiars here, but do you want to know what you see dropping off? The haters. Well, also there's more streamers on later in the day. So I don't take it personal. If I'm your favorite streamer, you want to hang out with me all day, I take that as a high compliment. If you're only going to engage with my content when you see something that you like, that's fine. It is what it is. I engage with content similarly.
Look at every individual case and see what is going to fulfill you or what is going to, I guess, essentially predict your happiness more. Because if we look at, for example, the Nordic countries, right? These are countries, I'm talking about like Sweden, Denmark, right? These countries tend to be like, I think in the past 14 years, they've been ranked as the highest in happiness and marital satisfaction from women, right? And we see that they also have been the most open in regards to like, sexual norms and sexual roles, right? So, and we also see that there's less rates of like STDs reported. We see more, and that's also due to comprehensive sex education that's pushed in those countries. So we see that and that's like a direct result of the sexual revolution, right? So when we're seeing that direct reports of happiness, right, we don't have these same rates in America. In these countries that are more sexually open, why would we see like those rates in those type of countries?
So I think you might be referring to this sort of mass-produced study that was a part of like a behavioral science study, which said that women were the happiest women in the world were women that were actually unmarried and had careers. No. Okay. Well, there was
reported happiness.
Okay.
And also, when it comes to these Scandinavian societies, this is something that Jordan Peterson points out. It's that they eliminated vast barriers to gender inequality, and yet it seems like there are gendered extremes within Scandinavian society. So even though they've eliminated a lot of what could be concerned like patriarchal expectations or patriarchal laws, they still aggressively participate in patriarchal norms. N-Sword for $5 says 90% of all anti-feminist arguments can be refuted by Sojourner Truth's "ain't a woman's speech." Interesting.
Okay, sure. I'm talking about the same thing. It was reported happiness, but it could be there's tons of studies. The point being is that in 2023, there was this massive scandal where they recognized that a lot of these studies that were being produced, behavioral science, was proven to be a complete fraud. And they were unable to reproduce these studies, and they also found that the data had been faked. The data that we can look at that I think shows, and you can let me know if you agree with this, if women, and under the imagination of the feminist umbrella, were really unhappy when they were in the home, and then entering the workforce has made women happier and infinitely feeling more secure about themselves, we could, I think, reasonably expect that there would have been a decrease in suicide rates amongst women.
You would have to go ahead and show how that correlation, right, is going to be a direct cause of women going into the workforce.
Okay, well, how can let's measure, then you have to give me a way that we can measure happiness. How can we measure happiness? So I would say suicide rates would be a good thing to look at. Drug, alcohol consumption would be a good thing. Of course, right?
But we would have to, we can say, I can say at this point in society, I don't think everyone's happy. I think there's a lot of things that we need to reconcile to society.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right,
so
but we have to look at the cause, right? Why are these things predicted, right? And for example, if we talk about men, there are a lot of things we can look at, right? That tend to predetermine suicide, right? But we can't say, oh, these two things are happening at the same time. This caused this other thing.
Yes, that's right. But I do think that we can objectively say that women who are committing suicide rates more than they were in the 1950s, like it has actually increased marginally. That's not a sign that us entering the workforce suddenly made us
How
all
is
very
it
happy.
a cause of the workforce?
We're also binge drinking at a higher rate.
How's this cause of
opioids at a higher rate?
How is this a cause of entering
Because
the
I think women are being put on a pathway aspirationally.
But you're going to have to. You're saying you think this, right? But where's the cause? Like you're not substantiating the claim. You're saying this is what I think. I'm seeing two.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
I do like Xena a lot. I didn't have a lot to. It doesn't feel like they were able to actually get into the topic substantively. But what I would say, as far as like a too long didn't read summary of that, is that the policies are inverse of what Candace says in Scandinavia. And yet Scandinavia has higher reported levels of happiness. But then if you look at it, they participate in a lot of patriarchal social norms. So that kind of reinforces Candace's point. And then with Candace's point, the rule should be, I'm going to tell you what the rule is. I'm just going to give you what the rule is. The rule is you probably become a person interested in the opposite gender or sex a little bit younger, but you probably shouldn't engage in any kind of physical activity until you're like 15, 16. And I'm talking about like kissing, right? Then you should only date people within your age group until you become an adult, right? Romeo and Juliet laws, 2 to 3 years up or down is what you could date. But obviously use your discretion for what's appropriate when you're a teenager. When you turn 18, you should still probably date people up 2 to 3 years. And you should probably figure out who you are aged 16 to 25, 15 to 25, somewhere in there is where you should be figuring out who you are, what you want, et cetera, et cetera. After 25, though, if you're convinced you don't want a family, then don't have a family. Pursue your career, do whatever you want to do. But if you have even the slightest inkling that you might want a family, then I would strongly recommend finding your life partner and building a family. Because once again, I will concede to all of the pains in the ass of a family. It is logistically complex and difficult. I will also tell you, and there are a few people in chat who agree with me, that toddler hugs are the best hugs on the planet. Well, QC John says that feeling of happiness never stops after you have it. My daughter is 22 and I'm ready for her to give me grandbabies to get back taking fishing and hunting like she did when she was little. Yeah. Perpetual, not bliss, but like warmth, like contentment.
Great job. Hello, hi, I'm Nikki. Nice to meet you.
So when we're talking about the value of women on a societal scale and how we view each other, right? When you're devaluing us, you're objectifying us. And follow me, I promise. But rape rates have gone down by about half in the last 20 years, right? So if you're saying we're less valuable now, why wouldn't we be suffering at a higher rate?
So is the argument that you're making, just so I understand, that because women are giving up sex for free, they're not being raped?
Every study shows rape is not correlated with just sexual gratification. It is a power structure.
Okay.
So
and by the way, I don't agree with this shit at all. Okay. Sorry, real quick. Before I give you a spicy take, let me check in with LB. LB says, what the F does that have to do with Scandinavian patriarchy? All I'm saying is that once you remove the barriers that are like socially enforced through law, even societies that you view as progressive and egalitarian, they will oftentimes defer to patriarchal norms. Like nursing, I think in Scandinavia has like an 80 to 90% female employment. Teaching is 80 to 90%. Effectively, like vocational choice still remains heavily gendered, even in societies where they do a lot to enforce egalitarianism. So what I'm going to give you my slightly spicy take, but I don't think that it's spicy at all. This has been something that's been repeated since I was a child, where like rape isn't about sex or something. And I've just heard it said that like rape is about power. It's not about sex. But in my opinion, this is like saying that robbery isn't about money. It's about power. And the analogs continue, because the argument for the sex is, or the rape is about power, not sex thing, is that like, well, you could hire a prostitute, or you could find a sympathetic partner, or you could socialize better, or you could do this, or you could do that. So there's all these non-violent ways that you could engage in sex or get sex. And so ultimately it must be about the power or violence. That's the way that I've heard it argued in the past. Well, with robbery, guess what? There's all sorts of ways that you could get money. You could, work a normal job. You could steal. You could, be a fraudster or a con man or whatever. But if you ask a robber, like, why do you rob? I don't think they're going to say like, oh, I do it because I love the thrill of the hunt or the chase. That might happen later on, but I almost guarantee you they're going to be like, because I need money, because I want money. So yeah, I really dislike this talking point, and I'm basically begging someone to prove me wrong.
it is about objectifying and abusing women when you rape them, not about whether or not you want sex. What I am saying is that women are less objectified, so therefore we are being raped less.
Okay, so you think that in today's society, because this is pretty wild for me. In the 1950s, you're saying women were more objectified than today in the land of OnlyFans, the Kardashian clan, and women that are essentially putting up their boobs and butts for free on Instagram. You're saying we finally have achieved less objectification, where women can't even get onto an advertising. You can't even advertise a bag without them having to be naked in order for them to get a career.
/ all the women who are like, I agree with Candace here. I hate to say it, but it's true. So in the 1950s, I think what the feminists are going to be arguing, I'm going to steelman their position as best I can right now, is that there was a box that you had to live in as a woman. Okay. You needed to be interested in marriage. Being a spinster meant that you were being a freak and a cat lady. Once you're married, you have to be subservient to the husband. You have to have kids. You have to love your kids. You have to do this. You have to do that. And because the social role was so confining, a lot of women found that they didn't perfectly conform to the social role. And so in that way, they didn't feel like whole human beings. They felt like they were objects to be used by society for child rearing and for marriage. And so that's what a lot of the sexual revolution came out of, was a desire for freedom. Now, I think there's a different kind of objectification, which is sexual objectification, where women are often encouraged by society to be sex objects at all times and at all ages. Like, it doesn't matter if you're a teenager or a 20-year-old, 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old. Oftentimes, the way that society is going to judge you is off of attractiveness, which, let's just face it, physical attractiveness is rooted in sex. And then not just that, if you don't conform to that expectation of like sexual attractiveness, people will give you shit for it. You know, just be like, oh, they're ugly. They don't care. They're frumpy. They're gross, whatever. So I think that they're effectively arguing about two different social phenomena. Oh,
as a model.
And I do think, as confining as the 1950s were, the sexual objectification of the modern world is almost as bad or worse than the 1950s objectification of women as mothers and wives.
You're saying, oh, great, we've achieved actually less objectification.
So I'm not trying to suggest that I think that the over-commodification of women's bodies is positive. But what I am saying is that when you're going to the 1950s, that we shouldn't put this glazed look of, oh, it was so happy. We had single income households and we got to stay home. We also had a pill popping problem. We also were viewed as maids. Like, we were seen as a house appliance far more than we were as people. And so when you have that kind of objectification where you are in a subservient position, I think we're facing a different form today. But I think that rape is a signifier of a contradiction to your statement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense, but I do want to rebut it on a couple of points. So first, I just want to say, suggesting that objectification has gone downward since the 1950s is wild. That's just a firm no. That is not the truth. And you know that's not true.
Wait, so do you feel
but
like...
hold on, let me answer your second thing.
Okay.
Second thing, you then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So we have actually increased our amount of pill popping. Women are having overdoses on opioids. And on top of that, since I think 1999, by rate, we are increasing our opioid use compared to men. So women are not popping pills less because we're going into the workforce. That's actually not true at all either. We're also, like I said to you, consuming alcohol more and binge drinking more than we did in the 1950s, which is why I was trying to get her to say, we need to look at actually give me any reasonable metric of how we can define happiness. Because it's hard, right? Are you happy? Yes or no?
Sure, but wait, hold on. We're actually avoiding what my original point was about rape being the signifier.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Oh, we almost had a point there. This is like debate blue balls. It's horrible.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Hi.
I like your hat.
Whitney Shanahan. Nice to meet you. I am fascinated by your claim that women have lost happiness since the sexual revolution, since the 1950s. Do you think that there is any tie to happiness and freedom? And happiness.
Ooh, I was going to skip because her hat is ridiculous, but I actually appreciate her being able to differentiate these two concepts.
And choice. Because since 1950s, since the sexual revolution, women have gotten exponentially more freedom and more choice. And for me, as a mother and as a woman, having the freedom to choose what I do, to make my own destiny, makes me infinitely more happy than, say, back before the sexual revolution when I couldn't
Well, you don't know how happy you would have been, but I still appreciate and follow her logic.
get a bank account, couldn't get a home loan, couldn't work outside the home, couldn't travel around without a man.
True.
Couldn't control my own reproduction. So I feel that happiness, personally, my belief, is tied to our ability to have freedom. And I think
but that's not necessarily borne out by stats. I'll explain momentarily. I'm going to let her make her arguments.
That in the United States, protecting freedom and our individual freedoms is what's going to lead us to happiness.
Did you go to college?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Did you?
So yes, I did. So you have a degree?
Absolutely.
Now, when you went to college, did you go to college because it was simply something that you wanted to do? Or did you think that I have to go to college because in order to get a job, I have to have a college degree?
I went to college for art because I was fascinated with art.
Okay. It's just answering my question. Did you go to college? Was that the only reason you went to college? Or did you think that I might want to do something in art, so I have to go to college, like for my career?
I went to school because I wanted to...
Uh-oh, her fucking whimsy tells me that she's rich as shit, and that's what makes her happy.
Expand my horizons. I mean, I think that's why most people go to university.
No,
Why did you go?
That's actually not
Why
true.
did
A lot
you
of
go?
I went, and I think a lot of people go because there's a pressure that if you don't go to college, you're going to be a failure.
It's a choice. Everything's a choice. So taking away choices doesn't make people happier. Taking away freedom doesn't make people happier.
I'm disagreeing with you on the idea that people are feeling more free by financial pressure. I think financial pressure makes people feel remarkably less free.
So you want no bank accounts again? Women not to have credit cards?
I'm
and
not
no bank
saying
accounts?
that women shouldn't have access to credit cards or banking accounts. You're putting words in my mouth. So why don't you respond to the words that I'm saying?
Well, less financial pressure. If I don't have a bank account, that's a lot less financial pressure, I guess, right?
Financial pressure in terms of most people that go to college, and I'm counting myself among them, it's because typically in order to get the job that you're being sold is going to make you infinitely happier and infinitely more free, it just requires a college degree. And most of these people, to be clear, have to put themselves, the majority of people have to put themselves into debt. And I don't think anybody would describe debt as a form of freedom, right? I don't think anybody would realistically say...
Let's get back to happiness. So we're here to talk about happiness and how the sexual revolution, and we're not talking about college debt.
I think it's important because we're talking about freedom. You just said that...
I'm going to let them finish before I interject.
The reason why I feel happy is because I have more freedom. And I am saying that financial restraints and debt doesn't make people feel more free.
So let's eliminate the debt. Let's eliminate college debt. Maybe we should have free college here in the U.S. That sounds great. Great idea, Candace. I love that idea. All right.
Okay.
Love it. Woo! Champion for the people. Girl.
Very nice.
All right, return to your seat.
Okay, so what I'm going to tell you with freedom, okay? There's this concept from the founding fathers called ordered liberty, okay? And liberty, liberalism, for those of you who don't know, liberty and freedom actually have, somebody explained it to me as being an inverted relationship, okay? So liberty is restrictions by the government, and freedom is the capacity of the individual. And so while we use these as synonyms, allegedly, liberty is we're trying to minimize the restrictions of the government on human beings so they can be maximally free. That's like the American idea. But there's this concept, which you can see in anarchic societies, where too much freedom can in and of itself become oppressive. So for instance, if I was to walk outside naked with an AK-47 and shoot it in every single direction, I literally just blaze 180 degrees around my yard, I am maximally free. I'm naked, I'm shooting guns, I'm going crazy, I'm having a good time, but my neighbors are not free. My freedom is impinging on their freedom. Holy shit. Thank you. Everybody keeps doing big donations when I'm about to go on a rant. I love you, grassroots. Hold on. So my freedom is impinging on their freedom because they can't walk outside for fear of being struck by an AK. And so the whole point of that inverted relationship of freedom, liberty, and also freedoms encroaching on other freedoms is to show that freedom itself can be oppressive to other people's freedoms, right? There's also what I would call analysis paralysis. So when I was 18, I could technically do whatever I wanted to do. I could work in a restaurant. I could work as a salesperson. I could work as a teacher. I could get a degree. I could join the military. I could do this. I could do this. I could do this. I could do this. And so as a result, the horizons of the world were wide open, but I had no idea what the fuck to do. And so as a result, I was almost miserable trying to figure out what I should be doing. Whereas once I just started doing things, I was happier. And so that's where I think that freedom in and of itself, the capacity to do many things, is not what gives you happiness. What gives you happiness is pursuing something that gives you meaning and purpose. And that's where I think that liberalism is a philosophical failure, and it is not sufficient for a culture to develop because it in of itself views the capacity, the freedom to do as many things as possible, and liberty, meaning the minimal amount of intervention from the government, it views itself that as the end rather than the beginning of moral analysis. I could yap for another 5 minutes, but I have to address that super chat. Thank you, King. Indeed. What a fantastic day. Grassroots for $100 says, ha ha ha, my bank unembargoed me. I've been pretty well off for a long time and has made me feel freer personally. It never made me happy. I was much happier being piss poor as a teenager. Well, and that's what I would say is Grassroots, in a lot of ways, you probably have. And thank you for the insane dollar amount. Seriously, like, thank you to Silver Jacket Man, Larry, Sleepy Otaku, Lawson Harrison, Hug, Megcel, Starhawks, Larry again, Fashion 40, Ensort, and Grassroots. And a special thank you to Grassroots and Sleepy Otaku for the crazy generous donations. Okay, just absolutely insane. But anyways, the point that is backed up by what Grassroots said is in a lot of ways, Grassroots works his ass off. As far as I know, he's working like 100-hour weeks or whatever. Now, I hope that he enjoys his job. Otherwise, I don't know why he would be doing it. I'm very thankful he does his job because it allows him to do donations like that. That being said, in a lot of ways, he is more free than all of us because he has the capacity to take that cash and deploy it however he sees fit. Okay, which is incredible. And that's awesome. However, what brings him happiness is probably not the ability to go to Thailand and hang out with ladyboys on a whim. It's probably his family that makes him happy. It's probably his partner. It's probably his, I think you said you had a godson or nephew. You know, family is what brings him some level of happiness and or exploring the world with his partner, not necessarily being a fucking degenerate, right? Oh, okay. I won't read that one. Mario Wall says, I prefer black women. That's just my cup of tea. What really matters is how you are as a person. True. Yeah. Free to versus free from. That's the way that it was explained to me. And I just got to shout it out again. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Sleepy Otaku. Your donations are insane and are very, 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 very much appreciated. Along with everybody else, of course. We need all the support we can get, but you know, thank you for making the stream viable. You can't say happiness without the last half of it. Thanks, King. Conservative liberalism says liberalism isn't a philosophy. I think it is. If you won't answer the questions, you need a prescriptive ideology. Liberalism isn't a rule set. I think it is. It's just a playing field that tries to maximize possibilities. I don't agree with that. So philosophy is like, what is it? It's like the pursuit of knowledge. I think that liberalism is a way that you can like organize with the world in order to pursue knowledge. I think it would be potential philosophy like Stoicism. I understand what you're saying though with like with Stoicism, it's almost like more personal. So I kind of get what you're saying there. And then where you say liberalism isn't a rule set, I actually disagree. I think liberalism is a rule set. It says we should have maximal freedom from the government. The government will create the rule set, but we should all abide by the rule set as maximally as possible. And we should allow each other to have as much freedom as possible. So I actually do think that liberalism, while it can vary in its iterations, I think it's a pursuit. I think it's an attempt to create a rule set through which human beings can thrive. Dr. Zaya says, big ups to the pay pigs. We do not call them pay pigs around here. We call them oilers. Thank you. Sacred Snow says, freedom allows you to pursue your own happiness, but that doesn't always make you happy because sometimes your own happiness sucks. That's where a lot of people fall into hedonism and nihilism. That's what I did. I thought my own happiness was pursuing pleasure, but that's because I didn't differentiate pleasure from happiness or happiness from contentment or contentment from purpose. Those are all different words with different meanings. And if you don't understand that, you should try. Purpose can make you very unhappy, but purpose can be an anchor through misery. You can be absolutely miserable, but if you have purpose, you can endure a lot of terrible things. Then Happiness, I would say, is just like a general feeling of like well-being effectively. Contentment, I would say, is like, it's still happiness, but it's like very muted. It's very quiet, where like happiness can be like very verbose and kind of joyful and all that kind of stuff. Contentment is almost like a deep sea. It's like a combination of purpose and happiness that's very like small and muted. I would say that's the way that I've experienced contentment. So anyways, Bacher Buriti says, Connor, I'm behind. Did you get DMCA'd yet? No, it's working. It's working. I appreciate it. Conservative liberalism says, abiding by the rule set is not part of liberalism. If the rules themselves are illiberal, it's not blind obedience as to a necessary evil. We could probably split hairs on it, but I don't want to split hairs on it. Grassroots says you can't buy youth and exuberance, both of which you need to make the most of having kids. Yeah, I agree. That's one of the things where I keep hearing people say, like, there's this quote that I saw. We'll get back to the content momentarily, I promise. But it was, would you take $10 million if you had stage 4 cancer tomorrow and you felt like shit? And almost everybody's answer is like, no, because you're going to die soon. You're going to feel terrible. You'll have a ton of money, which means that you can run around, doing drugs, having promiscuous sex, traveling the world, seeing whatever you wanted to see, right? And so you could technically do your bucket list, but it's over very soon and you're going to be physically miserable the whole time. And so the whole point of that thought exercise is to be like, yeah, money is important, but it's not everything. It's not even close to everything. Health and happiness are more important than money.
Grounded is now a podcast available.
Watch The Male Feminist, and then I'm probably going to go to Jasmine Jafar, to be honest.
Hi, Candace. How are you?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm John. Okay, so I feel like a lot of your arguments today are very rooted in a sort of old.
No career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. I agree with this statement.
School perspective, I have to be honest.
I mean, that's conservatism, but okay, go off, King.
And I'm not trying to be insulting whatsoever. I feel as though most people would identify that claim as pretty extreme and pretty like...
Children are extreme?
Well, no, that women would get more happiness inherently from raising kids than having a job or deciding what they want to do with their lives.
Why is that? I'm just curious. Why would having children, which is just a natural biological conclusion, be something that sounds extreme?
I just said inherently.
Inherently.
That's the
extreme.
inherent expectation.
Yeah.
That's better for.
It's inherent because it's biological. So I think when we think about things that are inherent, I think biology is a good thing to start with, right? So biologically speaking, men and women come together, they form families, and that's the reason why you're sitting here. That's the reason that I'm sitting here, is because biology is inherent.
Well,
so
I was
saying it's just natural.
True.
Order that we're speaking about, right?
Okay, let's break it down. So why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Why do you inherently are happier? Yeah.
You keep stressing this word inherent. So,
yeah,
yeah. I think because it speaks to natural order, and every piece of life, I think, is enriched by children.
You don't think it's natural for women to get to decide what they want to do with their lives?
I do not think that.
No, freedom is not. You guys have to understand that we're in an oppressive system, even if we, let's say that we instituted a moneyless, stateless, classless society, okay? You're still being oppressed by nature. You're still being oppressed by biology. You're still being oppressed by time. Even if we maximally freed the human species from material concern, you ultimately will still die. Even if you become an eternal robot, there will be a point at which the heat death of the universe occurs and your robot body will be floating in void with nothing around it. And even if you self-entertain within a hallucinogenic structure of like a robot body, then eventually your system will degrade and it will die. Entropy and death is a part of the system. So pretending that we're going to be able to bypass all of nature and all of oppression and freedom is in and of itself the end goal is this like wildly naive perception of reality. No, freedom will not give you happiness or purpose. Freedom will give you the capacity to pursue happiness or purpose.
Saying women can decide whether or not they want to go to work or have children is problematic. What I'm saying to you is that women will get the most fulfillment from having a family.
Because it's natural.
It's natural, but also children are wonderful and beautiful and spiritually divine creatures. I mean, they're amazing. There's everything about having a child. Yes, it's a lot of work. It's beautiful.
What a bunch of fucking backstabbing assholes. He's just warming up and you're already backstabbing him.
I hear that. Well,
Yeah.
Okay, what if there's a little girl born and it's her dream her entire life to be an author or to be, on TV or any
Do it while having a family.
of these things, and having children is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. So how is it better for that, and I understand this is hypothetical, but that hypothetical little girl to have children than to pursue these things that would make her happy as she gets older?
I just think that if she publishes the book and she has a child, she would agree with me that the child was more fulfilling and made her happy. That's what I'm happier than the book did, is what I'm saying.
As a general rule, of course, with exceptions. There are some human beings, I've met them, who actually despise children. Typically, they were abused as children themselves.
And I say this as a published author of a New York Times. I would choose my children over my best-selling book, and I was that little girl.
The fact that she sold a New York Times bestseller makes me want to euthanize myself with a hammer.
Who had a dream that it would be really great if I could share my thoughts and ideas in a book, but it is utter insanity for me to reflect on that and say that I would have rather published Blackout than to have my 3 children.
But why is it rather? You see what I'm saying?
It's not rather. I'm just saying
Well, that's
that
your claim.
it
Your claim is that it's better.
It will be more fulfilled.
Right.
Yes.
So rather.
Well, if it's an either or, if you're saying it's an either or, I'm just saying that if these two things have happened in your life, the thing that will bring you more spiritual fulfillment will be children. And so women who are neglecting that, who are neglecting the pathway to, strive toward family because they think their career is going to hug them at night, or they think that when they're on their deathbed, their career is going to come up next to them and say, you were so great to me. I think that they've stepped into a delusion, and I'm hopeful that they wake up from it before it's too late.
All right, pause. Yeah. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
All right, we're gonna have to watch this next guest because I think this next guest is from Picklegate. She's the girl who made Andrew Wilson open up a olive jar and fail at opening the olive jar. So we have to watch her. Then we'll watch Jasmine Jafar. Then we'll probably be wrapping it up. Ray Sunlight says, here's one for you. Perfect health, but death at 100, or eternal life, but everything you eat tastes like shit. So Ray Sunlight, I actually don't care about food that much. So if it tasted like, I don't know, something bland, like if it tasted like tofu or rice, I would do it. But if you're actually saying it tastes bad, like everything you eat tastes like feces, then I'm not going to lie. I would probably take perfect health, but death at 100. Because if I had to endure through millennia and millions of years and I needed to eat to sustain myself, but it was literally the taste of feces, then I think I would choose death, to be honest.
To your seat.
Hi.
Naima,
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so
Yeah, we got to watch her.
currently women make up about 47% of the workforce. If this were the case and that women were just
Here, Shot says, any thoughts on creating a news of the day segment? I used to do that. The first hour of the stream used to be covering news stories, but the truth is I got very bored because what happened is the news is the same as it was yesterday, just slightly developed. So it gets very boring covering the same stories every single day. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like the flow right now where we just get into content. So maybe we'll bring it back if I can do it effectively, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, to be honest.
just inherently unhappy or unfulfilled working and would just prefer to be at home, why don't they?
Because we've made that due to...
Sorry, let's read the stat. Women made up 47% of the U.S. civilian labor force in 2023, according to the Pew Research. That's up from 30% in 1950. And what this gal is saying is, if women do prefer kids, why aren't they doing it naturally?
At home, why don't they?
because we've made that, due to prior feminist waves, nearly impossible, because now, which I believe that the reason that the government wanted women to enter the workforce is because it gave them an opportunity to tax a household twice. And so this goes back to what I was saying, is that there's a lot of financial pressure that is being exerted on young women to enter the workforce, and they do so blindly under this illusion that somehow entering the workforce is going to make you more fulfilled, like getting yourself into 6 figures of debt, going to college to then take on a career and be in debt and having to pay student loans while you make 35K is going to make you happier. And I'm saying that isn't actually true.
Okay, so I hear that.
Yeah.
At the same time, would you not agree that that women can both have a career and have children? I mean, you are actively doing that right now.
And I want to be very clear, because I am actively doing it right now. I would be someone that you would call an exception because I get to work from home. I get to wake up in the morning. I don't have a boss, right? I don't have to go into the office from 9 to 5. I get to then therefore spend the entire morning with my children.
So you're an exception, and the 47% of women that make up our labor force are also an exception?
No, the exact opposite. So I'm trying to make it more realistic, because I think it's really bad form when people who are able to stay at home, right, and are able to start working at 1:00 p.m. as I do, after being around their children, the children are running around all day, will then preach to you that every woman can have this. That's not.
Yeah, and that's how I felt about the lady with the crazy hat towards the end of the next segment. I was just like, I'm so happy. I got an arts degree. And she obviously is like well dressed. And it's like, no offense, lady, but you look like you probably didn't have a rough childhood. You went and got an arts degree, which means that you didn't starve, and then you're not starving now. So I'm pretty sure you found a rich husband. I'm not going to that kind of person for advice about life. No offense.
Not the reality. The reality is that the overwhelming majority of people are stuck behind a desk all day, and they're not happy. They're not.
No. Sabri Keller, I think you're straw manning. It's good for me, but I'm exceptional. I promote people do something else because they're not. No, she's saying that her career path is not accessible to anyone. The same way that I would tell you guys, okay? Listen, I love creating content. This is my dream job, okay? This is my dream job. I get to wake up. I get to talk for 5 hours with a chat of dozens, sometimes hundreds of people. I get super chats from people who are engaged with the content, and it allows me to pay my bills, which is fucking beautiful. It's one of the best jobs on the planet. And then same thing with even pre-recorded content. I get to research things that I'm interested in. I get to script things that I'm interested in. I get to shoot videos, and I get to cut it. But you know what? But most people don't like talking. They don't like being social. They don't like being in front of other people. They don't like putting themselves out there. They're shy. They're private people. And so I would never tell a private person or a shy person, you can do what I do. You just have to put your mind to it. It might be like taking glass and shoving it in your eyes. That might be your experience of the same lifestyle that I'm living. And statistically, not a lot of people do what I do. So I'm not going to tell you that everybody in chat can do this if they put their mind to it. It's like, no, you have to have some prerequisites. You have to be able to talk. You have to like talking. You have to have an IQ above 70. And I think that's it, to be honest. It's not a very long list. You just have to like talking. So anyways, the point is that Candace is doing a similar appeal where she's saying, yes, I have a flexible job. Yes, I can make a lot of money. Yes, I'm writing my book. Yes, I'm having it all. But I don't think most people can do that. And she is descriptively correct. A lot of people are going to have to make choices between career and family. And it will be what do you call that? Where it's like lost sum game. I don't know if it's game or gain. But the point is there's mathematical equations or there's relationships where you can just grow something and it grows in perpetuity and it doesn't really matter. And then there's relationships where if you take away from one part of the equation, it automatically adds to the other part of the equation, right? And so that's the relationship between work and family. Excusame.
Not doing work that gratifies them at all. And at the same time, they're suspending.
Well, that's just what career you've chosen. But I think that the issue
most
with
people work a 9 to 5. I think that's
okay.
reality,
Yes, but
right?
if it's the job that is making them unhappy, then maybe they should have chosen a different career path and not the structure of the career itself. But
Yes and no. Different jobs. I would be happy as a SeaWorld dolphin trainer. Okay. I would be happy as a zookeeper. I would be happy as a teacher, right? But teaching doesn't pay shit. Zookeepers, if you don't have a degree, I'm pretty sure you're just shoveling feces and feeding animals all day, which sounds very boring and annoying. And same thing with dolphin trainers. If you don't have any kind of degree, then you need to do that. And then if you become like the very prolific, like the animal care manager, you probably have to have some kind of crazy animal biology degree, like a vet degree. And then it's insanely competitive, so it's difficult to get in. So pursuing happiness through career isn't going to work for everyone either.
My issue with this is that not only is it claiming that women can't both be mothers and have jobs, which we know to be true because millions of women do that. My mother does that. You are actively doing it right now. But it also is qualifying what every single woman in this country wants without any clear evidence. I mean, there's 169 million women in this country. How can you say that you know exactly what every woman secretly wants? Are you asking them?
That wasn't my claim that I secretly know what every single woman wants. I'm saying that if you measure up at the end of your life, what brought you more fulfillment, your career or children, raising children in your family, we will discover that, and there actually have been studies, people that have gone to people on their deathbeds, and the number one regret that people had was that they gave too much to their careers. And this includes men, by the way.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, of course, human relation is going to be valued over money and profit.
So then
but
you
at
don't
the same time, what does that
even with my argument?
I do
at all.
disagree
You were agreeing with my argument.
Humans prefer humans over a job, but that's not just singular to women. That's everyone. And my question is, what does that even have to, what is the goal of that? Should every woman quit working and just have a child?
Well, I'm just trying to warn you that if you decide to suspend that pursuit of family because you think that you have to first climb the ladder, a lot of women make that mistake and they don't end up finding a partner.
But that's their right. It's free will.
You will definitely have a right to make a mistake.
You don't get to say what people should and shouldn't do.
You do? Yes, you do. In an authoritarian society, you get to say who should do what, when, where, why. And in a liberal or libertarian society, you can say what other people should do. You just don't have the state compel them to do it. This is one of my most annoying things about liberals. Honestly, you guys do not believe that cultural pressure is a thing while simultaneously swimming in cultural pressure. You better gosh darn believe that I'm going to bully you guys. And I'm going to bully you to do very simple things. I'm going to bully you to work your jobs, pay your bills, pay your taxes, find your partner, build families. That's what I want you to do, okay? And I'm trying to assert a minimal level of cultural pressure on you in order to go after the fundamentals of what I think is going to lead to a good life, okay? If you want to do extra things, if you want to be a cop or an EMT or Air Force or soldier or Marine, or if you want to become an officer or a politician or whatever, I'm going to encourage you in those ambitions as well. However, I think that so much more is gained from focusing on the basics rather than having these highfalutin, orgiastic, hedonic treadmill, if you will, pursuits. Speaking of which, Hedonic Treadmill says, "Morning, y'all. Just got back home from the Oregon Renaissance Fair. Holy smack, what a cool event." Very based king. I'm going to let her finish, and then I'm going to move on to Jasmine Jafar.
I don't think my claim is this is what people should or should not do. I'm just simply stating.
Yes, you are.
That my claim is that you will be more fulfilled if you focus on trying to
you don't get to decide what other
family.
people are fulfilled by.
Okay, I'm making my claim here that women are infinitely more fulfilled in the household and raising children than they are taking that 9-to-5 job.
But you have no evidence of that. In fact, you are evidence against your own claim.
I'm not evidence against my own claim.
You are.
I'm saying
you're
that
at work right now.
I've literally said, I am telling you, women cannot have it all. That is an illusion, and that is an illusion that is stressing women out. And I think it is the reason why so many women are turning to popping pills, why there's been such a significant, more than 1,000% increase since 1999.
But men can have it all. Men can be fathers and have a job, but women can't do that.
I don't think you can have it all.
It sounds like you're devaluing women. I think that women can do everything that a man can do, and men have done this historically throughout time and memoriam.
I think.
Oh, bullshit. I am calling such bullshit on this. Whoever this is, I forget her name. She was good in a different debate, but F you for that. You think men were happy, hunting? Well, they were probably happy hunting in the jungles until, I don't know, they got gored by a boar or stampled by a mammoth or eaten by a saber-toothed tiger. Yeah, they were happy up until then. Do you think they were happy tilling the fields, building the pyramids, building Stonehenge, doing all that kind of crap? Or were they doing that so they wouldn't get killed and so their society would give them just enough food in order to survive? You think men were happy being peasants in the medieval era or men at arms? Like, no, 99% of the male population was not kicking up their feet, pursuing their ambitions for all of human history. This is one of the things that pisses me off so much, is that in the modern context, people think that men prior to the 19th century were living in like hedonic, aristocratic circumstances. And it's such bullshit. It's such bullshit. Men were oppressed by their societies, but they were also oppressed by nature. And the only reason why you have modern civilization is because men were willing to fight and die and toil in things that were fucking miserable every single goddamn day. So don't give me this shit that for 3,000 years of known history and 100,000 years of speculative history, that men were fucking living these aristocratic lives and able to make choices about their fate. Get the fuck out of here and read a history book, you dumbass. Hergeberg. If true, your job making you happy is unique to you, then why would you prescribe to every woman that they would be happier if they had a child? Well, because statistics actually bear out that more people are happy or have a sense of purpose if they have a family. Are they not also entitled to their own happiness? Well, I mean, that's literally Candace Owens' argument, is that it doesn't make them happy. That they pursue this fantasy, but the fantasy actually makes them miserable. Who is digging the ditches in my new world? I don't know, man. I'm trying to think of something like racist against a category of people that we don't care about, but I couldn't come up with anything. Who the hell says cultural pressure is not a thing? I'm a lib and I've never heard of such a thing. No. They believe in cultural pressure. They don't believe in using it. Yeah. Brandon Zero says, you are talking to the wrong ones here. We know about cultural pressures. How do we get into 40K? True. Very true. Oregon, not Oregon, Connor. Don't misstate my state's name. I will misstate it on purpose. Oregonians don't get to dictate the way that I pronounce their state. Connor, stop making assertions. Plenty of libs and progressives have children, but people are already struggling. Okay, and problem? We always struggle. If I built Stonehenge, I'd be pretty stoked, not going to lie. Yeah, you'd also die at some point and be crushed by fucking giant boulders, but whatever. Yeah. Guess what happens when men go off to war? Guess who are also peasants? Women. Yeah, guess what happened? Guess what happens to women? They stay home and they take care of the homestead and they're in miserable conditions. Guess what happens to the men? They die from dysentery and they shit themselves to death in trenches. Which one do you want? All right. Bullshit, LB. No man today is doing any of that shit you're complaining about. Men go to the grocery store, not hunting trips. LB, you're the privileged liberal progressive or whatever that I'm complaining about. Men they fucking service your electricity. Men are linemen. Men are cops, EMTs, firefighters. There's so much blood and piss and shit that I got on my uniform when I was a cop. Are you shitting me? Do you know how many fucking... And by the way, you can say, oh, women do it too. Yeah, they're 5%, 10% of the working population of first response. They're 10% or 20% of the military, and they're not doing infantry jobs. So no, just because you've never seen blood or shit or piss in a context in which you shouldn't be seeing blood or shit or piss doesn't mean that other people aren't doing that. Fuck no. Or construction, or industrial accidents, or commercial trucking. There are plenty of difficult and dangerous jobs that men take on every single fucking day to make sure that you have civilization. So no, just because you're dating soy lefty losers from the Pacific North, well, all right, sorry, that's mean to your partner. Let me take that back. Let me walk that back. Just because you're hanging around soy lefty losers from the Pacific Northwest who have never seen a dead animal, let alone a dead human, don't project that onto the rest of the human race. Okay? Don't take your woke lefty liberal bullshit and project it onto the world. You're incorrect. Brandon Zero says, to correct you, Connor, we hominids have been 10 toes down for 2.7 million years. A complete skeleton was found 200 to 300K ago. Gotcha. Okay. So humanids or proto-humans have been around for 3 million years. That's actually cool. All right. Last one, then I'll get back into it. Valor says, except they do want us to use social pressure when it comes to anti-bigotry. Yeah. Create some incentives for families. Daycare costs as much as a college. Well, I would quibble with you about your grandma from the Great Depression having 10 or 15 kids, even though she was poor and she was making like stone stew where they were like boiling rocks in order to get the minerals from the rocks. But I agree that we should create a pro-natal society.
Women is our debate topic today.
Eric Dom says, sorry, real quick. Eric Dom says, I sometimes get the impression that conservatives seem more willing to suffer than liberals. Do you think that's true, and why? I was raised in a liberal and socialist family. I don't know, man. Something temperamental. I think that conservatives are just told that, like, from the gate, you're fucked. And so you have to do everything right and you'll still be fucked. Whereas I swear to God, like, some liberals are just like, everything should be nice. Everything should be super duper. And then they try to make everything super duper.
Women exist in a society with men. We are comparing
women are trying to be both women and men, and that is why women are unhappy today. Is because actually, what's quite ironic about the feminist movement is that
I think women are just trying to be people.
I think women have been taught that being a woman is not enough, and that you have to also aspire to be a man, and that's the irony. It's like a psychological conditioning. What feminists went out and did and said is that in order for women to have value, women need to be like men. And I'm saying that actually women and men are biologically different. There are differences in our behavior. There are different.
Women did too, Hergerberg says. Connor, women also died in childbirth back then too. So what's your point? Okay. And then LB says, stop crying. Number one, fuck you, LB. I love you, but fuck you. Okay. The whole point of this is that saying that men got to choose their vocation is historically inaccurate. Okay. You can say women were more oppressed by nature because they had to have kids and there wasn't birth control, and having kids was oftentimes dangerous or fatal. I'll accept that, but it doesn't take away from what I'd said. And Hergerberg, you do this to a less degree. Me talking about how men have suffered throughout history, and then you say, yeah, but what about women though, is a fucking problem for liberals and progressives. You can't just let descriptively men just say, yeah, we had it fucked up. And then LB, I would say that you're making incels. So do women. Stop crying. No. 90 to 99% of these industries are dominated by fucking men. You're welcome for civilization. Okay? If you want to say having kids, raising kids, birthing the next generation, being oppressed by patriarchy, et cetera, if you want to say all that shit's bad, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, it's bad. But how about you just fucking be a little bit thankful? How about that shit? Okay. Bullshit again, LB. No man in America works as hard as a third world person. So what's your argument again? You're just wrong again. Okay. I went to the fucking Dominican Republic in order to help build houses. You know what all the people in the Dominican Republic were doing? They were sitting around in the poorest city in the town called Guayabal, the city of Guayabal. And you know what they did? They chased around the local chickens that they were raising. Then they ate the chickens. And they didn't even do it that often. They didn't even have meat that often. And then they brought in the mangoes from the trees that were local. And like 80% of the food in town was mangoes, rice, and papaya and chicken. And that was it. So all they did was they walked 10 feet, got their food, and walked back. And do you know what ended up happening? They were poor as fuck. And their houses sucked. And they didn't have electricity. And they ate shit and pissed in a river. So no, those people are not working harder than linemen in America. They're not working harder than oil rig guys in America. They're not working harder than Marines. They wake up and they eat shit and piss. So no, you can say that a third world miner, like miner, someone who digs underground in order to retrieve rare earth minerals, you can say that they work harder than Westerners. But there are plenty of poor third worlders who do nothing but eat shit and piss and sleep. So, nah, miss me with that shit. Miss me with all that. I'm going to stop reading LB because she's pissing me off and she's dragging out the segment. Stop pissing me off, LB.
Differences in our desires. And I think evidence of the feminist movement, by the way, shows us that, because even when women enter into the college education space.
All right. Love you, LB, but fuck you too.
The pathways of career that we choose are different from men because we're biologically different, right?
Okay, so let's say that this is true, that women truly are more fulfilled at home. Now, the average cost of raising a child a year is around $21,000 or more.
Mm-hmm.
So my issue is, are you saying that women should just suddenly stop working and now the onus is entirely on men? Like, the society that you're pitching is not sustainable economically.
And I think it was sustained economically.
But it's not right
All
now.
right, pause. Naima, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
All right, let's find Jasmine Jafar. Besides LB and that chick triggering the shit out of me, let's go see Jasmine Jafar get a dunk, and then I think we're going to wrap. All right, Jasmine Jafar. For those of you who don't know, Jasmine Jafar, I believe, is a sex worker, but she is not unintelligent, okay? Jasmine was kind of in the Destiny orbit for about 30 seconds. I saw her in Cincinnati, I want to say, and she was hanging out with like Pixie and Aaron and Lauren Northern and Lauren De Laguna, so Lauren Western. And I think she was boys with Lauren De Laguna at the time. I have no idea what their relationship is now. But that was like a year ago, 2 years ago now. And she was pretty good in debates and combos around the creators hanging out. And I talked to her along with some other people. And I think that her claim to fame is that she is a sex worker. She's like an OnlyFans model, but she got her JD first. So she got her education, got her secondary education, was working as a lawyer, was making good money, is intelligent, and has the whole world at her feet as far as a career goes. And then she was like, you know what? I make more money / am more happy being a sex worker. Therefore, I'm going to go be a sex worker. So I have plenty of objections with Jasmine Jafar. But what I'm just trying to tell you is, even if you dismiss sex workers and think that they're stupid, don't dismiss Jasmine. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Jasmine, nice to meet you. Okay, so you say that women are more fulfilled at home with kids than going out into the workforce or getting educated, but that just really doesn't bear out when you look at the stats, when you look at how working mothers are way less likely to be in poverty. Maternal education is the #1 predictor of childhood outcomes, better scores, getting higher incomes in the future, fewer behavioral problems, better mental health. So it's weird to me and college educated women are least likely to get divorced. And they're the only women, the top 10% of women are the only women whose marriage rates are going up. So they're getting married, they're staying married, and their kids are doing better. When you look at stay-at-home mothers, you see that they're more likely to report being depressed. They're more likely to report having anxiety and anger and all these types of things. So how can you say that? Seems like a woman, if you want to get married and have kids, you should go to college and have a career.
So it sounds to me like we are looking at totally different statistics, because everything that you said, I've actually read the exact opposite.
I'm glad we're on a fact check show with you.
Right, exactly.
Oh, it's so exciting.
That's going to be amazing. Okay, because I know, like I said, I think what we're talking about is that there was this widespread report on female happiness, and I know that it was formally debunked, and it was.
That's not what I'm talking about. Pew Research, right. University of California. In fact, working mothers today spend more time with their children than women did in the 1960s that were at home.
Okay, well, women that are at home are obviously spending more time with.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit. Sorry, Jasmine, but women who were at home in the past are spending less time with their kids than working women now. What are you talking about? I would have to see a stat on that.
Their children and the people who are at work.
And their
today.
children are not faring off any better, and they're faring off worse.
How are you measuring their children faring off worse?
How likely they are to higher incomes, better scores, fewer health problems, fewer behavioral issues, and better mental.
So the just to get back to the claim that I'm making here is that it is obvious that women who have children are going to be more fulfilled.
How is that obvious? Because you said so?
No, it's not obvious because I said so. It's because when you look at all the statistics in terms of women who are choosing not to have families, they are, as the person who just sat here before you mentioned, they are suffering from more depression. They're suffering from more anxiety. And
that's not true.
Okay, it is true. It is actually true that women who are choosing.
Recent data on this is scarce, but CDC data shows that from 2015 to 2018, women were more than twice as likely to take antidepressants than men, and antidepressant use was more common among those with college degrees. So here's the thing, though. The argument from boomers, such as myself, would be that 50 years ago, 70 years ago, you were just told to suck it up. You know, people came home from Vietnam, and instead of going on psych meds, they just drank. You know what I'm saying? And so they wouldn't have been diagnosed as having anxiety, although they absolutely had anxiety-related PTSD. And they wouldn't be categorized as depressive because they drank away their depression. And so that was very common. Like, that was a very common attitude. Even through the 80s and the 90s, it was like, you don't go see a shrink, you don't take meds, you just drink booze and you suck it the fuck up and you get it done. That was the attitude a generation ago, 2 generations ago. And so to say that more like modern people are more anxious, I think they are, because I think they're less religious and the world is a scary, weird, and fucked up place. But I also think that the ancient societies were probably just as anxious as we were, if not more anxious. They just didn't even have the technological capacity to diagnose and medicate.
Using their careers over starting families are finding themselves leaning more onto medicines like Xanax, anxiety-inducing medicines, and depression because they suspended that time frame where women really should be looking to find a partner and to start a family because they were instead pursuing their careers.
And why are they better off?
It is a dishonest, it's totally a dishonest narrative that men and women want the same things out of life. We don't. We absolutely do not want the same things out of life. In fact, we don't even measure success the same. Men and women don't even measure success the same.
So,
okay?
but tell me how the women who are working and getting educated, why are they faring off better in all of these?
I am telling you.
Because so the women who are working, who find a good husband, who have a decent education, who have a decent income, they have more money with which to ameliorate the issues that come with having a family. But there's plenty of women who are working who are not getting a family.
That I do not believe they are faring off better in all of these measures.
Because of what?
I am telling you that we are looking at totally opposite statistics.
And also, Jasmine is bringing up the kids. The kids are doing better. I don't think she mentioned a stat about the adults. They might be making more money, but that's the main stat that I think they're faring better on.
Like, so you're sitting here telling me that the statistics show that women who are working are producing better children. But I am saying that women that grow up in a 2-family home where the mother stays at home are faring off better than the children who are being raised in an environment
where the women are working?
Where both of the parents are
why don't
working
you
away
stay
from
home?
the home. I do get to work from home.
No. But
that's the irony.
I've watched your show. You talk about all the nannies you hire, and it's so hard to find a good nanny.
I talked about all of the nannies I hire.
Yeah, you have.
I spoke about how difficult it was to find a babysitter who knew how to cook a meal. And that's because
you don't need a babysitter. You could retire right now.
You have to let people respond to you when they're speaking.
You don't want to.
To respond to you when I speak.
You don't want to. You want to be working, which is great.
You're telling me what I want now and then accusing me of telling you.
Wait, you don't want to work?
Can you just let me finish? Because you've said so many words that what you're trying to do here, like your argument style, is I'm going to say so much and not let her get a word in and then walk away and feel like I've won. We're not having a conversation because you've not letting me respond to one of your points. Okay. What I am saying to you, first to answer what you just said, which was a lie, what I spoke to you about on the weekends is that it's been increasingly difficult to find a 25-year-old who even knows how to make boxed macaroni and cheese, right? And that's crazy. That is in large part due to feminism. Women don't even focus. Like there's this idea that women shouldn't be cooking. Like there's something fundamentally wrong with women even learning how to cook.
Are you
know what I mean?
spending as much time with your children as you possibly can? Because that's the way to get.
I'm going to pause real quick. Hergeberg says, Connor, I'm not saying men don't have it more messed up in history, but if I was given a choice to be a man and a woman at any random point in history, I'm choosing a man every time. Me too. Okay. What I don't like, though, is I don't like this perception from modern women that men have been effectively like Southern style slave owners where they just wore white suits and twirled their mustaches and sipped lemonade while blacks, browns, and women did all of the labor. It's an ahistorical and stupid way to perceive history. Mario Wall says, just sharing my own experiences, not being macho based. Old School says, quality time beats quantity time after a certain baseline. True. Jack Darko says, Connor, with the invention of stuff like dishwashers and whatever they have reduced the amount of effort required for household upkeep, that would make sense. Yeah. If you're saying that what household upkeep has reduced labor, which allows women to do more. I'm not sure if that's your point, but that's what I'm kind of inferring from that half sentence. All right. Anyways, I am mildly annoyed because I do think that Jasmine is being obtuse and going for a dunk. But that's okay. Like, I mean, Candace obviously deserves it. I just think that I probably agree with Candace on average more. No career will ever give you women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children. And Jasmine is saying you can have it all. As a matter of fact, if you look at stats for working parents, working women are doing better than non-working women. I don't know. That's not anecdotally true to me, but that's okay. I don't have the stats to back it up.
The most fulfillment. No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I am speaking to you
So
as
then stop.
Okay, could you please let somebody get in?
I
a
did.
Word
I
edgewise?
let you finish.
You're not. You
I
actually
did.
have not let anybody finish. And like I said, it's no one benefits when you're just speaking over me and not allowing me to respond.
You've spent more time complaining about not being able to respond than just responding. So what I would do is Candace, here's some free advice in case you watch the stream, okay? Do the fanatic technique. So when Jasmine interrupts you, just repeat the last sentence until you get it out. So for instance, saying like, women who stay at home have better outcomes than blah, 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 blah. So Jasmine interrupts you. You just say, women who stay at home, women who stay at home, women who stay at home, women who stay at home until she stops talking. And then you finish your sentence. That's the way to handle that.
All you're proving is that you have an attitude and you believe in feminism, but you're not. That's what I'm saying. You just have an attitude.
Go, Candace.
And it's not
Trying
cute. It's performative.
I'd love if
I'm
you
actually
address my point. I will be quiet if you address my point.
Gotcha.
Does anybody actually feel here that I am being allowed to address any of her points when she just keeps running over me? Like I'm literally trying to answer your first point of you saying that I don't stay at home.
Yeah,
fair point.
Really weird. Yeah.
Fair point. Obviously, I get that you're all anti-Candace and pro-feminist, but also it's not productive if you're not actually.
Okay, address the point. You spend more time saying that I'm not addressing that you don't have a chance to talk. I mean, the whole time you could have addressed the point. Okay. You could have talked.
I
go for it.
Just want you to know that you're not coming across as somebody who wants to actually have a.
Who gives a shit? Go. She doesn't care about your optics. Holy shit. This is just the triggered meme.
Conversation. So to get back to the claim, because I don't even know where you're at. You're now talking, you're saying that I said stuff in my podcast.
I'll go wherever you want to go.
I never said.
I'll go wherever
so do you want to start with me working at home? Because I work at home. You just said something about me working at home.
You travel all around the world.
Okay.
You do speeches, and I love that. I love how ambitious you are. That's a really great trait. And if you were truly said that, you would be more fulfilled. Now, one thing you do find is women, they don't want to stay at home when you pull them. They just want flexible working hours and flexible working conditions like you have. And I think we should all advocate for that. It's not one or the other. But when you sit here and you go, you'll be more fulfilled doing this and spend all your time doing that, we would love for you to leave the public eye and go focus on what makes you fulfilled.
Okay.
Hey, owned in the marketplace of ideas. I do feel like Jasmine was unfair. I do feel like she just like boxed her into a corner and then started beating up on her. But the fact that Candace Owens is a multimillionaire, she should have been able to handle that. And what I would do, again, this is free advice to anybody who watches the channel who has 3,000 IQ, who participates in debates. There was this guy named Fanatic who used to be a part of the debate scene. And he had this really, really annoying strategy where if you interrupted him, or if it was like a panel and there was 7 people all trying to talk at the same time, he would just repeat what he was saying over and over again until somebody let him in. And it's a wildly effective debate strategy. So effectively, that's my advocacy for Candace, is just focus on the point that you're trying to make, repeat it until the other person shuts up. It's actually wildly simple and wildly effective. In summary for that, what would I say about that? I agreed with Candace to a point, but I think that there's feminist talking points that slip through and are just descriptively true. I think Jasmine Jafar's point that like women should have more flexibility between work-life balance is absolutely true. And I ultimately don't give a shit as long as the kids are doing well. That's really all I care about. When you choose, I think choosing to have kids is excellent. I think it's an excellent idea. The way that we evaluate whether or not that idea was good in the long term is how your kids turn out. Now, kids are rebellious. So 15 to 25, all bets are off because even perfectly raised children are psychotic between the ages of 15 and 25. However, if age 0 to 15, you're raising good kids, and then after 25, presuming they survive the insanity of 15 to 25, if they become good people, I think that's like the consequentialist metric through which we should judge parenting. So if we look at stats and 2-parent households are better than 1, and if working moms provide better social benefits for their kids, which then in turn comes out with better results, that's fine. However, I'll tell you right now, I have had the privilege of being able to barely pay my bills, but I've had the privilege of being able to pay my bills while my wife has stayed home with our kids. And I don't think we would want it any other way. I swear to God, my kids are healthy, happy, cared for, loved, socially wildly intelligent. My first son is wildly academically intelligent. My second boy is wildly physically intelligent. I know that sounds like an insult, but I promise you it's not. He's just not as interested. He's only 2. He's just not as interested in like verbal things, but he's wildly interested in mechanical things. And he's also just a tough, strong kid. And so I credit Victoria. I credit my wife with effectively providing an environment that makes them incredible human beings. And I'm getting teary-eyed. Stop it. But no, that's the way that we chose to do it, and it works for us. A lot of people don't have that privilege. So if we don't have that privilege, we should enable working moms to have flexibility so they can care for their children. So Jasmine's right. Candace is right. Omri Gunny says, unless, and now I'm just going to read chats. If you want to do a super chat, it's appreciated, not required. If you want to do a membership, it's appreciated, not required. If you have something to say to me and you just want to say it, do @Counterpoints or @Valor Media Network. I'll try to answer all those questions. I'm going to catch chat, and then I'm probably going to wrap it up. And I parasocially love you. Please like the stream, engage with the VODs. Omri Gunny says, unless either start naming research with actual causal statistical methodologies, they really should shut up. Yeah, but we're making best guesses about what's good for society. Just Beyond Design says, anytime she's pinned down, she starts playing a victim. Yeah, I know. She got pressed and she folded. Hergeberg says, Connor, yep, I agree. That's a cringe take. Men have it had messed up. Women had it messed up. But the truth is vast majority of humans of all varieties had it pretty bad on this planet. I would add with the addendum until recent history. I think the 20th century actually was pretty good for humanity. And I think the 21st century is going to be very good. Providing that we survive ecological catastrophe and nuclear warfare. Max Thrax says, bruh, my not so distant American ancestors were Scots-Irish coal miners. I remember when I was really little, I had an uncle that had black lung and going to his house was a bummer. Yeah. Like COPD, basically, if I remember correct, black lung is where you have been so exposed to coal dust for so long that it effectively gives you emphysema or COPD, where you die by not being able to breathe and effectively drowning in your own lungs. So yeah, but what a fucking miserable fate. I would never call that. You could call him privileged because nobody walked up to him, presuming he's white. Presuming that he's white, nobody walked up to him and called him the N-word, which is a kind of privilege. However, I would never call him materially or historically privileged. That's obviously an insane life and an insane way to die. Max Rack says, even a couple generations ago, some of our relatives were working like effing slaves. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm not trying to sweep for slavery, but here's an interesting historical anecdote I heard. I heard that in the 19th century, a lot of white working class Americans weren't sympathetic to slaves because they were describing the working conditions that slaves were in. And they were like, yeah, that's the same as me. like white working class industrial workers weren't sympathetic to agricultural slaves because they compared the material conditions and they did not feel like they were substantively better off. Now, maybe they were being privileged, but that's a historical anecdote I heard. Sacred Snow says, oh no, poor Whittle Snowflake can't speak her piece. Yeah, she stalled a lot. Stay home, Candace. Sin Patty says, not going to lie, she kind of got owned here. Laugh my ass off. True. Hergerberg says, based. Corey Peltzman says, literally. Exactly. That's just called being black, just saying the same word over and over again. Rude, Max Thrax. Rude. Oh, that's funny, though. Well, Cusick says, would Dean be okay with racism against Candace Owens? Probably. He wouldn't say it out loud, but probably. Hergerberg says Dean would never speak unless Candace told him. True. You'd have to get permission from the person of color. This is happening, says my buddy's wife chose to stay home and she's been absolutely miserable and their family mental health is in the shitter. Well, then that's what I would say is anecdotal. This is happening. So what I would say is this worked for my family and I have beautiful children as evidence of our situation. However, there are women who slowly go fucking insane because kids will drive you insane. And so going to work on a part-time or full-time basis helps them achieve balance between a work life where they get to talk to adults, have different kinds of problems, be creative and all that kind of stuff. And then when they get home, they get to, hang out with their kids and they're not hanging out with their kids so much that they're sick of their kids. So I know it's probably not your role within your friend's life to suggest what they should do. But if they ever listen to you in that context, my suggestion would be that she gets a part-time job. That would be my suggestion. Brandon Zero says, that's not tears. That's just your eyeballs sweating. True. AKA Badasui says, Fanatic would repeat over and over the last two words he was saying, so it stopped the interruptions and it kept him on his train of thought. Yep, it's a good move. It's very annoying. It's a very good move. Conservative liberalism says flexible work schedules isn't something you can just tie to a gender. It's job drivers. Sure. Infinitely easier said than done. I agree with that. Eric Dom says, if you're going to cry, do it in a Kermit voice, please. True. Connor fathered a nerd. Huh? Yep. My older son, his first word was banana. It was 3 syllables instead of 2. He could have said mama. He could have said dada. He didn't. He said banana. And then also, when he was like 2 going on 3, he was correcting us on the pronunciation of dinosaurs. So I didn't know how to pronounce Parasaurolophus, okay, which is a kind of dinosaur. I would say like Parasyphilis or something. I would just say something crazy like that. And my 2-year-old, maybe 2.5-year-old son would stop me, look me in the eyes and say, no, daddy, Parasaurolophus. He's fucking brilliant. Anyways, LB says the difference is, Connor, you're not owned. Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that 19th century white working class people were not as sympathetic with slaves as they should have been because of that fact. Alleged fact. I don't even know if it's a fact. Max Thrax says, yeah, my Scots-Irish relatives worked in the company mines, were paid company script. They could only spend in the company store, company housing that was only slightly better than slave quarters. Yeah. Which is why I'm telling you, there might just be people who are resentful because they felt like everybody got a bad rap. And when you're like, oh, well, you're so privileged. It's like, was I? Brandon Zero says, by the way, Connor, in slavery, we got whipped, we got starved. And a fun fact for you, did you know the shelf life of a slave? It was 18 months. After that, they needed more bodies. Well, I know for a fact, what was it? I know sugarcane production was particularly horrible. Lifespan of a slave working cotton. I don't know if they'll have this, but I'll just take a look. The average lifespan of an enslaved person working on a cotton plantation was significantly shorter than that of the general population. While the exact lifespan varied, it was generally around 36 years compared to 40 years for the white population in the United States. So, of course, like infant mortality is going to affect these stats, but effectively they're saying black folk died 4 years earlier than white folk on average, even with infant mortality calculated. Lifespan of slaves on sugar plantation. I know this is rough. I know this is like effectively a Holocaust. The life expectancy of enslaved people on sugar plantations was significantly lower than other populations, often averaging around 7 to 9 years. This stark reality stemmed from the brutal conditions and intense labor demands of sugar cultivation. Think about that. So if you went to pick cotton or tobacco in North Carolina or South Carolina, you would die, and you would die bad, but you would die 5 years faster than white folk. And if you were a sugar plantation picker, you were dead on average within 7 to 9 years because of how brutal the conditions were. Yeah, sugar plantation is actually like horrific. Fung Dark says, laugh my ass off. Toddler corrections are the funniest. I mispronounce things reading a book to hear him correct me. Yep. This is happening, says Buddy's wife did go back to work, but the trauma incidents that happened before the kids were old enough are still weighing heavily on their relationship. Long story, anecdotal. Gotcha. Yeah, no, there's plenty of things that'll jack you up in life, and you got to be strong enough to get through it. John says, hopefully your son gets into Warhammer, then bam, a hobby with your kid. Oh yeah, he's super into video games. We're going to play co-op shooters when he's old enough for sure. QC says, my daughter used to correct me that my truck was a Chevrolet, not a Chevy. Very base daughter. Yeah. Brandon Zero says, Connor, if I remember, that data was after the breeding. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's plenty of stats too for effectively like infant mortality was probably infinitely worse amongst black folk as well because they didn't care. It was effectively like livestock, right? That's the way they treated it. So they would only call the doctor if they could afford it. And if you died in childbirth, then it was what it was, right? So anyways, enough about that. Enough about depressing slave stats. I'm going to go ahead and say, like the stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. We peaked between 100 and 120, and then we bounced between like 80 and 100 for, the late afternoon, which is pretty gosh darn good for us. We also got lots of donations today. Seriously. Silver Jacket Man, Larry Hutchinson, Sleepy Otaku, Lawson Harrison, Hug Miguel, Starhawks, Larry Hutchinson again, Fashion 40, Ensort, and Grassroots Hegemon all donated today. And some people were again, anything is appreciated, but some people were very generous today, which makes me very happy. So thank you. Thank you is what I'm saying. Brandon Zero says the breeding programs, because of how fast the slaves that they were bringing in were dying too fast. It was where I heard the 18 months number. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's probably some messed up stuff there where they didn't take care of people anywhere near as well as they could. But like the stream so other people know that it's live and they can watch the VOD if they so feel like it. Chat, especially tomorrow, next day, because I want you guys to build a community together and have fun schizo posting in my chat. Watch the VODs. That way I get that sweet AdSense revenue. And then also super chats if you got them, or memberships if you got them. Your support means the world to me. The fact that I even get to do this at least through October, but ideally for the next decade or two, means the world to me. This is my dream job, and the fact that you guys support me in my dream job means the world to me. So thank you kindly. All right, 07s. Goodbye. Go enjoy your other favorite streamers. Catch you later.